That's all right.
So stupid.
That's all
but
right.
Hey, I mean, the stats look good. All right.
Hey, we're live too, guys. I've just
All right.
Hey, how's everyone going?
Never been so
Hey,
many.
what's up, everybody? Hey, who let me put that link in here?
The maximum number of live girls on crypto ever.
Welcome.
There's like 4
ladies.
total girls that are into Bitcoin, like total.
We're with the big man himself, Richard Hart. Welcome, Richard Hart. Nice to have you.
Hey.
Thank you so much for coming because we know you're incredibly
pleasure.
busy.
Yeah, true.
What have you been doing?
Well, I told everybody we'd have details for the PulseChain Ethereum fork on the 30th. Today's the 30th. We do have a lot more details, but we don't have all of them. Some of the decisions are a little hard. So if the way progress in the Ethereum ecosystem goes currently is that everybody just makes a fork of Ethereum that's empty. So Matic, XDAI, BSC, TRX, they just make empty forks. And then they go build their own communities. And then they take all the open source projects that were successful on Uniswap and they make copies of them. And then the people that make the copies get rich. And it's not fair to the original founders. The original founders, like the Uniswap guys, don't make any money on PancakeSwap, on BSC, on QuickSwap, on Matic. It's just crap, basically. So I figured, all right, well, why don't we do a lot of things to save the Ethereum guys, and Hexagons are Ethereum guys because, they paid Ethereum fees. Why don't we make a copy of all the system state, bring over everything that makes Ethereum good, bring over the original Uniswap, bring over the original Hex, bring over everything, increase the throughput by 4x by reducing the block times to 3 seconds from the 13 seconds they already are on Ethereum. And you're going to get basically free transactions. And we know that because other forks that started empty, they have basically free transactions as well. The difference is they didn't bring over state, and it's a really, really big deal. So now if you've got a use case that's priced out on Ethereum where, you can't pay $30 to send a message to your friend, well, that sucks, right? Ethereum used to be free. It used to be free to transact on, basically. You want to start a hex stake, costs a penny. You want to end it, costs a penny. Well, now it's costing $150 to end one, due to some changes Vitalik made personally to the code to triple the cost of loading data from disk, which is kind of an important part of computing. So, I can save all the Ethereum guys. I can increase the value of Ethereum by reducing its load and making it more useful. And I can give all of those use cases that are priced out a new home, and everyone will have a new copy of all their ERC20s, or almost all, right? Like if you're a bad actor, maybe your ERC20 won't make it over. So wouldn't you like a new copy of every ERC20 you've ever liked, like Hex? Or, if you're an Ethereum holder, you're going to get a freemium amount of Pulse, which is the new native token of this chain, to be able to transact freely. And then at the end of 30 days, we're going to pull out and take back all of those freemium Pulse so that there's nobody just dumping on you forever. You want to get that over with. And the inflation rate is one of these things that's harder to decide. So you want to give people freemium Pulse. Okay. So does that mean you're setting all the contracts to 0 and all the holders to 0 and then injecting something? Well, that screws up the ratios on Uniswap. Okay. Well, then how do you handle maintaining the market data that's useful inside the Uniswap pairs, the ratios of native token, which would be Pulse, versus the ERC20s? Because the ERC20 pairs, they're not, probably not going to be affected at all. They're going to come over wholesale, right? So, if you're a guy that likes Link or a guy that likes, let's say you trade like Link versus DAI. Well, those pairs are probably going to be unaffected. They're going to come over 1-to-1 probably. And then you're going to have new value discovery for the thousands of tokens on Ethereum on the Pulse chain. It's going to be crazy because like you could have always wanted to be a whale on some ERC20. And then because you're able to get Pulse at such a higher rate through the sacrifice phase, you could become a whale in an ERC20 on Pulse that you might not have been able to on the mainnet Ethereum. It's going to be interesting. It's also going to show which projects were fake decentralized. Because if your project was truly decentralized and everything's open source, like Uniswap, at least Uni V1 and V2, V3 is a little bit less open source. It's like closed source for 2 years. You can't copy it, but then after 2 years you can. It's a commercial license. So, those real open source projects, you're going to see front ends pop up for really quickly because people want to trade this new thing they just got for free and is free to transact on. But the stuff that's like fake decentralized and is actually admin keys and oracles and crap like that, those things will only work if those permissioned special people let them work. So if the permissioned special people let, like most dApps don't even have multiple front ends. Like Hex has, 3 or 4 or 5 different ways you can use it. So if anyone goes down, it doesn't really matter. But in most dApps, if the front end goes down, you're just dead. You can't do anything unless you're a developer, and then you can hack together your own implementation.
So Richard,
that's just one of a bunch of design decisions. Another one is like who gets the freemium Pulse? Do Bitcoin holders get freemium Pulse? Is it just Ethereum holders? Is it Ethereum and BSC holders? Is it Ethereum, BSC, and TRX? Do we favor the smart contract enabled chains? How many bridges are there from Pulse to other chains that transmit value? There's a lot of interesting questions, The good news is a lot of this code is just already done because other people have done it. So the amount of stuff we have to custom code, it's really not that much. I mean, we're mostly done with the work that we need to do. Maybe still take another month or two, but it's going really fast.
Is that sacrifice stage?
Is the sacrifice stage what?
Is that how long till the sacrifice stage is complete and ready?
It could be a week or two from now. It really could be. It's a question of everything that I do is with no expectation of the work of others. So if good things happen to you, congratulations, you got lucky, great. But in Hex, it launched fully complete. You were to have no expectations of the profit from work of others. And even today, I maintain that same thing. If someone goes in a chat and types, hey, someone should do an advertisement for something, I'm like, yeah, you do it. You can have expectations of your own work. You can do your own work and make everything as awesome as you want to do it. But don't go and look for other people to do work for you. And I think in Pulse, it's a little bit different because Hex is a finished and complete product that people build on top of and build really cool things around. So for instance, Firebund developed a way that you can trade shares so that you could start a stake and then make shares in that stake sellable and charge a fee. And I hope to see him deploy that across other blockchains so that we can have Hex on every other smart contract enabled blockchain, or even dumber blockchains that just have tokenization, but not smart contracts. You might still be able to have, it's going to be less trustless, but on the smart contract enabled blockchains, you can have pretty trustless Hex shares trading on those things. And so the mainnet Hex, all you're going to see is like a really long stake, and then people are selling shares somewhere else. And so just probably will increase like the average stake length is my guess. May introduce us to more users, things like that. Yeah. I mean, this is like a whole new world. We got in, Hex popularized Uniswap. No one knew what it was. We were the first people to make it popular. We may be the first people to make cross-chain popular as well, because it's a cross-chain world. You can go into MetaMask and change one setting and you'll be able to start working on Pulse. No new wallet, no new private keys. It just works. So, Etherscan supports multiple chains, or the team that built Etherscan supports multiple chains. MetaMask supports multiple chains. 1inch.io is on multiple chains. AAVE is on multiple chains. It's now a multi-chain world, but people just don't realize it yet. So, we're going to be probably the largest airdrop in history. Well, definitely the largest airdrop in history. There will be no airdrop that has ever existed before where as many people got as many free coins. Every single 99.99% of every token on Ethereum is going to have a Pulse version. So it's like, it's never been done before. It's gonna be really exciting.
And Richard, can on those Pulse ERC20s of all the copies on the Pulse chain, are they going to start from zero? On the Pulse?
It's not yet decided. So we know the targeted difference in distribution between the ETH guys are just going to get freemium. They did, here's enough just to transact. Even in the beginning, unless there's a spam problem, you could have the nodes just allow people to transact for free. Like when I started in Bitcoin, when I started mining Bitcoin myself, you could send Bitcoin transactions for free. No one cared about a fee. I mean, Bitcoin didn't even have a price. So, I mean, even when it did have a price, you could still send transactions for free. The nodes, the validators that hold enough stake to like basically in Ethereum, you give mining companies a lot of money, you give electricity companies a lot of money, and then depending on how much hash rate you have, you get that % of the total block reward in the fees. It's not that great because what do they do with all the Ethereum they get in fees? They dump the Ethereum price. They hurt the Ethereum price with it, and they hurt the environment with it, which is the reason Ethereum wants to get out of it. They're trying to get to proof of stake as quickly as they can. And we can get to proof of stake before them because there's already proof of stake code that works, that we know works. And so we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're implementing it in a superior way that's single chain instead of multi-chain. So if you can remove the pollution, if you can give everyone the most free tokens they've ever received, if you've got bridges to other networks so that you can trade ePulse on Ethereum network, which then turns into Real Pulse on the Real Pulse network, be a bridge contract. The way bridge contracts works is it's like, okay, you have two networks. Okay, you put some Ethereum in the Ethereum network and you want to move it to Pulse. Fine. This contract locks the Ethereum on the Ethereum network and then issues the exact same amount of tokens on the Pulse network. And then you can trade them, send them, do what you want. And then when you want to get out, you just say, hey, I want out. And then you send a transaction on both networks and this network goes, okay, cool. You're out. And then it takes the Ethereum that it had locked and sends it to wherever you want. And so this idea that you can bridge value across two smart chain enabled networks makes it really cool because you can take anything that's of value on ETH and then basically kind of wrap it using the bridge. It's not like wrapped usually has counterparty risk. You can make bridges without counterparty risk. So most people don't. Most of the bridges do have counterparty risk. Like Matic, their bridge is controlled by whoever has the multi-sig keys. There's $3 billion in the Matic multi-sig like bridge contract, and they get to steal the money whenever they want. Maybe it has a 24-hour timer on it, maybe. So if it goes wrong and they decide to start stealing money, you get 24 hours race to get your money out of there because you don't even, when there's a multi-sig, you don't know if the same guy just holds both keys. Same guy could have both keys. Then a multi-sig doesn't matter. It's just extra attack surface. So, right now there's $3 billion sitting in Matic that anyone could steal basically. And I see this in DeFi all the time, and it's so disgusting to me. I got into cryptocurrency to remove middlemen and increase trustlessness and have my own personal power, my own sovereignty. And then everyone in crypto, they just do the opposite. They leave their keys on exchanges. They put their keys into unaudited garbage contracts. They put their keys behind admins and oracles. And then you're just like, yeah, well, the admin and oracle could lie and steal all your shit. And they do often. I mean, I tweet about it like every week. There's another like $30 to $50 million DeFi hack. It's not a hack. It's just stupid users. They give their money to stupid contracts. And you're like, stop doing that, guys. Did you love losing $50 million? What the fuck's wrong with you people, So I yell about it as loud as I can, but.
Hey, Richard, what about stable coins on the Pulse chain?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So if I were in charge of the USDC company, I would not honor Pulse USDC at a 1-to-1 valuation for US dollars in the bank account because those are already encumbered by the USDC that are minted on the Ethereum network directly. Mm-hmm. But I also wouldn't go and invalidate the coins, which they do have the admin keys to do. They could just invalidate all the coins, but then there's a possibility the users could sue them because it's very likely that those coins will find a value. Just like Tether lost $630 or $670 million to a Polish bank seizure. kept pegged to $1 the whole time. No one cared. And here they are today with, letters of audit from some bank or some accounting place somewhere that says that the money's fully backed. So, a letter of attestation, I believe is a technical term. So even if a stablecoin isn't actually backed by $1, I guarantee you it will have a value, and I guarantee that value will be higher than nothing. So it's like if I were in control of a stablecoin, I wouldn't honor redemptions for it, but I also would, if the network had adoption, want to issue a new USDC on it. So like TRX has USDC on it, EOS has USDC on it, Ethereum has USDC on it. There's a lot of networks that have USDC on them because it's useful to promote their brand and get new users and just get more people's money sucked into their bank accounts that they make interest on and you don't. I mean, that's their game, right? So with PulseChain starting with a bunch of users, I wouldn't be surprised if they would want to launch a, USDC from scratch in a new contract address on the chain, but I'm not sure that they would ever. I mean, people don't like it when you take their stuff away from them. They get pissed off about it. So
yeah,
and we may have some type of similar thing when we take away the freemium coins and the trial coins, but that's just what it is. Like if you give people trial stuff, coupons have expiration dates. That's how it works.
yeah.
You'll never find a coupon without an expiration date.
Richard, you were tweeting out the other day that new whales, we could be a whale with Pulse coming out.
Sure.
And like for the average Joe, like the small fish, like some of us, what would you be looking at as a minimum buy-in? Would it be around about the 10,000 USD mark, or would you be looking at?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I've seen horrible projects with terrible ideas that totally failed at launch get 600,000 Ethereum, which is $1.2 billion valuation at the time. Terrible idea, terrible implementation, failed at launch, admin keys everywhere, admin keys used to change everything, still have $1 billion in the project. 1.15 billion the last I looked. So, there's a very good chance that billions of dollars could come into Hex. Or rather, I'm not even used to saying Pulse. I'm so used to saying Hex, I don't even know how to say Pulse. There's a very good chance that you could see billions of dollars of tokens come into Pulse. But you can't predict it, it's really, that's the other thing is, there's a couple mechanics left. So the one innovative thing about the Pulse sacrifice phase would be, okay, Pulse is a zero value token we're giving for free only to holders of Ethereum at a very, very small rate, small enough for them to transact. Enjoy all your free ERC20s, homies. You're getting free ERC20s out your yin yang. Okay. The native token is going to be Pulse. So there's going to be probably a 10,000 to 1 ratio of people that get Pulse for free by sacrificing some other crypto than by just holding ETH natively. So, because the history of, if you do a fork and you just give everyone the keys and give everyone the coins for free off the bat, your price is basically doomed. So if you do the Ethereum Classic versus Ethereum chart, Ethereum Classic is doomed. If you do Bitcoin versus Bitcoin Cash is doomed. If you do, you cannot make a useful blockchain if the blockchain has no value, because blockchains are only secured if they have value. So if you want security, you need value. And if you want, to be able to buy without a 1,000,000,000% penalty, you need liquidity, and you need, there's things that you need to make blockchains useful. And giving everyone free coins, it doesn't work. And, so in Hex, we made sure that the whales didn't get any free coins. We reduced their stacks by 75% if you're over 10,000 coins, BTC. If you were over 1,000, we reduced you by 50%. And the way that I see it, I'm happy to see those reductions go even farther. Because if you flat rate everybody, so if coupons are useful to get people to try stuff so that they get more. There's a cost to coupons, there's a cost to free samples. You want, ideally, to only give free samples to people that buy more. And if you avoid giving free samples to people that don't buy more, it's maximum efficiency. So the question is, how do you tell the difference between someone that's going to buy more or not? And in the case of a blockchain, how do you tell the difference between someone that's going to use more or not? And, if you don't give, so I went on etherscan.io /accounts, which is the Ethereum rich list. Vitalik's number 26. He's got like 330,000 Ethereum. And then as you get to page 2, there's like 25 or 30 rows of just 150,000 wallets, 150,000 ETH, 150,000 ETH, 150,000 ETH, 100, and they've all had exactly 4 transactions, and I think they all had the transactions at the same time. This is just one entity. So when you look at the centralization inside Ethereum, you're just like, do you really, like, you're supposed to hold your own private keys. That's what cryptocurrency is all about, to get rid of middlemen. So people give their private keys to exchanges instead. So then the exchanges lose the money or get hacked. Do you want to screw users over by giving free Pulse to exchanges, and then the exchanges lose them or get hacked or don't give you access to them? It's just terrible, right? So you don't want to give free coins to whales. You don't want to give free coins to people that won't buy more, but it's really hard to tell. So you end up just giving them to a lot of people, probably. But then if they don't use them quickly, you take them back, right? Because you imagine, do you want to reward people that just don't interact and just sit around? So imagine if you've given someone like 1,000 Bitcoin as like a bounty back in 2011, didn't cost you much. It cost you $50. But now 1,000 Bitcoin is $5 million more. Like it's a lot more, actually. It's $50 million.
It's a lot of money.
So yeah, it's $55 million.
Yeah.
So, and that guy, he got $55 million. He probably has more than you because you actually were engaged and might have sold somewhere. And he was just dumb and like, oh, what's going on? Oh, I found a hard drive. I have $55 million now. That is stupid to me. Like, I don't think you should reward people for not doing the right thing. And just sitting around with your thumb up your ass isn't helping the network and isn't helping do anything except enter you for a lottery that you might get rich one day. So, the idea of taking back the freemium coins is an awesome idea. And the idea of underpaying all the whales and just paying them a flat rate so that you can give everyone else a little bit more is also an awesome idea. But then you got to watch for people trying to game the system and make a bunch of fake accounts. So you have to manually look at each chain that you plan on giving free stuff to and decide where the whale cutoff is. It's a manually intense process.
And Richard, the validators. So the validators, you said was it 33? Was it?
Well, I mean, it's a number. It's basically a number that is. There's a power law distribution by which people's hardware and connectivity just gets crappier. And so the question is, with a network of a certain size, what is the likelihood that you have participants with top tier equipment and top tier connectivity and the ability to maintain their uptime? And then the larger you make that set that you rotate through, the more likely it is that you're going to hit less quality equipment. So if you reduce the number of people that are allowed to be in the validator rotation, then you increase the quality of the average user experience with each of those nodes. And the nodes could be actually, what you think is one node could actually be a computer that's spread across many computers. It could be a cluster. So,
obviously you need a massive lot of hardware to be a validator. And how will you go about?
Not like you think you do. So when you're mining Ethereum or mining Bitcoin, which are proof of work networks, you have to waste millions and millions of dollars of electricity with millions and millions of dollars of hardware to do the world's dumbest, stupidest brute force problem, which is purely waste and has no utility at all, except that it makes people think the network's secure. And if people were trying to 51% attack you, it makes that particular type of attack more expensive. So when you remove the miners, now they're not going to pollute the environment. They're not going to dump the price with their block rewards. Pulse is going to have 0% inflation and burn 25% of the fees. So there's no block rewards and there's no paying for mining hardware. So what you have basically is you may have a lot of people using bandwidth, to check the status of things. So for instance, in Ethereum, most of the bandwidth goes through a server farm on AWS that Infura runs. And when Infura goes down, most of Ethereum kind of takes a pause because it's just easier to wait for them to come back up than for everybody to go into MetaMask and choose a different server. Because, MetaMask defaults to using Infura. They're both owned by Consensus. So
And how are you going to choose them, Richard? How are you going to choose the validators?
Well, it's delegated. It's delegated.
By who?
It's who. So it's really neat. Like, we didn't even have to figure this stuff out. This stuff was already pre-done by other projects. I'm like, yes, we know it works great. So in this particular instance, it's called, they use different words for it. I'll just call it delegated proof of stake, but other projects use terms like proof of authority, and everyone has their own different word for basically the same stuff. You, if you have Pulse, can lock your Pulse, stake it, no time involved. There's no time component here. And then you can delegate your stake to the validator of your choice. And the validator can set a parameter that rewards you a % of fees. So by choosing efficient validators, you can get the highest percentage of your fees back. And then whichever validators attract the most stake or just generated the stake on their own through sacrificing or acquiring on the open market or whatever they're doing, those people that choose to be validators that have the top, 33, 50, some 2-digit number amount of stake have the ability to be a validator if they choose to. And if they don't want to, they can they can delegate their stake to somebody else. And basically the validator set will be whomever wants to validate that has more stake delegated to them than the X number of people below them. And so off the top of my head, 33 is an okay number. I mean, these are parameters you could fool around with later. So this is, like once you're doing some pre-optimization here. Like what's the ideal number of validators? Not sure. Might be 21, might be 50, might be 100, might be 200. Doesn't really matter that much. We'll know once the network's launched, and then all blockchains are socially enforced consensus. And so if there's something that improves the network, and all of the validators go, yeah, this is a good idea, I'd like to see that happen, then they all just update their clients to the new code that does the new smarter thing. And that's how you get improvements in all blockchains.
Yeah.
That are actually distributed. The nodes, the validators or miners decide to run the new code that has the new rule, which makes the network better.
Cool. Richard, oh, sorry, go ahead. Who was that?
It was me, Sammy. Hey, Richard, I'm interested in learning a little bit more about X, the placeholder token. Am I right in assuming that the sacrifice phase will take place before the snapshot?
Yeah. Yes.
Awesome. So,
I mean, we've got these competing parameters that are hard to optimize for. So, I mean, I'll tell you what the parameters are, and you can feel free to come into t.me/PulseChain.com and, help optimize some of them. And it doesn't really slow down development because the things that the developers are working on right now, they don't have to do with this particular thing. So it's not slowing down development. We have time to figure these things out. It's ideal if free coins are given to people before they have value. If you're in a jurisdiction where you are taxed when you receive income, and if you're in a jurisdiction where cryptocurrency, when it arrives in your possession, is considered income, then you would prefer to take possession of your newfound crypto at zero valuation so that you owe zero tax because it's not worth anything. And then it can appreciate and be worth a shitload. And then lucky you don't have to pay any tax. Now look, I'm not an accountant, not a tax advisor, do your own research, et cetera, but I can tell you that Ethereum, or rather Bitcoin, was invented by Satoshi, and Satoshi didn't pay any tax. And he's got 1 million Bitcoin. So that's what, $5 billion, maybe $50 billion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
So does he owe any tax on that? No, he doesn't. Those are unrealized capital gains. Now look, so if you can get Pulse into people's hands at a zero valuation and then have it accrue value afterwards, that's ideal. And so,
Absolutely.
The timing and mechanisms by which you would cause that to occur, just throwing some ideas off the top of my head. If you have a sacrifice set of people that have sacrificed their crypto to addresses, and the understanding is that you will have no expectation of the work of others, you will never ever benefit from this money. It is truly a sacrifice. It is gone. It is no longer in your hands. And by the way, cryptocurrencies have done this before. Like the counterparty XCP project burnt 2,000 Bitcoin. Gone, burnt, sent to a burn address. They probably feel real stupid about that now that their project's worth about nothing. Oops, maybe they shouldn't have burnt the coins, right?
Yeah.
So dumb. So like the sacrifice address, when you sacrifice, you will lose, but it's likely something else will gain. And it's likely that you should like that because that's something else. Maybe they've got similar values to you and maybe they like the same stuff you like. And maybe they should, enjoy having what you used to have. So it's important if people put money into a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others, and or there is managerial or entrepreneurial effort that is critical without which a project would fail, the securities regulators look and they're like, you might be a security. And so why not just avoid all that and design around all that and not have a security? And that's, a lot of the language I use and a lot of the design parameters we use are so that we are not creating unregistered securities. I care about the law and I want to follow the law to the best of my ability. Where I'm at in my life, more money is not actually going to change anything. Like I spend this much of what I have, like barely anything. So, having more just makes me spend, microscope amount. It's kind of stupid. Like at some point I should probably figure out better ways to use what I have.
You're doing this all wrong.
Yeah, like at some point I should, we'll see.
Take a vacay.
It's just I'm focused on building right now, So, go ahead.
Is Pulse costing you a lot of money to do the whole operation?
No, it's
just go hire some developers to do anything and let me know how it works out. I don't give a shit what you're doing, no matter how stupid it is, no matter how easy it is. Go hire developers to do something and let me know how it works out. You know how late Hex was? You know how many developers I went through?
Yeah. Xcoin, would you encourage the Hexicans to buy Hex for the sacrifice? Is that a good idea?
I mean, there is some interesting game theory that I will present to you. I'm doing my absolute best not to talk about price and pulse. Everyone should figure out with their galaxy brains how things are going to go because they're smarter than everybody else. So with Hex, I made it very clear. Here's what the design intentions are. Here's what we want to happen. Not going to do that with Pulse. I'm not going to tell you anything about price, multiples, none of that shit. But you all can feel like galaxy brains by figuring it out because that's apparently what everyone loves. You go on Bitcoin's homepage, doesn't say anything about price dumps, doesn't say anything about price pumps, doesn't say anything about price at all. Isn't that funny? You go on bitcoin.org, it's like the price doesn't exist. You go on ethereum.org, hey, there's no price. There's no price. Isn't that? We're not going to mention we dumped 95%. No, it's just like a fucking joke. So, I tell the truth and tell people what the risks really are and tell them how often things dump and like make all these accurate predictions. And then I'm demonized for telling the truth. So this time, fine. You fuckers want to play pretend and like, oh, these things aren't supposed to go up in value. We're all in it for the tech. Okay, that's what we're doing. Fine. That's what we're doing, right? Just like this live stream, right? This live stream is called like Bitcoin and Ethereum crashed to zero. This stream ain't got a single thing to do with that. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And you can figure that when you show up, right? Because the people that already know what's going on, they're already watching. But the new people that are going to get screwed by all the fake videos you see out there teaching how to lose all your money margin trading, you think you're going to get rich, but you really get poor. The less the people watch that, the more they watch this, the less wrecked they're going to be. So we're trying to save people with the retarded, dumb headlines that they're just clicking for everybody else. You're like, fine, I hate to do it. I absolutely hate to do this misleading headline shit. But if it's what it takes to save people, okay, fine. That's what we're going to do. Try and save people.
We can always count on you to do that, Richard. You really tell the truth. You don't talk shit, and you said it straight. Tell it how it is. And it rings a bell with the community. They love that about you. We all love that about you.
Thank you. It was just somewhere in StreamYard that I could have it just like auto select who's talking, but I don't know any way to do that. So you guys are all just little. You're all like little munchkins in my screen.
So I think we're all on tenterhooks about this game theory that you alluded to a moment ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I can fill you in. I mean, if you're unintelligent, I can just tell you free coins. Every ERC20 you love, almost every single one, free version on the PulseChain, free transactions, higher throughput, more environmentally friendly, better game theory, less inflation, just all these cool features, right? Okay, how do I get it? Well, this part is a little bit more interesting. So in Hex, you were able to transform Ethereum into Hex. You mint your own coins. You do all the work. The coins didn't exist before you made them. Looks similar to Bitcoin mining with different network rules, right? Bitcoin mining is you gave money to a mining hardware manufacturer and you gave money to a electricity company, and now you can mint your own coins. That's their network rules. Ethereum network rules, the same, as long as it's proof of work, which it currently is. And then in this system, I think what's cool is we can give the Pulse chain, we'll call them Pulse tokens, or just Pulse. We can give the Pulse to people that have sacrificed. They've sacrificed addresses that they know will never benefit them. Okay, so and there's a political statement involved. You prefer that fees and cryptocurrencies be affordable. That's the political statement. Okay, you're making a political statement to join a list of people of similar political belief. Awesome. And then you're going to get some free Pulse because the founder of Pulse or the developers of Pulse or whoever launches a Pulse network just decides that he has to bootstrap the network somehow, and he has to give his coins to somebody. So why not those guys? They seem like nice guys. And then now people that have sacrificed, they get the vast majority of the Pulse. Now, what types of sacrifice can they perform? You'll be able to sacrifice Hex. You'll be able to sacrifice Ethereum. You'll be able to sacrifice Bitcoin. You'll probably be able to sacrifice a bunch of other things as well. So,
hey, Richard.
Yeah.
Will Pulse have a longer, bigger pays better time lock for liquidity providers?
No. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not doing any timing optimization, or I'm not monetizing time with Pulse. If you're interested in speculating on the monetization of time, Hex does that. That's what Hex does. Pulse is a different play. Pulse is you're interested in higher throughput, freemium on-ramping, scale that comes from being able to onboard so many extra communities because you have so many more eyeballs, because you have every imaginable sales pitch tied to the token, right? For instance, Hex brought thousands and thousands of users to the Ethereum network that would not have otherwise been there. And new projects that launch on Pulse will bring thousands of users to Pulse that wouldn't have otherwise been there. So it's just a different play. If you like monetizing time, Hex is that. So I don't foresee having any type of time-based. I mean, the only time-based mechanic that I can think of is in the sacrifice phase. I think everyone during the first 7 days, to prevent like front running, like you don't want to reward someone for being a second faster than someone else. Why? Why would you do that? Did it benefit anyone else that one guy was faster by a second than another guy? No, it didn't benefit anyone, right? It's garbage. So you want the first 7 days of people to get in at probably the same time value, maybe the same volume value. And so there's this thing called a bonding curve. What is a bonding curve? You just picture a curve, and I'll draw it for you guys at home backwards, so it looks good on your monitor. So up and to the right. So if in a normal bonding curve, whoever gets in earliest takes up this amount of the area in the curve. And then whoever gets in after him pays the next spot, and whoever gets in after him takes the next spot. And this is the price that keeps going up. So if you got in here, you could pay little. If you had to get in after that guy, you had to pay more. If you had to get in after that guy, you had to pay more. And the more of a chunk somebody eats with their volume, the higher up the next guy has to get in. And this is a successful launch mechanic. It's launched numerous tokens, some of which are worth billions of dollars. And then so this is a volume-based bonding curve ramp. I said, well, okay, well, let's have time as well. But we don't want to reward time so much that you reward somebody for front running. So let's just group together the first seven days of guys. Maybe it's 3 days, maybe it's 7 days. Haven't decided that. And then these guys are going to get in at basically the same value, but maybe we'll order them by size. So if you do if you're like the biggest deposit, then you get this position. If you're slightly, less big, you get this one. So there's basically, you don't want to reward front runners. You do want to reward early adopters, and you do care about time as you approach the end. Care less in the beginning, but as you approach the end, you care about time. So I figured, all right, we could just scale the daily ramp by 4.1%. We could scale the volume ramp by 4.1% per $1 million. in $100 million valuation, it ramps up to a 60x, but the smart money got in so early that they're not going to be on that ramp because they're going to be on the same kind of 7-day level in the beginning. And, you know, and then I came up with a mechanic that mirrors the Olympic events where you get silver, bronze, gold. And then I analyzed how other countries rewarded their Olympic athletes based on that ratio. And, you know, the highest paying people are Singapore, that pays, I believe, 250, 500 million. And then the United States is like far less at like 18, 36, 60. And so, you know, most countries, they just ramp up 50% each guy. So like if a guy's a 10, this guy's 15, this guy's 22.5. And then, you know, the countries that like overpay because they have smaller populations, they usually like double and then double. So those are two mechanics that I know work in the most competitive events in the world and the most highly viewed events in the world. And so I believe that same type of game theory could be applicable to, you know, getting some interesting, you know, another thing you could do is you could have leagues where if someone kicks you out of your league, now you're, you know, on a different plateau. And that type of mechanic, though short-lived, could be interesting to see, you know, what people do. Because having an interesting launch phase is valuable on its own. People do like to see what's going on. They do like to see how they rank versus other people. And they do like to see who just got knocked out, you know. So I'm looking, you know, those things are not yet set in stone. But I would love to come to an acceptable solution on the things regarding the sacrifice phase, because the sacrifice phase is going to occur ideally within a week or two. I mean, if we can get the sacrifice phase to occur ideally within a week or two, that's great. And then the actual, some of the design parameters of the chain itself, it can happen later, you know? So,
yeah. So we'll be able to stake Pulse, is that right, Richard?
Yes. Yep.
And
it's not like a hex stake where there's time involved. It's just you can unstake whenever you want.
Cool. And what sort of ROI would we be looking at with that?
It's impossible to calculate because we don't know that there will be any fee income. So if everything on this network is extremely cheap, as it should be, then the fees are going to be extremely low. Then the people running validators are probably going to lose money, which is okay if they're sitting on a large enough bag that they're happy to lose some money to make sure their bag does well. So, you know, the revenue for a staker is based on the revenue of the validator. The revenue of validator is based only on fees. There ain't going to be no fees in the beginning. So, you know, as you get users and as you find adoption, which I think the largest airdrop in history might just do the trick. Just even if, you know, by the way, like even if there was none of that and we just had hexagons on it, it's a lot of adoption, you know, but it wouldn't be enough adoption to require fees. I mean, you could serve every hexagon with the P hex, pulse hex. You know, you could serve all that with no fees. I mean, so the thing with fees is like there's infinite demand for free storage and there's infinite demand for free bandwidth. And so in the end, there isn't actually any such thing as free. In the end, things seem free until they're abused and then they develop a cost to prevent the abuse. That's the reason you have to pay for your SMS phone number. That's the reason you have to pay for your email address by watching ads. You know, like there ain't no really such thing as free. Well, I mean, sometimes there is. Hexagon's made a lot of money on free Uniswap, a lot of money on free 1inch, a lot of money on free Torn, a lot of money on free a lot of stuff. And now they're probably a bunch of them going to make a lot of free money on all these Pulse tokens as well. So there is actually some free money in the world, you know, like millions and millions of dollars of it, oddly enough. So just explaining it to you that you cannot set forever free on something because people will just use it until something breaks. So everyone's hard drives will fill up, or everyone's bandwidth will get filled up, or, you know, so you do want a healthy fee market. And there's another reason, even though we have 4 times higher throughput than Ethereum at launch, you know, that means that there's only so many transactions a day that could be done, maybe 4 million, 6 million, something like that. Well, if you don't have a fee market, then maybe the high value use cases won't be able to get in and the dumb, cheap use cases do get in. And that's not efficient for the world. You want the high value use cases to be able to outprice the low value use cases so that you get maximum utility out of a limited resource, you know? So like bidding for limited resources is a well researched sociological phenomena that economists,
Yeah. Hey, Richard, this is a question from the community. I already know the Pulse is going to be awesome because you made it. But they said...
Got a little brown right now there, Sammy.
I don't mind. I like Sammy. I take all the... Listen, I'm treated mean everywhere enough that to be treated nice once in a while, it's a treasure. Treat.
I love you, Richard. And yeah, it's not nice. We won't go into that yet. All right, so one of the guys in the community said that you said the F is the dumb pipe that accrues no real value. How will Pulse...
Sure, the chart doesn't agree with that statement. The ETH chart thinks that statement is stupid. So if we can live in a world, so I'll present you both cases here. Now that you see 1inch on multi-chain, AAVE on multi-chain, Hex is going to be multi-chain, absolutely all of the ERC20 tokens are going to be multi-chain because I'm making them so, except for a couple bad actors. That means that more value can accrue to the endpoints that operate across multiple chains. So Ethereum is not going to make any money on, USDC on TRX because the USDC people's fees pay the TRX network, right? Ethereum is not going to make any money on the USDC on EOS because the people transacting on USDC on EOS, they pay EOS fees, right? So by the way, I'm just assuming it's there. Might not even actually be there, but I know that these stablecoins do tend to be across multiple chains. I don't know anything about the EOS chain, other than, I know it's technical parameters, but I don't know much about its adoption. So this means the multi-chain universe is one that favors the endpoints because now they will aggregate income across multiple chains. So, in the world that we're in today, Ethereum has a bunch of compelling things coming up, right? Like it has EIP 1559 fee burning coming up. It's got maybe ETH 2.0 coming up. And those two things are basically only valuable for the reason that I'm doing them earlier than they are. So they want to get rid of miners dumping the price. Okay, Pulse does that. They want to get fee burning. Okay, Pulse does that. But even with the EIP 1559, they're still having inflation. We're not even going to have inflation, and even with the EIP 1559, you can't get paid as a holder to stake it and get a percentage of fees. It's not an option for you. It will be an option for you in ETH 2.0. It's not an option for you in ETH 1.0. In any of the suggested EIPs, it's not an option. You're not going to have any staking features or rewards for holding or any of those things in ETH 1.0. So we're beating Ethereum to market with their own ideas, which is pretty awesome. It's pretty cool. And no one can say it's a bad idea because you're like, oh, it's a bad idea. You think it's a bad idea? Well, it's coming for you. It's on the roadmap. There it is right there. You can go try the code and testnet, So I know that these ideas are good. And I know the vast majority of these ideas are being executed in other places. And I'm just bringing the best of all those worlds and adding the Ethereum state to benefit all the people that are currently being screwed over by the fees. I mean, the Ethereum fees are absolutely disgusting. They're horrible. And the miners just dump the price with the ETH that they're getting. So it's not good for anybody, So we're going to make Ethereum more valuable by giving them free tokens, giving them a place to transact for free, reducing the load on their network, reducing the price pressure from over fee payment to miners who dump for electricity, reducing the pollution. It's just good for everybody. It's a really good idea. And it's going to reward the original teams. Say again?
I said ETH saving instead of the ETH killer. That's the stance, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I would imagine that the majority in the beginning, before Pulse is listed on large exchanges with their own fiat on-ramps, I would imagine that the majority of USD denominated value that finds its way to a bank account somewhere is going to transverse through a bridge to a network that already has those bridges. So I think an Ethereum bridge makes sense. I think a BSC bridge makes sense. It's a relatively simple and intelligent solution to transmit value across networks. And that's what cryptocurrency was invented to do. Cryptocurrency was invented to trustlessly, without middlemen, transmit value from one network user to another network user. And so bridges are a wonderful way to do that if you do them correctly. And I've never actually seen one done correctly yet. They all have admin keys where the admins can just steal all the money. I find that disgusting. So, when we code our bridge, I would prefer to see it truly trustless, where no admin can come along and steal all the damn money. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And I don't understand. I mean, look, there's $500,000 of hex sitting in a Matic bridge. Okay, I wouldn't do it, but I guess other people are happy to do it. So, so this shows the importance of the other chains. So Ethereum is a very important chain for Pulse because how many of our users use both? Probably a lot, right? And how many people are going to off ramp their profits from Pulse into the ETH Pulse or into the ETH on the ETH network, right? So it's bi-directional. You'll have Ethereum that turns into Pulse Ethereum PETH, and you'll have Pulse that turns into ePulse, and you'll be able to trade on Uniswap pairs on both chains, and the Pulse side is going to be cheaper because there's less fees, and it'll be interesting to see how it evolves with liquidity. So it could be very likely that some ERC20s have more liquidity on the Pulse side than on the Ethereum side, because why do you want people to pay $60 to do a trade on Uniswap? It sucks. A $60 trade on Uniswap, I've seen it as high as $150.
Hey, Richard, surely the cheap Pulse network will attract a lot of users from the Ethereum network because the transactions only cost pennies.
If that, they might not even cost pennies. We'll see. And
just a question from the community. Why a 10,000x F supply for Pulse is chosen instead of, say, a 100x or a 1,000x supply?
It's basically just guessing. So I guessed the hex units, and it worked out perfectly. So now one hex costs like 1.7, 1.8 cents. Would you want your hex to cost more? Not really. A penny is a great unit of account. It works great for the United States, the world's global reserve currency. And then, okay, so we 100x, now we're $2. Is that too expensive for a hex? No, that's also a good number. I like that number too. But if I didn't have the supply set where I did, then you might, if there wasn't 600 billion units of hex and there was only 6 million units, each hex would cost thousands and thousands of dollars now. And do you want to trade? Do you want to buy a coffee for a decimal of hex? No, it sucks. Nobody likes decimals. So it's a guessing game as to what the USD evaluation of the coin will be. And so right now, I'll give you some math. Let me give you some math real quick. Right now, Bitcoin's worth $1 trillion. Feels funny to say that. Got to tell you. Ethereum is worth a third of that at 320 billion. BNB is worth 100 billion, which is a third of Ethereum. So if you look at the way that the rankings go currently, it's one third, which is interesting because remember I told you the rankings for gold, silver, bronze earlier, you just add 50% to each. Well, in this model, you're multiplying by 3 for each. So number 3 is at 100 billion. Next one up is at 300 billion. Next one's up is at $1 trillion, which is basically 900 billion, right? Times 3, times 3, times 3. So let's say that we got, I'm just pulling a random number here, just random, right? So what if we only got 5% of Ethereum's valuation with higher throughput, higher utility, better game theory, less waste, more free coins? You can't possibly have more free coins, I think you could realistically, you wouldn't be surprised if you got 5%. You really wouldn't be. I mean, even with Hex, we got 3% of people that could have claimed their free Hex as a Bitcoin holder to claim it. And that's a much larger community. And so we got 3% of Bitcoin people to play along with Hex. And I don't think I think 5%, it wouldn't surprise me at all. So Look, I don't have a crystal ball. We'll see how it goes, but I wouldn't be surprised at 5%. All right, so what's 5% of Ethereum's valuation right now? Let's do some math. 320B. Actually going to use a site that cheats. Wolfram Alpha. I love it because you can just actually use words with it. You don't have to like guess how many zeros you've typed. So you can just type 320 billion divided by, times 5%. 320 billion divided by 20. That's 5%. And the answer is 1.6 times 10 to the 10th, which is 16 billion. So now if you go, okay, well, you've got a $16 billion valuation. If you capture 5% of Ethereum's market cap, and then how many units do you want to have? Well, I mean, right now, let's say you kept the same units of Ethereum. So Ethereum has 100 and I gotta scroll out for this actually. Ethereum has 115 million Ethereum out there. So 115 million times 2770 gives you the $320 billion valuation. So now we're using a 5% grab with like 300 and where did it go? Oops. 16 billion is 5% of 320 million. So now, which was easy to know, you could just divide by 10 and cut it in half if you want to get 5%. So now you're at 16 billion and you've got 1 million units. And now basically I just take 2770 times 0.05. And now you're at each pulse being $138. So do you want to have $138 pulse? Or do you prefer to have more affordable pulse? I prefer more affordable. New people, new to cryptocurrency, they feel richer when they can buy more units. There's a thing called unit bias. And, right now BNB is a third of Ethereum's valuation. And so now with the same units as Ethereum, we would have, 6 times higher, or at 5. Yeah, we would have 6 times higher price. So like if we got the same percent of market cap of Ethereum that BNB currently has, our unit price having the same number of units that Ethereum has, 1.1 million or 115 million, would be like $1,000 pulse. Well, I'd rather have something to grow into, I don't want to get to $1,000 pulse so quickly. So it's really a guessing game, and any of these units could work and would work. They're just going to change how people price things.
Hey, Richard, I got another question from the community.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
How do you handle the rage from the ETH community and many other ERC20 founders if you get rage at all?
Well, one, I don't give a fuck because I've never given a fuck. I'm a better person than these people. I make a better impact in the world. I do more things to help people than almost anyone else in cryptocurrency. So you go to richardhart.com. You can see me making accurate price calls. You can see me giving away free videos, free 8-hour live long streams where I answer everybody's questions, free trading advice, which I don't do much anymore, but I used to do a lot of. Here's where you set your stop losses. Here's why you shouldn't get liquidated. Here's why you should have a stop loss before your liquidation. Here's why limits pay better than market order. But I don't do that anymore because it makes people lose money because they get into a bad habit of doing bad shit and then they just lose all their money. Traders lose. So if you don't promote trading or talk about it much, it helps people not lose. I help people lose weight. I help people stop drinking, stop gaming, stop trading, give away free books. I wrote 2 free books. I'm giving them away for free. I can't do more other than just start adopting kids to be a good person.
I know, right?
So, it just, if they don't like me, they can fuck themselves. There's something wrong with them. I'm a better human being than they are. And it's measurable. And I've been doing it for fucking years. You could go show me when you called out fake Satoshi in person. No, I'm the guy that did that. All you faggots didn't do that.
Right
Maybe
on.
only 2 other people did that,
Yeah.
So I'm doing what people should do. And if they don't like the free stuff, fuck off. Don't take the free stuff. But do let me know when you're making free stuff so that I can come take it from you and shit talk you.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just absurd to me. Absolutely absurd to me.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. It's the amount of flack you got is ridiculous. And You know, you're such a great person. I started following you back in 2017 and listened to you since then, and you've added so much value just to humankind, and not just for my own trading advice, but all of us around who realise you for who you are and what you are, which is definitely not things that these other people are going on about Twitter and, you know, calling you this and that. It's really cruel to watch. And I know you don't give a shit, and you've handled it
well,
really
I do give a
well.
shit. Like, I mean, I say I don't give a shit, but I would prefer everyone to be nice, you know, like,
Sure.
So I deal with it because I have to deal with it and I'm used to it. But like, I would prefer at some point to get some of the rewards for being a good person. You know, so
Don't
it's like,
worry,
for instance,
we all get blocked defending it. Don't worry, we're cool with it though.
Yeah. I mean, it's like with Pulse, I could just do what everyone else did and make a fork of Ethereum and leave it blank and empty, and just go fork all of the projects that made a lot of money. So you're like, okay, let's do a TRX. That's what they did. They forked Ethereum and made copies of the shit that worked, and now he's got $1 trillion. Okay, let's do what Matic did. They fork Ethereum, they make an empty fork, and then they put their own fucking copy of Uniswap on there, duct tape a token to it, and now they're making a shitload of money. Okay, let's do an XDAI. Let's do, you know, this idea that you just fork Ethereum and shove every successful project under it with you owning all the tokens. That's what everyone else is doing, and they're actually being quite successful at it. And Etherscan's integrating with them, and MetaMask is integrating with them, and everyone's having a good old fucking time of it. You know, the $3 billion is sitting in Matic right now. Where did it come from? It came from Ethereans. Those are Ethereum tokens. In a fucking single contract with a multi-sig apparently on a time lock, that they could just empty of all the fucking money.
Yeah.
I'm going to do things better, and just hopefully people eventually recognize it.
You do, Richard. You do. And, you know, it almost hurts me. I mean, I'm a woman, so we're different, Venus, Mars, whatever. But to know you and to have followed you, and, you know, to see these people just start, you know, bullshitting and, you know, calling you this, calling you that, it's actually quite hurtful.
I like when people tell me that, like, they saw me crying during the Bitcoin dip. You're like, yeah, I cried at 8,500. It went to 3,000. Maybe you should have been crying too, dickhead. By the way, I called the top at 20K.
We all cry, Richard.
Like,
fucking deal.
You're like, you know, it just, so I get flack for being right. You're like, yeah, the thing dumped like shit. And then other people tell me this. They're like, no, you were shilling in 2017 at the end. I was like, yes, I was. The price went up 40% after that video. And then before it fucking dumped, I told you. And here's the evidence. Here's the timestamps. And I have to put this shit on richardhart.com because people just say the opposite to me constantly. Hex has had 100% uptime on the front end. It's had 100% uptime on the back end. It's been absolutely fantastically amazing. Well, everything else has gone down and got fucked. Coinbase is down all the time. Kraken's down all the time. Hotbit's down all the time. DeFi projects are hacked left and fucking right. Binance has been hacked. KuCoin's been hacked. Who the fuck's doing a good job? Hex is doing a good job.
Absolutely.
Period.
I have a question for you, Richard.
Say again?
I do have a question. Since you've been talking about PulseChain, has there been any big names in crypto that have reached out to you to kind of figure out what's going on, or you know, kind of get a heads up on that?
I'm happy. Very for curious. Them to all buy the top fuckers. VCs, you want in? You can buy with everybody else. You can get nothing special. Influencers, you want in? Fuck you guys. You can miss this boat too. You can buy later. I'm happy if all this fucks missed the boat. If every influencer misses a boat and every VC misses the boat, fuck you guys. We don't need you. We do not need you. Hex didn't need you, and Pulse doesn't need you, because we can do all this stuff on our own.
I love
Let me put it this way. Think about how much money I have, and think about what I can do with that if I choose to. I have a lot of options available to me. So, like, I don't need any of these motherfuckers. I do not.
No. But it just goes to show how many arseholes are on crypto Twitter. I mean, they are really attention-seeking, spiteful assholes who speak shit, they don't do any research, and just want clout. And if you've seen the Hexagons get in there, and they get them, they just basically tell them where to go and basically explain themselves. And these guys got no idea. It's really sad to see people that way.
It's comical.
You know, like, it's Satoshi said it best. I don't have time to convince you. You'll just see it when it works out. You know, I'm going to keep building shit, and other people can quit hating. They're like, look, I changed my username to like Richard Hart is forking Ethereum, and so I'll just see influencers post, and I'll just post on there something relevant, just to get my headline out there. You know, because now's the time to get input on the game theory. And there are occasionally some people, maybe 1 out of 1,000, that has something useful to say. And they could really affect the performance and success of the project if you have good input now. So for instance, I'm thinking, everyone has done very well with some type of liquidity farming thing. And so you kind of would like to see some kind of mechanic in there like that. I haven't addressed that yet. So, a liquidity farming kind of mechanic, I would like to see in there somewhere. So that's the next, like choosing the units, which we could do some testing. Like a lot of these, if we choose some units and then we run it on testnet, and we hit edge cases we can avoid by changing the units, we'll change the units, like they're not that important. It's nice if we can have a 10,000 to 1 ratio, but you can achieve a 10,000 to 1 ratio by just reducing what's already there instead of making the new more. And so you can do either or both or a combination. So changing the shape of the distribution is something that we have time to experiment with on testnet. Because if you can cause like more contracts to be happier with some unit number, then you might want to choose that. Other things like the possible liquidity farming, we don't have to figure that out right now. We could have, you kind of want to have that before the sacrifice phase starts. I prefer it. It doesn't have to be, but I kind of would prefer it. This is another thing where I got to remind people, when you sacrifice, you have to have no expectation of work of others. You have to. You're sacrificing to make a political statement and join a set of like-minded people who also sacrifice to create a list of people that if other coins want to come along and give you guys free stuff, of which I only know one coin and one chain that's interested in doing that currently, it's Pulse. There may be other coins that other people just go, oh, look, this is a nice set that I can seed my user base with. You might, we've seen this time and time again in crypto where the Uniswap people gave free Unicoins to anyone that used Uniswap and anyone that provided liquidity. The 1inch people gave free coins to most of the people that used it. The Tornado Cash people gave free coins to most of the people that used it. And you go down this list of different tokens choose to give their free coins to a set of people for whatever reason they choose. And they can choose that reason however they like. And so we have a well-established precedent of people giving free coins to a group of users that have something in common. And, this will be the first time that I've seen it maybe across chains. So, you could sacrifice on Bitcoin, you could sacrifice on Ethereum, you could sacrifice probably on XRP, you could sacrifice probably on XLM, probably on ADA, a lot of different things, right? Probably DAI, probably USDC. So, you're going to be able to sacrifice multi-chain and then the building of the network is an unrelated thing. The network gets built and you hope that, the people that wanted to give you a free thing do give you the free thing. This is very important to set these expectations properly, because if you set them improperly, you have a security. So once again, to remind you what a security is, if you give money to a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others, and perhaps there's a critical entrepreneurial effort or managerial effort without which the project would fail, you might have a security, and that's a regulated activity. And I have no interest in launching securities. So the things that we do must not have those parameters. So,
fair enough. Hey, Richard, sorry, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I was just going to jump back in because we did have a super chat come through, and I know the community is very, very interested in clarifying your thoughts on whether you think it'll be optimal for us as a community to transfer the majority of our cryptocurrencies into Hex for the sacrifice. I'm sorry to keep
Sure,
going back
I
to
can
that.
cover that.
No, I'll just get trolled if I.
So chat, this will be the second stream in a row where chat has complained that I'm not wearing a Hex shirt. Listen, guys, you have to understand what gets new users. Do you think I'm able to more easily on-ramp new users if I wear a biased t-shirt? We're trying to bring new people into the community. We're trying to bring Bitcoiners in, Ethereum people in, XRP people in, Dogecoin people in. We're trying to expand the community. When you're wearing a t-shirt that says a specific thing on it, those people tend to not want to hear what the hell you're talking about. But if you wear a general look how rich I am t-shirt, everybody likes to look at rich people. So if I have and by the way, as far as my thumbnails go, I don't do custom thumbnails, and seeing me in the same exact shirt every single fucking time tends to make your brain think it's the same fucking video because the same background, same shirt, same guy. What, you sure this ain't the same video? So it helps to change up the outfit a little bit. So that it's not a mistake that I'm doing this. I'm doing this on purpose. And the things that I do end up to pump your fucking hex bags. So don't tell me about marketing on this.
You're looking.
I know how to market. Okay?
Looking very.
You're here because I broke my ass to get you here. You're here because I reached out to you. That's how everybody got here. Well, actually, the community's been doing so much now. Maybe the community reached a lot of these people here now.
And you look good. You look good, Richard, in the shirt. And you're with the ladies today, so it's nice to wear something different and look nice.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right. Yeah, it looks good.
Hey, Richard, Nerd Girl couldn't make it today. She's feeling a little bit sick. She has a question.
Sure.
Sammy,
but I'm still going to answer her question about whether you should use Hex to on-ramp to Pulse or not.
Sorry, go ahead and I'll ask.
Yeah, that's really important. Sorry, Sammy.
So,
all right.
I'm going to give you guys one of these galaxy brain exercises, okay? That only the world's smartest people could figure out. Only the world's smartest could figure this out. The geniuses on YouTube. You have $1 million in this game idea, okay? $1 million USD bank account. You have two options. You have a lot of options, but in this example, you're gonna have two. You can buy Ethereum and sacrifice its USD value after your trade for entering the set of people that are sacrificing. Or you could take that Ethereum, convert it into Hex, and then sacrifice its USD value after the trade for Pulse. Which one of those two things do you think is going to end up with more USD equivalent value?
Hex all the way.
Why?
Smaller market cap, but also just way better product. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So if you put $1 million buy order into Ethereum, price ain't going to move. But if you put $1 million buy order into Hex, price is going to move. And so, I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know, but
I think I do.
It just might be the case that if people have an option of what they're sacrificing, those that do more research may end up getting more equivalent USD value out of their sacrifices if they feel like using their galaxy brains. So,
thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So Nerd Girl's question was, what will happen to assets that are on L2, layer 2?
Well, I mean, all their infrastructure forks over that's on the contract side. And then you arrive at the question of, is this some fake bullshit centralized thing that requires some dudes to do some server thing, So like, if you have, like, we'll take a margin trading platform like DYDX. It's closed source as fuck. It's totally closed source. You want to run your own front end for DYDX? You can't. That ain't open source. You want to inject orders in order do order like it ain't open source. Pretends to be open source. The contracts on the chain are open source, but all the stuff you need to use them, it ain't, right? So order matching and front end, it's not open source. And a lot of DeFi and most blockchain projects are the same fake open source crap, where the contracts will be open source, but then everything you need to use them, it's not open source. And so then you're just stuck with those middlemen that if they turn their site off, you are screwed. Like if they turn off the front end, oh, well, good luck building a new one. Good luck building a new front end, buddy. because that's what you're going to need to do in order to use, the stuff that you locked in with those guys. Hex solves that by having 5 or 6 different front ends. None of these other projects tends to do that. They just leave the user screwed. So, admin keys, right? USDC, USDT, they have admin keys. They can invalidate your coins at will. So I don't care what chain you have them on. They can invalidate them at will. This is the risk and horror of things that have admin keys. Things that use oracles, price oracles, right? That's some guy running a server. Well, that guy can just lie and tell the server to say whatever he wants. And what are you going to do? Cry? Complain? I mean, this happened on Chainlink. The guy that was setting the price for the price of gold for some gold token just gave wrong data. He didn't lose any money. He didn't have any penalty for doing it. It's just a joke. Like it's a huge joke. So projects that have oracles and admin keys that aren't truly decentralized, that aren't true decentralized finance, they're actually obfuscated centralized finance. You will have to beg and plead with those people that are in those projects to allow you to use those things on the Pulse chain the same way that you beg and plead and hope that they allow you to use them on the mainnet Ethereum network, because they're fake DeFi. So fake DeFi, you're going to have to hope that those guys let you keep transacting on Ethereum and maybe allow you to transact on Pulse. So AAVA 1 inch, 1 inch is on BSC, AAV is on Matic. You're seeing more and more people do cross-chain things. All the stable coins are on multiple chains. I don't think DAI is, but USDC and USDT, because they're more centralized with admin keys. And even DAI may have some, I think DAI is at least a little bit more censorship resistant than those other two. But it's not perfect. There's still federation. They're still voting. They still let you use USDT as collateral to mint DAI, and USDT has its own, risk profile. So there is no perfect trustless stablecoin yet. There may never be, but currently there's not.
Richard, when they move all the ERC20 tokens, and you're talking about these coins that have their own administrators and can rug pull anytime.
Sure.
So basically, you would advise people to be wary of these kind of tokens and do your research before you bought the copy on Pulse.
I mean, if you're looking to make mistakes buying tokens, there's 1,000 bad tokens for you to buy. There's tokens that don't let you sell. You can buy but not sell. There's tokens that change your balance behind the scenes. So you buy it and you think you have some, but then when you go to spend it, you actually have less. There's tokens that let you buy at one price, but then when you go to sell, they penalize you. There's all types of chicanery in tokens. And then you've got the rug pulls where, there's a market and then boom, there's no market. So there's this entire class of bad things that happens in ERC20 and DeFi. And then you've got admin keys and then you've got oracles. And I've been begging and pleading and crying and yelling and screaming to get people to do the right thing. And they just keep losing money. And you're going to have scams on Pulse too, because the scammers take advantage of the trustless, the scammers take advantage of all the good parts of the blockchain for themselves. And then they use those to hurt other people. So, the blockchain is a force multiplier. And if you want to do good in the world, the blockchain will help you do that. But if you want to do bad in the world, the blockchain will help you do that too. Just like a calculator or a telephone or, a pencil. Pencils are usually used for writing, but I bet you could stick someone on their neck real good with one if you really wanted to. So, force multipliers, they're as good as the people that use them. And in general, most people are good. So in general, most force multipliers are good. In general. Yeah. I wouldn't be sending my kids Hiroshima, Nagasaki, build a nuke at home kits or pandemic virus build at home kits, but blockchain I'm cool with,
No, that's for sure. I'd be definitely doing my research before I went all in, but I was thinking even just putting $1 into all of them and hoping, takes off. You might get
I have no idea. Yeah. I really, this is total and complete value discovery. So I'll just throw guesses out there. Now, my guess is that the price of a network-based commodity or instrument, such as a communications or value exchange network, tends to follow Metcalfe's law, where the value of the network is in proportion to the square of the number of its participants. And if you know that one project is more likely to get traction or earlier traction on the Pulse network because its community likes the idea. Its community has front ends built out to, they're easy to have operate on this, extra node. It's probably those coins are going to outperform ones that the community's, there's some coins that ain't going to make the cut.
Yeah.
There are some coins that ain't going to make the cut. Not sure which ones those will be yet. But if you're a scammer or you're a bad actor or you're on the OFAC list of, people that Americans ain't allowed to transact with, or if you're on the list of addresses that USDC and USDT have seized their money, probably not going to make it into the Pulse network, And if I go on Etherscan and I see there's actually a list of heists and they tag your account with heist and where you stole your coins from, you're probably not going to make the list. And if you're the Plus token Ponzi scheme who apparently got their coins seized by the government of China, you ain't making the list. And there's a whole long list of bullshittery going on there. And the same goes with the whales, right? So if you're an ETH whale, if you're those 30 addresses that all have 150 million Ethereum in them with only 4 transactions, are you really an ETH user? Do you use ETH? I don't know, man. 4 transactions, all the same amount, all the same day, same time. This seems like some bullshit. I think we can do without giving you any free coins. You can have $1 free coins maybe.
Yeah.
But you don't need more than that. You don't need more than that at all, because what are they going to do with them? He's only got 4 transactions. What do you think he's going to do? The same thing they've done with 100 other ERC20s they've received for free. Not use them and not buy more. So, and then all those guys, they're going to lose all their freemium coins after 30 days anyway. I'm not rewarding people for sitting around. That ain't happening. So if you want to keep your freemium coins, you better send them to another address.
So,
I'm so pumped, man.
When you chose the Pulse, you put a tweet out, so everyone sort of sent you their ideas for the name of the token. So I guess the majority of all the boys wanted Pulse. Is that right?
Well, it's just Hex is a vastly superior brand, vastly superior domain name. But if you want to not get gatekept, then people need to understand that Hexicans receive no preferential treatment in the system whatsoever. It's just another ERC20. You're going to pay the same fees as everybody else. You're going to have the same on-ramps as everybody else. Maybe because of the way that your coin works, you might be advantaged because of your liquidity situation, but so will other coins that are accepted as well. Everyone has their own liquidity situation. So it's easier to make Doge go up than it is to make Bitcoin go up. We're going to pretend that Doge isn't valuable. We're going to pretend you can't sell it for money. No, it's valuable and you can sell it for money. And so if people sacrifice it, they deserve the reward for their sacrifice. And that goes for any coin, the exchange doesn't, when you sell a coin on an exchange for an amount of money, you get that amount of money. So it's other than that, the Hexicans aren't getting any preferential treatment whatsoever. There's nothing. They're not.
Yeah.
But you are getting a copy of the hex that you have and a copy of the stakes that you have. And those might end up being quite valuable. They may even end up being more valuable than what's on Ethereum. So I believe the 2 parts will add up to more than the whole. And I believe there's a lot of people that literally cannot profitably end their stake. Those guys are fucked because the Ethereum network fucked them.
Yeah.
And Hex is extremely gas efficient. Extremely. It uses caching. It uses bitwise shifts. It uses bit packing. It is extremely gas efficient. And even that is not enough to make up for the 12x increase in S-load cost that the Ethereum developers have executed across the last 2 years of patches. They 12x the fucking price to load from disk. And then that multiplies by the insane price per unit of GUI. Those multiply by each other. So it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it's just a fee racket at this point.
It's unbearable. It's absolutely unbearable. So, when I decided, look, we got to save my people, well, I decided, all right, well, let's just save everybody then. So we're going to save the Hexicans from this doom and this horror of what Ethereum fees are doing to them. I mean, Hexicans are paying $25,000 a day fees every fucking day. It's too much, man. 25 grand a day is too much. And what do the miners do with it? They dump the ETH price. So let's save all the Ethereum people. Let's get everybody on board. And if we can freemium on-ramp all the other smart chain contract people, at least like the BSC guys, the TRX guys, the EOS guys, a lot of chains out there to do smart contracts now. If we can on-ramp and get all these guys to start using the system, it's better, And so we could freemium a lot of people, and then we could accept sacrifices from a lot of people. And then, we might be able to create something really amazing here. I don't see any way that this doesn't turn out great. Like the idea is just too good.
I have full faith in you, Richard.
Yeah. It's too good an idea.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
What about when ETH 2.0 comes out? Like, we'll probably all be grandmas by the time it comes out.
Nobody knows what's going to happen.
Will we get another copy on top of what we've already got?
You don't know. So they plan to do something called the merge, but the miners don't have to care, and the miners could splinter off before then, and then you'll have another ETH fork, and then you're going to have X on both those chains. So you don't know, right? Like, they plan to merge everyone on ETH 2.0, but it don't mean it's going to work. It only works if the miners let it work, basically. So if some large portion of miners decides that they would prefer to keep making a lot of money, then you could see another fork before any type of ETH 2.0 merge. And this to me is just like, I don't care, because Pulse will exist before ETH 2.0. So I don't really care. We're going to have new coins in another network. Great. Cool. ETH 2.0 works. Awesome. Great. More tokens and more chains. Great. I love it. Awesome. But it doesn't affect what I'm doing at all.
So you got the sacrifice coming out shortly, say within the next couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah, I hope so,
yeah. What sort of time frame are we looking at for complete snapshot and getting right down and dirty into it?
I've never given an accurate software timing estimate in my entire life. So the sacrifice phase is nice in that it doesn't really. So some of the coolest parts about this are we're using known good systems that have had a lot of throughput and a lot of testing. So we don't, the code that we have to write, it's mostly around validator rotation, the staking component with the rebates, bringing the ETH state over, replay protection, things like that. We have to code that. That's the majority of what's hard. The way that I theory crafted and designed the system is to avoid complexity. And so you will be sacrificing to addresses doesn't require a contract to be written. It doesn't require a smart contract. It doesn't require auditing. It's already totally publicly verifiable. That's awesome, because that's the minimum attack surface. You can't get less attack surface than that. Editing the balances of people's freemium Pulse tokens that they're going to get on the Pulse chain, that also does not require contracts, does not require audits. It's hacking away at the level DB inside the node, which is the minimum amount of attack surface that you can get. And if you tried to create some mechanism that did it for you, you would create extra attack surface and failure just by even trying to create that mechanism. So it's really awesome that a lot of these things that we're doing, they can't really fail, right? Like, what are you going to do? Mismeasure how much sacrifice occurred? You'd have to be a damn idiot to mismeasure that, Like, awesome. You're just counting, right? I mean, you choose a good price oracle, a good price source, a good price feed. And as long as you've got a good price feed, you know how to do math, you know how to do addition, like, you can't really fuck that part up. So the ability to on-ramp a bunch of different chains without attack surface. Now, look, I mean, the reason that we're able to do a lot of this is because there are parts of life. Well, first of all, trustless doesn't even exist. That doesn't even exist. Trust reduced exists. And so what is trust reduced? Okay, how many of you guys use a cryptocurrency wallet? Okay, everybody. Okay, now how many of you compiled that wallet from source code yourself and verified that source code didn't have any backdoors in it? Fucking nobody. Okay, well, how do you know it just doesn't send a copy of your keys to wherever? You don't know. You just trust. And that's what you do. You trust. Some of cryptocurrency has trust. So when you install your wallet, you're fucking hoping no one's stealing your keys. period. Right.
For sure.
You know, so there is some amount of trust that goes into any software whatsoever. You know, even I don't care where you are on the stack. Oh, you're a software developer. Do you know the compiler is doing what you think it is? Okay. So now it pumped you out an executable. All right. You're going to go run that binary somewhere. Do you know that the CPU is doing what you think it is? And does the CPU know that the MEI is doing what it thinks it is? And you're just this whole layers of abstraction. Each one of them has leakages, and there's always fuckery discovered to some degree at different levels of abstraction, right? So I mean, I could go through Spectre and Heartbleed and show you where bugs have been found at different layers of abstraction, but I mean, it's not going to help anyone here get rich. I mean, I could tell you a lot about software development, but it's not really going to make you rich. It just makes me look cool, I guess.
Well, cool, Richard. Hey, have you had much like feedback in the dev chat regards to like ideas for Pulse? And I mean, even if you'd like to mention anyone or any hexagons that have made some really good ideas that you've taken on board.
I mean, I've had some people like try and work the liquidity mining angle a little bit, which is, so the two things I want to see people theory crafting on the hardest right now, and we've got time to do this, but I'd really prefer to get them done quicker. Some liquidity farming thing, I like that as a concept. Another concept that people have done really, really well with, which I don't particularly like, but people are doing so well with it that, you know, maybe I'll learn to like it. People do great with this treasury idea. They do great with this, you know, vote how to allocate a treasury thing. They do great with the liquidity farming. They, like, those two things are the only two like really powerful things that that I'd like to kind of see and sacrifice, but it's hard, right? Like, because sacrifice is its own thing. So now how do you, it's hard to get something to launch at zero value and have liquidity farming and be sacrificed. You're just like, it's complicated. It's hard. It's never been done before. Like the things I'm doing.
Are you getting some help, Richard, with it? Like, are you getting assistance?
I mean, look, I think Kyle is really useful. Kyle's super great to bounce ideas off. Kyle helped a lot during the Hex launch phase with helping me work through game theory and model what the share price would look like. And, you know, his models and Monte Carlo simulations he did worked out really, really well. The shape of the share price chart looks just like his Monte Carlo simulations. He nailed it. So, you know, he's always been wonderful to bounce ideas off of. The devs that are working on the project, they're so like deep in the code that they're not really useful for these particular game theory things. And I don't really want to pull them. I'd rather they keep working on the code that I can't do. And, you know, I just work on the game theory, which I can do, and just leave them to keep doing what they're doing. So,
Richard, how
go ahead.
I was going to ask, how would you predict the OA to behave during this fork period? Now, I know you might not be able to talk about specifics, but even just some general ideas or things that whoever owns the OA account might be thinking about at this moment.
I mean, if you're a large hex holder and you're getting a bunch of free hex coins on a new chain, you do have to wonder which chain are the coins going to be more valuable on. I don't know. I really don't know. I can tell you that I don't think people, to the people that can't affordably end stake, the coins they have on the Pulse chain are worth infinitely more than the coins they have on the Ethereum chain, because they cannot even afford to pay the hundreds of dollars it costs to end their stake. It's so disgusting. And some people have stakes like that laddered day after day after day. And Ethereum just killed them all. Just killed them all. And they're doing that to everybody. If you don't like the hex fees, you should see the other people's fees. It's just horrible.
It's terrible.
So, yeah. I'll grab a drink here.
You're right.
Drink this?
So, if any of you other ladies got any questions for Richard, I know that we took some from the community, and the boys were all hanging. The boys were a bit jealous that we all got to spend time with you, Richard. So,
hey, you know what? They get to, you know, hang out every quarter, once every few months.
It's our turn today. So, have any of you ladies got any more questions to ask Richard? I know that a few of you did, and
well, hold on. I mean, look, I can give better answers to some of these important ones. So like, if you're a large hex holder and you decide that one network's worth more than another network, you can enforce that will on the market. So, if someone decides to just buy up the living shit out of the pulse price, the pulse hex price, PHEX, what is someone going to do? Like, I guess some other guy could like try and sell it back down. I mean, value discovery and price discovery, it is volatile, and it always has been, and it's been that way for every market. So like, nobody knows what the price of anything is going to be with great certainty into the future in any distributed market with a lot of participants. It's just an emergent behavior that I have to think that Pulse is got to be a better home for thousands of ERC20s than paying $15 a transfer on the Ethereum network.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've got a video of Vitalik making fun of Bitcoin, saying it shouldn't cost 5 cents to send a transaction. He believes the internet of money should cost less than 5 cents a transaction. Bitch, it costs $20 on Ethereum to send $20. And it costs, like, the fees just recently came down. I mean, I'll tell you the fees right now to be specific.
I know, right? I saw someone post $1,000 fee for a transaction. That's like ridiculous.
I mean, so right now, an ERC20 transfer is $8 average. A Uniswap swap is $24 average. And a send Ethereum, which is the minority of usage on the network, is $2.50 average. Now, I don't know about you, by the way, but it seems a little fucky to me that the average ETH transfer is $2.50, but the ERC20 guys get fucked for $7.60. So should it cost 3x? Because back before the Berlin fork, this used to be around 2x. Now I'm seeing a 3x here. That seems shitty to me.
Someone's making money, not me.
Do you like paying $8 average to transfer your hex? No, it sucks. Do you like $24? These are low fees. These are low fees right now, really low fees compared to what we've been seeing. So, and they can go higher. Like, if you thought the fees were bad now, they can go higher than what you've seen. You have not seen max fees. Like, they can go higher. The shittiest that we've seen can go higher. So I think Pulse solves a lot of problems, a lot.
Absolutely.
You guys can ask me about anything. Like, you can ask me about Hex, you can ask me about Pulse.
I've got a question.
Like. Yeah, good.
So, in one of your tweets, you talked about Pulse and what it actually is. And I'm not, trying to embarrass you or anything, but can you define pulsing? Is it the tingles of the orgasm of the man?
So, first of all,
or both?
For everyone watching, my name is Richard Hart. And hearts have pulses. And so anytime you Google an icon for pulse, you're going to fucking see a little picture of a heart and then like a little line through it. Okay. But for some of those other people that are listening, I happen to have this one sexy thing I like, which is orgasmic contractions. And there's even a subreddit for it. So you can go to orgasmiccontractions.reddit.com and you're going to see girls having orgasms and you're going to visually see their body pulsating. And I've tweeted about this before because I thought that there might be some type of specific physics reason for the frequency of the pulsations, right? And so I thought, well, if you had like a tube and like a balloon and you're trying to get the water to go as high as you could in the balloon, there's probably some frequency at which oscillating your grip could make the water go higher. And so I thought, this is an interesting fluid dynamics problem. And girls coming is cool. So I tweeted some research done by Kinsey that actually put a water balloon in a girl and had her orgasm, and different girls had different patterns, and then you could physically see it, right? It doesn't just work with girls. They have it for guys too. So if you're into watching guys blow loads, if you do search for like cum blasts, you'll find different videos with different numerals in front of cum blasts, and then you'll see the similar kind of fetish on the guy side that you see on the girl side. I'm not an expert on the guys one. I am an expert on the girls one.
It's both, Richard. Both men and women.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and the same frequencies and the same timing and like,
So it's got nothing to do with the heart rate. It's the actual tingles of the pulse.
Well, if you think about it, we're trying to make copies of ourselves, right? But we need someone else to help do it. And then we both get a say in most of what goes on in the copy. Interestingly enough, we call these copies kids, and only the women get to decide what the mitochondrial DNA is. It's matriarchal. The guy doesn't get to contribute usually. But in your nuclear DNA, you have two DNAs in your body. One's mitochondrial, one's nuclear. In your nuclear DNA, it's usually half and half, guy and girl. Actually, there might not even be half and half. Like, guys are we don't have two X chromosomes. We just have an X and a Y. And the reason we have a Y is because we're missing part of our X. And so we don't even have the same amount of genetic material that girls have. It's really interesting. So when you think about it, you want people to make copies with each other that they select for good traits. And then how do you not accidentally make copies? Well, you hide your copy makers inside some apparatus, which makes them so they don't actually run into each other. So you guys don't run around with constant hard-ons. And girls, are only ovulating at certain periods. Sometimes they're not ovulating. And so there's these phases by which you can't accidentally bump into someone and make a new copy. So we have like this barrier to entry to copy making. And it involves a hard-on, maybe some lubrication, right? It's by design, and we're not the only animals to have this stuff. And so, like, knowing that, like, your body uses blood pressure and timing to know the difference between riding your bicycle and having sex. It matters. There's all types of crazy shit I know about that most people don't know about. You can come soft. I've done it. Soft dick, you can come. Crazy.
Never seen
You wouldn't think you could do that. You can come more than once. You catch a nut, catch another nut.
I think same with women too.
Yeah, women are very similar to guys. Like, just in general, you come more often usually. And your nipples are more useful. Like, my nipples are useless. It's like, oh, elbow, yeah, awesome, great, thanks. Don't do that. You're like, yeah. So, like I think currently my absolute awesome favorite fetish is the orgasm contraction thing. It's just fucking great. Because you can't fake that shit, right? Like, for me, it's like a mental thing. I want to have like a mental, emotional connection. And if you're creating ecstasy and joy in another person, and you have physical proof that they're experiencing what you want them to experience, it's just awesome, And then I see these videos of like fake cum and fake orgasm. I'm just like, it's just fake, man. It's no good,
Like porn. Porn's all fake bullshit, but
no, it's not. You're just watching the wrong porn. You're not watching the right porn.
Yeah, I know you guys love porn, but seriously, like, I've watched like documentaries where girls have had ripped arseholes and collapsed.
I bet there's more guys with ripped assholes than girls though, because there's like really way more experimental gay dudes than there are.
But I know all guys love it, and that's just the way guys are.
Goatsy? Do you remember Goatsy? Goatsy was a guy, not a girl.
I do, yeah.
Trust me. Like, you get on, when you go to your porn site, there's a little button up top where you can switch to gay or trans. You can fuck around with that button and see what's going on with other lifestyles. You'd be coming back quick to what you used to, I bet. Like, shit, I don't know what's going on over there. I mean, I've seen crazy stuff. Trampling and like.
So Richard,
CBT could mean cognitive behavioral therapy, but it could also mean cock and ball torture. So be careful.
Whoa, that's definitely something.
You don't want to watch that. I don't think
it sounds wonderful. What you just said about enjoying another human being to the point where you experience such joy and ecstasy sounds wonderful.
It's a whole game for me.
I mean, I know a lot of the audience would like to know also. Do you do online dating, or do you just have a harem of women?
Fuck that shit. I just go out and say hi to people.
Yeah.
If I go out and say hi to people, I'm getting laid. Period.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck where I am. I've done this shit.
Do you have a harem?
Every country you could just. Huh?
Do you have a harem of women, like the rumors have said?
That's not exactly the right word, but I see a lot of girls. Some of them I see more often than others, and I like them all, and I really appreciate them. I think they're awesome. But you have to manage expectations, right? So some of them really don't like the fact that I'm seeing other girls. It really pisses them off. Others of them, they like girls. And I got one girl that she wants me to bring other girls, because usually girls that are into girls are too scared to actually say hi to other girls. So if you're a lesbian and you say like, hey, I like your dress to some other girl on the street, it actually means like, please God, date me. I'll do anything, please. Like, If you read their memes, like if you go to any other culture, like I know a lot of girls who like girls. I don't know what it is. Like I thought dating at my age would be over. I thought it'd be like, fuck, it's done. Nope, it's never been easier. It's crazy.
Yeah, you really enjoy it.
Beard's getting white beard, murdering it, absolutely killing it.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing though, right? Because men get more attractive with age, right?
So
yeah.
I told my husband that he's getting a beard and it's all white, and I'm like, hey, it's in now.
Two of the girls absolutely love the beard. They wish it were longer, you know.
Men look sexy as they get older, I reckon. I like the older look. So you're not into online dating, but you're more of a pub club guy, or just random.
If I see a pretty girl on the street, I'm saying hi.
Yeah, and you're like,
because you don't like it, man. If you see like an 8, 9, 10 out in the wild, you never find that shit. It's super hard to find that. If you see an 8, you got to be that creepy ass, irritating dude, that 10th guy to say hi that day. And you're gonna have to be number fucking 11, and just hope that she didn't meet 8 other dickheads that day. Because if you're a pretty girl, you're getting hit on constantly. A guy opens the door for you. Would you like some dick with that? I'm quoting a Chris Rock comedy skit too, but it's like it's really that way. I mean, we're just like, when you see a really attractive girl, your heart will start racing and your fucking mouth will literally open. And so, like those comic books that you see, where if like a pretty like comic book character will drop by, and the other characters like dog fucking tongue comes out, like that shit really actually happens. Like I catch that shit actually happening to me, and I'm like, geez, okay, stand up straight here. Fix your posture, homie.
Sammy, should I ask my question?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Okay, Richard, I have a serious question for you since we're on the topic of sex.
Mm-hmm.
Out of everyone on chat here, fuck one, marry one, and kill one.
Oh God.
Go.
What, with you guys in chat?
Yeah.
You crazy? I would never do that shit. Just kill all you guys for asking. You're all dead. You're all corpses now. I mean, look, here's the thing, right? You girls already know where you rank in the hotness scale. And I already know that you know that, because if you all took a picture together out in the wild, you would stick the prettiest one in the middle, and then it would flank out to the sides as you got less pretty. And every group of girls naturally knows who the hot one is. So you already know who the hot one is. You don't need to fucking ask my ass.
Hey, Richard, are you a snuggler?
Yeah, I love cuddling. It's the best.
What kind
Make it extra cold so that, like, you have to have it cold enough or else the cuddling doesn't work. And I hate blankets that just, if you get blankets that do their own thing.
Agreed.
So this is like really effective down blankets that just float above you and don't give a fuck about you and don't want to wrap around you. They just want to float above you and microwave you. I hate those fucking things. I want a blanket that's less effective, heavier, denser. You can cuddle with a little bit. You can tuck it under your body and it's not trying to like escape you and shit. I much prefer that. And then if you want to cuddle with other people, you're going to end up with sheets. I was thinking of inventing a blanket that's actually thermally less efficient to be better at cuddling.
You can get them. You can get like anxiety blankets that are like weighted down.
I noticed that. Yeah, that's popular now. Yeah.
You look.
But you feel bad. You feel bad telling people like, "Yeah, grab my retard blanket," and they don't come that large size either. I checked.
But you
I tried a really heavy one to see what it'd be like. I felt like I was getting killed. Like, what is this? Who would enjoy this shit? I feel like I'm being murdered right now. They make like.
Richard, you look like a cuddler. Like if I was looking at you, you look like one of those people that likes to cuddle. Hey, I got another question for you. What kind of props do you like to use in the bedroom?
I have everything. I have a Sibian, which is like a fucking $1,500. Looks like a doghouse. You sit on it, put attachments on it, does everything you could dream. Sounds when you're running it, if you have neighbors, they'll complain that you're doing construction because it sounds like a jackhammer, right? It'll shake everything. Like it just fucking. It plugs into the wall and it's like riding a motorcycle in your living room. And that's the best place to put it, is in the living room. But the trick is that you have to label it something else. So mine is labeled sports massager. To massage your sports, obviously. And you chuck a towel over it and you're like, here, try and read this with this going on. Yeah, hard to read, isn't it? Yeah, it's fucking around, right? Party shit.
Is the noise not obnoxious though on that?
Well, it depends. Like it really, I mean, most girls don't actually like it. It's just too powerful, you know? It's the same with like this vibrator called the oscillator. It was so strong that people just didn't like it. They had to invent a new head that like reduced the strength down. So it's just like an air-filled head. So it's decoupled from the strength of the thing because it was just too strong. That thing's claim to fame is that it only goes like left to right. It doesn't do circular vibrating, but pretty hard to tell the difference. I mean, my favorite's going to be like the Satisfier Pro or like the W500 from Womanizer W500. Those two are fabulous. Those ones use air pressure to like, they use air, which is really neat. The Satisfier Pro uses air and vibration. Those are like go-tos. Like the girls that use those just don't end up using other toys usually. I got some ultrasonic ones that do like 15,000 RPM, 30,000 RPM. It's a little weird.
Nice.
You know, because everybody's got different sensitivity. So like if you were really dead down there, this might kick it for you. But if you're sensitive at all, this is just going to be totally murder, like no good.
Yeah. You know, your name comes
They have
up
like alarms.
when you search.
I was just going to say they have alarms that you can set your timer for that, you know, like you just kind of wear it to bed.
Really?
You guys.
Oh, that sounds fucking cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That sounds cool.
You wear it to bed and you set the timer and then that's how you wake up in the morning.
No, that sounds fucking awesome. Guys don't have that shit. Like for you would have to be like MacGyver to manufacture that shit for a guy. But girls, you have it a lot easier in that area, you know. Girls do have it a little bit easier with sex toys. For guys, the sex toys are pretty fucking boring. Like which slab of like fake flesh would you like?
Or a cock.
Yeah.
You can get cock rings and like vaginas.
I need to get back into that. That shit, I used to use those all the time, and then I just got out of the habit. I need to get back into that. You're just like, do you want just free extra wood? Well, yeah.
Why not?
Then,
enjoy it.
Use the fucking tool, right? Like, I bought some. They're just sitting around. I haven't tried them yet.
Hey, Jack Googled Womanator, and your name.
Womanizer. Do I really pop up for that?
Yes.
Yeah, tell him.
I'm the only one spreading the good word, trying to help people have better orgasms, right? Like, just makes everybody happier and healthier.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
what are some other good stuff?
So I believe you had a question in your DM today or sometime this week about would you rather have more robot butlers or sex maids?
Man, I don't give a fuck about robots. Robots suck. Robots are always going to suck. The reason that robots are always going to suck is you have to plug them into the wall. And if you don't plug them into the wall, then they just have to run out of battery quickly. It takes a lot of energy to move around, like, you know? So like all those robots you see doing cool tricks at Boston Dynamics in Boston, they're tethered, right? And if they're not tethered and they're using some type of electrical generator, they sound like shit. They're like having a chainsaw next to you trying to like deliver your sandwich. I don't want my sandwich delivered by a chainsaw.
So you want the sex maid?
I don't. Yeah, I'm not even into that. I'm not even into that one.
Okay,
short skirt, I like, cool, but the maid thing, I don't give a fuck about that.
Okay,
it's
so
weird.
my next question is, how have you not blocked my husband yet?
Oh yeah, I don't mind. Like people, I have. So your husband fits into this class of people that just messages me random shit all the time.
Yeah,
I've got like maybe 7 or 8 of those guys, and then I've got people that are actually crazy. I've also got like maybe 5 or 6 actually literally insane people that message me. I'm more careful with those ones.
Yeah,
I prefer that they just find someone else to message. You know.
Yeah, he's
not
not
want to get fucking John Lennon or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that he likes to ask random questions just to get the shock value.
He ain't getting shocked from me. You can't scare a hooker with a dick. So you're not getting shock out of me. I don't give a fuck.
Hey, Richard, have you ever been in love with 2 people at the same time?
No, I mean, like, I'm very careful with this word love. Like, I love the girls that I'm with now, but I can't use that word with them because then they hook too hard and they want to isolate everyone else out, and then they can't have fun anymore because they're trying to do this like. So guys select for reproductive value. So we care about how you look, which is why you spend all day, every day working on how you look, right? You get your nails done, you get your hair done, you paint your lips, you fucking paint your eyebrows, you paint your eyelashes, you paint your eyelids, everything's fucking painted. Why? Because you're optimizing how you look, because that is what we select for. Guys select for how you look, therefore you have evolved to optimize how you look. Girls select for our protective value, and so they select for our social circle, our emotional programming, our strength, and our resources. So a rich old guy does pretty well because he's got a lot of resources. And they've always done well throughout history. So girls choose for protective value, guys choose for reproductive value. And so what girls will do is this old psychology that used to exist, which is, okay, I got to be super careful who I have sex with. Because if you fuck up and choose the wrong guy, he could leave you for dead when you need food and you're too big to get it on your own. You just be dead. So you can't choose the wrong guy. It's an 18-year commitment. And then even back then, even if you weren't even going to take care of your kid, it's still a 9-month commitment that you're still pregnant. So it's a much longer and more serious commitment historically for women to be more selective with who they have sex with. And this is not a human-only phenomena. This is like all mammals. We all have this basic, pretty much same wiring, with some exceptions, which I can go over. So girls are more selective. Guys are more likely to die childless. And therefore, it's more important for guys to try harder, to have more sex, to have more kids, to have a chance of being in the gene pool. If you don't have kids, you're out of the gene pool forever. You're out.
You want kids?
Doesn't come back.
You want kids?
I wouldn't mind some, but I'm not in a rush. I still feel
You'd
young.
have the cutest kid, I reckon. The smartest, cutest kid.
I would love it. Yeah. I mean, one day. Not yet.
Are you drawn to brains or beauty?
Say again?
Are you drawn to brains or beauty? What's more
beauty.
important?
Absolutely beauty. Absolutely. If you're stupid, I can have a great relationship with you. What's wrong? Like, a stupid girl is awesome. Why wouldn't you want a stupid girl? You like arguing? You want to argue? You like arguing? I've had enough fucking arguing, man. I go on the internet, arguing all day long. High school, arguing all day long. Friends, argue all day long. I could fucking, you know what? If I got a time where I ain't got to argue and somebody's like, yeah, Richard, that's a good idea. I like how smart you are. Fuck yeah. Yes. I like this girl right here. Yes. Fan, you know? I don't want to fucking argue because like people that think they're smart, they just want to fucking argue with you all the time. Like it would cost them money to agree with you or some shit. Like they'll argue just to, even if they're on the same side as you, they'll find something fucking reason to argue with your ass. Like there's some merit, like badge that you get for arguing the most or some shit. I hate that. I hate it. So, yeah. I mean,
so you don't like confrontation, Richard, like with a partner?
No.
You want to avoid it. It's hard.
I want only yeses. I just want all fucking yeses.
You want to have a good time.
Yeses. I don't want no fucking like. But Richard, no, like, you can easily agree with me on shit because like, I don't fuck up that much. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm never gonna wake you up. I'm never gonna fucking tell you what to watch. I'm gonna watch stupid shit I don't want to watch just to be a nice dude. Like, I'm gonna watch. You want to watch fucking Disney movies? Okay, we're gonna watch Disney movies. You don't like space movies? You don't like scary movies? Fine. We won't watch any space or scary movies, even though space movies is all I want to fucking watch. I'll just watch them with somebody else. Fine. We're just gonna. I'd be the most accommodating partner I can be. I'm easy to be with. You know? Like,
yeah, sure.
It's easy.
Hey, I have a question, Richard. If you were to venture down the road of having children, what would you look for in the qualities of the mother, and why?
Well, I mean, loyalty first. So the funny thing about loyalty is, if you have the choice of a more effective or less effective person, it's a force multiplier. How are they going to use their ability? If you enter into an employment relationship or a romantic relationship with some shady motherfucker, you're going to wish they were less effective because the effective one's going to fuck you up more. So loyalty is the most important thing up front. And then, for me, are you a cool, tranquil, flexible, happy person that's going to bring joy to my life? Or are you a comedy cul-de-sac where fucking life goes to be sad, right? I have a hard enough time with me that I don't need the extra overhead of like making someone else happy all the time. You need to be awesome on your own, like I've got fixer uppers. I've got girls that, I need to help more than others, but like, it is nice to be in a relationship with someone that just makes everything easier for you, right? Like they laugh at your jokes. They think you're funny. They respect you. They like you for the traits that you have. They have, cool shit going on in their life, and you can respect them for who they are. And, it's like so many people, the most important part of any relationship is who the other person is. That you can only change your behavior within a certain range, and they're in the same boat. And if you get the right person, everything just goes so fucking easy. I mean, I've only had extremely long relationships. I've had a 2-year, an 8-year, an 8-year, and a 2-year. Those 2 8 years were long as fuck, right? And they were good. They were really good until they stopped being good, right? Usually they stop being good about 6.5 years in. You fight it and you figure, you can fix it for a year. And then you're like, actually it's fucked. And then you call it quits at 8. Most people call it quits at 7, but really I think all the relationships are fucked at 6. And why do they get fucked at 6? Because that's when your kid's old enough to make it on its own. And you should be making a new partner with a new person to create new variety, which is the only reason we have sex in the first place. It's create variety. Otherwise, we just make clones. But sex outperforms clones. Most trees are sexual. Some trees make clones of each other, like aspen trees. So sex has outperformed cloning, and therefore combining two different things and optimizing for excellence works great. And that same combining for excellence and working great that you had in the first partner, you're going to have with the next partner too, and you're going to get more variety. So relationships tend to fail because you're supposed to fail and you're supposed to move on to the next thing. It's like going to a restaurant. You go to a restaurant, you're eating. You leave, you ain't eating no more.
Yeah.
So, you've got to be, if everyone understood that relationships were by design meant to be temporary between, employer, employee, girlfriend, boyfriend, the relationships tend to have expiration dates on them. And when they expire, you shouldn't feel so bad about it because you could be a great person. They could be a great person. And you just hit the timer. And you can still respect each other, like each other, and not try and accuse it. It's your fault. No, it's your fault, and all this shit, right? It's unnecessary. And I think a lot of people would be a lot happier human beings if they just understood that it is a rigged game, and you're supposed to want to be together forever, and then you're supposed to blow out at about 6.5 years, and you're just fucked. And that's how the numbers work out. And they've worked out for a long time, and the data is very clear across cultures. This is not a culture-specific thing. This same numeric limit exists across many different cultures.
Yeah. I guess a related question might be, who would you say is the woman in your life or women that you respect most?
They watch some of my streams, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't answer that.
Fair
I'm
enough.
not blowing out half my relationships answering your question. I've got girls that are happier. I've got girls that are smarter. I've got girls that are more driven and less driven. They're all over the place, and they all have their own awesome traits. One girl's a bodybuilder. She's strong as fuck. She's doing more chin-ups than me. You're like, okay, that's different. Haven't done that before, Some girls like girls. Some girls do not like girls. They're not. It's like saying, there's a lot of different ways to be happy. Right? Like I got 3 wristwatches in front of me here. They're all nice as fuck. I feel good wearing any of these fucking things. They're all awesome. I like them all, And I got friends. I like all my friends. I got friends that are girls. I like them. Like it's, you can't, it's like, what's better, an apple or an orange? Depends. How many apples have you just eaten recently?
Nice.
Yeah. So, Richard, do you think you'll ever get married?
Fuck no. Nope.
And why not? Is there certain beliefs that have driven you to that opinion?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can be with someone and love each other, or you can be with someone and love each other and then beg the government for a piece of paper to authorize your love.
True.
Hey, government, our love ain't working on its own enough. So can you write us up a document? And then if you get that document or not, you need to get a prenup either way. Because even if you don't sign a document saying your marriage, if you're with somebody enough years, you're common law married and they fuck you just the same. So this is some hilarious shit that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay.
Nah.
You're with a girl. She sits on her ass and does fucking nothing for 5 years. You break up, you owe her money. Why? Because you enabled her to sit on her ass and do nothing. But if she worked and was productive and useful and brought some money into a relationship, you wouldn't owe her as much. So hold on, let me get this right. The more I give and the more I support somebody, the harder I get fucked when our relationship hits its timer. But the more they give, the less they get. This doesn't make any goddamn sense. No, in fact, it doesn't make any sense.
You don't have to be married to lose half your shit in a breakup.
Well, you have to have kids or have been married or common law married. Otherwise, you don't lose any money.
If you've stayed in someone's house 3 nights a week for 6 months, you're entitled to half their shit, period.
Do you see a problem with that?
I'm serious.
Yeah, de facto status. Yeah.
In most countries I'm familiar with, I think in the United States, it's 5 years of cohabitation.
Wow.
But this 3 days a month, 6 months shit, see, that's fucked up. That ain't right.
It is
It just doesn't make sense.
I couldn't live in Australia.
Well, I mean, let me tell you why else it's fucked up. What does that leave for the next girl?
A lot of people owe me some shit.
They don't leave any meat on the bone for the next girl to steal.
Just kidding.
So that sounds like they're fucking over the next girl. That seems unfair to the next girl.
Oh, well, it is.
It's just disgusting.
But you see so many people get wrecked in marriages, lose absolutely everything. Who were living
there's other shit I mean, I could tell you more bad stories, right? So you break up with somebody, now you have to pay alimony, but then your quality of life changes and you can't get the same job you used to have. Fuck you, pay me is the government's position on that, depending on in Canada. They're like, yeah, just fuck you, pay me. Oh, you got a downgrade in your quality of life? Debtor's prison, fuck you, pay me. So there is a ton of unfair things in men's rights as though they even have any. Custody, you ain't getting any. Alimony, you're getting fucked. Child support, you're getting fucked. Here's another thing. How is what the child needs variable based on what the guy has? It's not. It's absolutely not. But in some countries, they're like, yeah, nuke that motherfucker. The girl should have a Rolls Royce to drive around in because she has to take care of the kids. How does that make any sense? That's actually worse for the kids. The kids will not do better having that fucking Rolls. They're going to have shittier, more fucked up lives because they have a Rolls Royce.
That's right.
The shit is all fucked up. It is 100% all fucked up. So if you can avoid some of that fuckery with a prenuptial agreement or by breaking up often enough to break these hidden common law marriage shit that you've talked about, you're like, yeah, we got to break up in the next 2 hours because I'm not giving you half my shit. So I'll see you next week. And that's what you really should do if you live in an unfair, fucked up country like that. It's not fair to enslave people.
Oh, it
not
sucks.
Fair.
It sucks. You're fucked either way.
And that's slavery.
It is. You're better off just living in separate houses and seeing each other a couple of nights a week or just going out for dinner because you could lose everything. Hey, Richard, I want to know, is your best friend a girl or a boy and how did you meet them?
Boy bar.
Boy bar? Cool.
All right.
Yeah.
And how long have you been friends?
Fuck. 5-6 years probably.
And is he in crypto?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's cool. Is he Mexican?
Yeah. I mean, shit, man. Everybody, I know a lot of Hexicans. And then everybody's a Hexican. They get their family in and, they got cool license plates. So people are showing me their dad's, Hex license plates and stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's cool, man. So, and my phone is getting beat up by people that are like, Pulse, when's it launching? When's it launching? Give me details now. I need Pulse details now. When's it launching? When's it launching? I'm like, chill. Bro, chill. Subscribe to fucking Hex News and please chill. I don't have anything new to give you yet. If you want to see me generate rules, join chat.
Leave the man alone. He's trying to work.
People have made such a return on Hex that they're dying to do it again. So people, and I understand, yeah, it could be really cool. Pulse could be really amazing.
Yeah.
Poor chat's crying oh, we don't want to hear
I have a question.
Anything else but Pulse.
No.
Go, Chloe. Stay quiet, except for you giggling. Come on, girl. Get it out there.
So when we voted on the name of Pulse, you said that you had a better name. I never saw what it was. Did you release that?
Well, I'm weary of releasing names because people race me to register them, and it pisses me off. It pisses me off when I have to think about using DMCA takedowns with a lawyer and a trademark to then go free up my name from someone that's just domain squatting it. That pisses me off because I'd rather save the lawyer money. So I can't tell you the specific name, but Hex and Hex related names are just awesome.
Yeah.
And if we didn't have this gatekeeping fuckery, I would have loved to use the best brand I've ever seen. Hex is the best brand I've ever seen, the best brand name I've ever seen, the best logo I've ever seen. It's absolutely all amazing and fantastic. And it's a tragedy that, we couldn't use it for this. But we have upside because now it's obviously a different project. Look, different website, different names, different repos, different community talking about different stuff. You go into Hex, you try and talk about altcoins, you get your ass banned. You go on PulseChain, you talk about altcoins all you want because we're talking about game theory and successful things from other projects that we want to integrate, So they're two different projects with two different design focuses. And, it's just, everything's different. And people need to understand that. And it's important to understand that because it's going to allow us to on-ramp a lot of users. It is very likely that Pulse will have a larger community than Hex quickly. Because, Hex had the misfortune of only airdropping Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners apparently aren't the most open-minded bunch. And I should have known that because I was the #1 Bitcoin maxi for a while.
You were, indeed.
It took me a long time to figure it out. I was like, oh shit, game's changed. This other stuff's actually really useful. Okay, it's a different game now. It's not just bullshit ICO money grab, garbage with no product market fit, no innovation, everything fails. No, this shit's good. Like there's a lot of amazing things going on now. All right, well, automated market makers, huge innovation. DEX, there used to be DEXs all the time. No one used them. Now, DEX is the most use. 20% of all Ethereum transactions is Uniswap by itself. You get another few percent here and there from other things like Sushi and, other automated market makers things, Bancor, 1inches, Liquidity Protocol. So like the game changed. We made Uniswap popular, by the way. There was pre-Uniswap popular. We made it popular. Now it's popular as fuck. It's super important. Multi-chain didn't matter at all. Didn't matter at all. It was all fake ghost chains. Now we got chains coming up that are getting users, not ghost chains anymore. Okay. So now, the world is changing and we are front running that change. So like we're ahead of the curve. Heck, me and the Hexicans were ahead of the curve now. Took me a while to figure out that the Bitcoin maxi wasn't the way to go. I was still saying this before the 2017 bubble pop. A lot of here's the stuff that matters. I think I can make improvements in these places. And so pre 2018, I was singing the song of we need these other things. And that's what 3 or 4 years ago now. That's a long time ago now. So yeah, you gotta keep moving.
Us ladies
keeps happening.
Sorry. Us ladies are all Hexicans here. We're all in the community. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to say that I suppose I feel guilty because like I'm getting rich off your project and you're copping so much shit. I almost feel guilty because I feel bad because you shouldn't have to cop that shit.
Yeah.
But some articles, they're really fucking mean. And those bastard YouTubers, those lawyers and Peter Dickhead McCormack and Yavin bullshit, whatever his name is. Yep. Like, really, it really sucks that you've had to take all the flack while we're all getting rich, Richard. And I wanted to mention how sorry I was.
Well, I appreciate the kind words. I do appreciate the kind words.
It's nasty, and it's not true. You're a loving person. You're a giving person, and we can see that, and we are blessed to see that.
I really do try to help people.
You do, and we can see that, and you're involved in your charity work and your books, and we know that. And I guess we're smarter.
How many other self-help authors have founded coins? I think it's just me. So like, that came before crypto. My first videos were how can make your life better videos. Didn't have anything to do with crypto at all. I was just rich and retired and wanted to help make people's lives better. So like, it's just like, here's if you want to feel a little bit better about what happens to me, I want you to understand that this happens to everybody that's making a difference in the world. There are millions of people that hate Elon Musk. There are millions of people that hate Steve Jobs, even though he's dead. There's millions of people that hate Mother Teresa. There's millions of people that hate Bill Gates. I don't give a shit who you are. If you're making a difference in the world, there are millions of people that truly hate you. This is how it is. So.
Well, I want to say that I love you, Richard, and I've got your back 100%.
Appreciate it.
As I said before, like I know that a person like you doesn't speak, a scammer doesn't speak how the way you do and as passionately as you do about humanity and saving humankind. And I mean, I would say I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I knew from the start that you're a good person, and that's benefited me. Like I've done really well in Hex, and I plan on going really hard into Pulse and doing really well with that. And I wanted to say thank you,
my pleasure.
And just ignore those bastards. Like really, they're just pains in the asses, and they're just all after attention. We know that.
So, truthfully, these things that I invent, they should grow beyond me to the degree where I am not the face of them. So when you watch CNBC and they talk about Bitcoin, you don't ever see Satoshi on there. And when they talk about Ethereum, you don't even see Vitalik on there. So the faces of the things which I create should evolve past me, which is why they're not named after me. And they don't have my face as the logo, and they don't have my name as the brand. And it is important that they can scale and make an impact in the world beyond my personality, because I chose a certain vertical of sexy stereotype that I execute, and that doesn't work for a lot of people. So there are people that like the tell it how it is, and then there are other people that just hate it, and they need the bullshittery and softness and fake. That's what they respond to. And so I'm not going to be able to get both those audiences. So I get the one that's more in line with who I am, and I don't get the one that is fake to me, the bullshitting people thing.
Absolutely. And that's just like you. You're not a bullshitter, and you're not a fake. And I love it about you. I really do. And I saw it from day one.
There's room for people that do it the other way, is what I'm saying. So because I don't have my name and my face as the brand, that leaves space for someone else to represent my projects that I've invented with that other way that people prefer.
Yeah,
like I curse. Some people are allergic to it, and I don't mind it. I understand some people are allergic to it, but some people love it. And it's like, can't do both.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of a deep question.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you on your stream a couple of weeks ago, the mega 8-hour Telegram stream that I know everybody enjoyed so much. And you said something to the effect of that, the highest and best purpose of human beings is to heal other human beings.
In my opinion, yeah.
Yeah. And I guess I'd love to just learn a little bit about your specific journey to that conclusion. Because sometimes when I look around in the world that we live in at the moment, it's not necessarily, although it seems like it's self-evident, it's not necessarily obvious that one should come to that conclusion. And so I would love to learn a little bit about kind of what brought you there.
Sure. So everyone starts in life as a power god. So when you're an infant, the only thing you care about is what you need. And you are the only thing there is. There isn't other things. There's you and there's what you need. And that's the power god stage. And then as you get older, and so there's a system of belief, or a sociological system called spiritual spiral dynamics. And so this will be the red color. Then as you get older, you get into tribes, which is a purple color. This just is a way to help you memorize them. The colors don't really matter. So red is the power god. Purple is you got a friend. You got a little tribe name. And then blue is more systematic. So now you're a member of the clergy, you're a member of the police, or you're a member of a union, or you're a member of a system. Then orange is when you're getting more entrepreneurial and you're trying to create, new systems of your own to reorganize resources and goods. And then you get into green, which is more of a socially conscious, environment aware. And then you get into the enlightened, I believe it's like an aqua or teal, something like that, which can see things from everyone else's perspective and is, considered enlightened, something like that. You could use that system to understand the different ways people kind of manage what they care about and what they're influenced by. And manage isn't the right word, but just emergently the things end up influencing them. And then, you know, if you look at that system and you think, well, what is the likelihood that an infant is going to like start a charity for people unlike themselves? Well, it's very low. Okay, what about a tribe person? Very low. You know, and then like even what about the blue guys? Like, you know, it's people can only do what they are easily influenced to do or what they've seen as possible. So if you grow up in a bad neighborhood, you're likely to get bad outcomes because you didn't know there was any other way to do it. Everyone else around you stealing cars, you're stealing cars. Everyone else around you is beating up people randomly for a laugh. You're going to end up beating people randomly for a laugh because you just don't know that there's a better way to do things. So giving people an example of what's possible makes a huge difference. And putting them in a situation that rewards them for choosing better things over worse things, like delaying gratification, makes a big difference. And understanding and growing your circle of influence and your understanding about others wider and wider till you can find like a global maxima of behavior for everyone. So like in real estate, you know, when they give you a loan to buy a property, they evaluate whether the property is being used to its highest and best use. And would this property be better served in this area in this other way? And if you're using a property at its highest and best use, they'll let you have a higher loan to value ratio. If you look at human beings and what our highest and best use is my highest and best use posting shit on Twitter so that people notice they add in my username? No. It's low engagement, not evergreen content, reduces my value. They should be clout chasing me in my threads. I shouldn't be posting in their fuck ass threads. I'm the founder of a $10 billion cryptocurrency. Who are these fucking losers? I've been retired since I was 21 years old, 22 years old. Millionaire, traveled the whole world, lived in a hotel for 5 fucking years, $100,000 watch. What are these motherfuckers doing? Right? So, you know, it's like, I shouldn't be doing that shit. The reason that I still do it is because it's a dopamine hit, it's quick. But if I could flip a switch and not do that anymore ever again, I would flip that switch right now. Because I'm going to scale much harder, just hiring more developers and executing more vision. And I've got a book that I've never promoted. Why don't I promote my fucking book, right? Why don't I finish the book cover and just publish it? So like, there's so many things that I would be better off doing than creating non-evergreen, expiring bullshit content, which lowers my value to a bunch of assholes that don't appreciate anyway. The fuckwits don't even respond to a person that many people consider a billionaire. They don't even bother responding. You're like, okay, you guys might be fucking retarded. All you motherfuckers might be retarded. You people that ain't like trying to clout chase me, you should be trying to clout chase me and align me with you because I'm useful. So, you know, like if I never tweeted again, it would be a better world. You know who doesn't tweet? Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel doesn't fucking tweet. Not a single fucking tweet. Yeah. I at least made the right decision with this Clubhouse bullshit. I was like, okay, Clubhouse is coming out, invite only, fine. High signal noise ratio on there because it's invite only currently, fine. You give me a room, I'll talk shit on there sometimes. I could have done like, if I had my own room to promote, I could have like copied this stream onto there. Free new extra views or whatever, right? Don't have my own room. Fuck you guys. I'm not promoting your platform that you can make money on me, my ideas, and my brand. For what? Why am I going to promote you motherfuckers? I got my own Telegram group with 20,000 people in it, and we got the same functionality as Clubhouse where anyone can talk with raising their hand or not. We got the same functionality. Fuck you guys. And it works on Android and iPhone. Your shit only works on iPhone. Fuck you guys. Yeah. So fuck Clubhouse. Right? Like,
yeah, I love
I'll do what I'm doing. Telegram's awesome.
It represents like the values I think of our community like so much better in terms of like privacy and you know having more control of your data and having more control over you know what you're involved in and all that sort of stuff. I think it's like that chat is awesome. Like if you're not on it, like get into the hex chat. Is
someone juggling marbles over there?
What's going on there?
Who the hell's playing with marbles on the live stream?
Typing.
Just mute your mic.
I have such a great mic. Oh my gosh, seriously.
Somebody's got the wind chimes going for like fucking 6 hours, and I've been okay with it because it sounds kind of pretty.
Oh
I love my wind chime.
Yeah, they sound all right.
Hey, Richard, I've got a question. It's a good question too. Do you believe in the afterlife, or do you believe?
I was going to ask that.
In heaven?
I got this all figured out.
Yeah,
it's really easy.
Come on, bro, lay it on me. Lay it on me. I'm ready for it.
So
let's go.
So to enhance your survival, you are supposed to think that you're very valuable, whether you are or not. So you're supposed to think you're awesome, and therefore you're supposed to think you're special. And therefore you will tend to think that you have traits that nothing else has. So for instance, you'll think that you're the only thing that has laws because you believe in some system, you're the only thing that's lawful. But then when you look at the animal kingdom, you're like, no, actually look at these animals. They cooperate and work with each other and have rivalries and have, mourning after one of the people dies and have lifelong partnerships. Animals have all that shit. They don't have any book or codified system of belief. They're just born with that. So a lot of the things that people think make humans important and make them special, in fact, are not unique or special at all. They're emergent properties of effective cooperational systems. So when I explain to you that there is no afterlife, you're going to be pissed off because you're going to feel like I robbed you of some shit. Well, sorry, that's how it is. So there was a time before you were here and you didn't exist and you didn't matter. And then there was a time when you were here and you existed and you mattered. And then there will be a time when you ain't here no more and you don't matter anymore unless you leave legacy. So like if I die, my book is still getting work done. If I die, my coins are still getting work done. So I'm able to influence the world probably to a larger degree after I'm dead, just through the scale and passage of time than I may even be able to do while I was alive. So yeah, when you're dead, it's fucking over. Now people tend to think like, oh, well, my soul is so important, it has to go on. So what about the souls of like pets? Are they going on too because they're so important? And what about the dinosaurs? So there's actually like a dinosaur heaven, right? Because dinosaurs used to be like house-sized animals that took shits the size of Volkswagens. Those motherfuckers obviously should be in the afterlife, right? And like if a dinosaur wants to eat like one of these new cows it's never seen before, does it get to do that in dinosaur heaven? I don't know. And what temperature is it? And what if two dinosaurs disagree about the temperature? Does everyone get their own unique temperature? And what if you want to change someone else's temperature? There's a lot of stupid bullshit going on. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
But Richard, like, I've watched a lot of YouTubes about afterlife because I'm really interested. Mm-hmm. My mum read a book when I was young about it was called Tomorrow's Children, and how a mum was born with basically the memory to discover all of her children, remembered the exact street she lived in, names of people, names of children, and this book was all about how they went there and she actually met the children, and the book is all about this discovery. And if you look on YouTube, particularly in India, there's a lot of people that have been reborn and can basically name cities and people and businesses and how they actually died. And even when they've died, just say there's this one that got hit by a bus, right? And like on the left side of his body, he's actually got a birth scar of that point where he was born. And there's just so much research leading to the fact that this person is saying that they've been reborn. Like, how can you deny that when these children who are 3 or 4 are saying all these names of people and communities and villages where they've lived in a previous life? Like, kids don't lie.
Kids don't lie. Interesting. I mean, birds lie, right? Like if a bird watches if a bird's hiding some food and it sees another bird watched it, it'll wait till that bird fucks off and then moves its food because it knows that other bird's going to fuck around and steal the food. So if you watch Dr. House, he's going to tell you everybody lies. So that's Dr. House's line.
Dr. House is a very smart man. I love Dr. House.
Great American accent for an Englishman. Absolutely fabulous. So you have to, whenever you're worried about like whether something is true or not, you don't need to use like binary choice. You can just use probability. So what is more probable? That a bunch of broke ass motherfuckers who ain't got no money actually have some magical talent, which would generate money, but they just don't like money enough to use it in that way. And therefore their talent is just restricted to a bunch of shit you can't make money on, like letting people watch you tell them stories. So anyone that does cold reading, I mean, I had someone message me today telling me about remote viewing, and I'm like, oh my God. You know what remote viewing is? A bunch of people in a room can tell what's going on somewhere else because they think
I know what it is. Yeah.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It does not work. Or these motherfuckers would all be rich, and they're not. They're broke. So this is why proof of work is effective, because you can tell the bullshitters from the non-bullshitters by how much value they have to burn. So, you know, when you're a deer and you got these big ass antlers, it takes resource to have those. And when you're a bird and you got all these colorful feathers like a peacock, it's hard to fly with those fucking things. And so you've got enough extra resources to survive, so much, in fact, that you could waste money on shit like watches that don't even tell the time right. By the way, I changed my standard and I just set these to UTC now. So this is UTC time. This is UTC time.
What are you using? You got your.
I just set all my computers and all my watches to UTC time, so I don't have to purposely keep fucking up the clocks.
Have you?
When I would do live streams, I'd have to purposely fuck up all my watches so that people couldn't try and like figure out my location. So I just set all my computers and watches to UTC.
Yeah. Have you got your nice
Internet
watch
time.
on today, Richard?
Well, this one. This is a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5726 stainless with month, day. Well, this is $100,000. Yeah, you can pay more. Like this is if you get a good deal. You can pay $120,000.
That's expensive for a watch. Like you could feed a whole third world country for that for like a couple of months.
Yes, I'm responsible for the deaths of lots of third world countries with all the silly shit I bought. I mean, think about all the crypto people are holding. They could just sell and fucking feed people.
But you're allowed to enjoy your life, Richard. I don't think I'm trying to deprive you of that.
I spend fucking 0% of what I have.
Yeah, but it's beautiful. Like, enjoy what you like. That's what I'm saying. But it's a lot of money for a watch.
That doesn't even tell time well. I mean, this is rated for -2 plus 3 seconds per day. Your fucking digital watch is rated for +0, -0, perfect time constantly.
Well, I just wear a Quest watch, and I'm proud of it.
This is just shit so people like you. This is social signaling. This is proof of work. I like this. It's pretty, but it's infinitely shittier than an iWatch. But I want other people to like me, so I'm going to overpay for it.
Hey,
it's just
Richard,
like there's no reason to do this.
What
do you want to know a fun fact?
What's that?
Do you want to know a fun fact?
Yes.
You know, people are going to screenshot your watch and try and zoom in to try and find out where you live.
I know. I just said that. I set them all to UTC time to prevent that, except this one, which needs wound. So this is UTC time.
Boy, and
the computer is UTC time. This is UTC time. This one is wound down. The thing about watch winders is, if you leave your watch on a winder all the time, it will reduce its reserve power because it's keeping the spring under tension the whole time, which eventually makes the spring weaker. If you let your watches wind down, they'll maintain their reserve power for longer because it lets the spring decompress. So you don't really want to leave your watches on winders all the time. The only ones that you can really have an excuse for doing that with are ones that are really complicated calendar watches that are super time consuming to set. These ones, it's worth it to leave on the winder and eat the extra, loss of reserve power and having to get them, maintained more often. Actually, by the way, you have to get these things maintained every so often. So every 2 years, you got to get all your stuff looked at, which is expensive.
It's expensive to service like a Mercedes, like for a normal.
I think it's like $1,500 depending on what kind of watch you get. Like this one, I think is $1,200 to $1,500. This one might be like $800.
Man, that's a lot of money, really, for the average.
So you
go, Rich. Go, please. Sorry, babe.
That's all right. What would you see as a worthy investment of the money that you're not currently spending on other things? I know, for example, that life extension is something that is very
If you can get rich saving people's lives, do that. Like medical research is awesome. So like there's this guy that's got longevitymarketcap.com. He's trying to get people into the game of getting rich on longevity shit. There's a longevity.vc run by a lady that works with Peter Thiel. Can't remember her name off the top of my head. Her tweets kind of suck. She needs to learn to tweet better. Their last name's Wong. There's also there's people. I have a whole channel called SciVive, t.me/SciVive, which is where you can download my free books. You can message this dude in there. You can message a lot of people in there, and they'll tell you who's all in the current what's what of longevity. If if you get rich in crypto, you're not really saving anybody's life. But if you get rich in medical research or synthetic biology, you could be saving actual lives, and the lives you save might be your own. So the only thing better than crypto, as far as I'm concerned, is medical research. Medical research could save your life, and you are going to need it. And if you're not going to need it, your kids are going to need it. You or someone you love is going to need medicine.
Yeah,
so why not invest in something that you could still get rich? You might save your life. So, my game plan basically is Hex, Pulse, maybe a margin trading thing, but maybe with this new community of Pulse people, maybe that just solves itself and I don't have to do it. And then SciVive to get other people to do what's in their own best interest to invest in the medical research that might save them, to promote the SciVive book and the cool personal development movement. And the next step is a Save Your Assets fund, Save Your Ass, that you can invest in that might save you. So you can invest in a green fund that might save the environment. You can invest in what fund that might save your life. You don't really have one. So most of the biotech index funds invest in a lot of stuff that may not actually save you. It might just save other people that aren't you. So I don't believe that every life is worth the same amount. Bill Gates does. He's wrong. People that I can interact with, talk with, will see in my lifetime are more important than those that will come and go before I ever noticed they were here. Obviously the case. The case.
For sure.
So, if you can invest in technologies that might make you rich, might save you, might save people that you love more than others, fund that. So, Hex, Pulse, maybe margin trading. Hopefully I don't have to. Because I want people to be able to short the things that I create and be destroyed by doing so. I tell them not to trade. I tell them not to short. But if you just can't take my good advice, I want your doom to benefit something nice. And then SciVive, and then Save Your Ass Fund, and then Synthetic Biology Accelerator. I got a friend named Billy Howe that already runs a SynBio accelerator out of Ireland called IndieBio. They might have even renamed it, but it was IndieBio the last time I looked. And then, that's the path, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe eventually spend some of the money that I have. Get around to that maybe one day. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear there's there's kind of like a hierarchy of things, and it's like a logical progression to get from one goal to another. Would you say there's any particular moral system or moral philosophy that you subscribe to? Is it is freedom your number one value? Are there other?
I mean, no. I mean, the funny thing about freedom is the less you care about freedom, the more free you are. So if you're like, you know what? I'm never going to let anyone know my IP. Never. Yeah, you are. Or you're not going to be able to do live streams. Someone's going to know your IP. Are you using a VPN? All right, the VPN knows your IP. Are you using a proxy? Proxy knows your IP. Using the internet? Your ISP knows your IP. You want to use Telegram? Well, you're going to have to get an SMS to get verified. So you have to give up freedom in order to be free. If you like, what are you going to not use Google because they keep a record of everything you search? They do. They keep a record of everything you search. So you can clear cookies, but they've got other shit tracking you in the background anyway. There's other ways to do browser thumbprinting that have nothing to do with your IP. They measure what fonts you have on your machine. They measure the screen size of your device. They're looking at your accelerometers. I can get real fucking technical with you in regards to all the different thumbprinting that goes on, fingerprinting. You have to just be okay. It's just like installing a crypto wallet. You didn't compile it from source, but you did your best to download it from the right website, and no one else got hacked using the same shit. So you hope that you get the same outcome as everybody else, which is to not get hacked. And it usually works just fine. It almost always works just fine. For some people that click Google ads to scams, it doesn't work just fine. They lose all their fucking money. If you clicked a Google ad to a fake MetaMask, you're going to lose all your money. If you clicked a Google ad to a fake airdrop and you entered your fucking seed words, you're going to lose all your money. But that doesn't happen to most people. Most people don't fall for that shit. Thank God. So, if you want to be truly free, you have to be okay with being less free. And if you're not okay with being less free, you will never be a success in this world. You must put your faith in people that you work with. You must put your faith in your team. You must put your faith in your keyboard. Like, hey, what's going on with my keyboard here? Who's it talking to? I think it's just talking to my computer. Don't really know. Don't really know what's in there. Maybe I should get a see-through one, right? Like, it's fucking, you take the steps that you can to be as secure as you can, and then you just keep moving. And if you get drowned down, like when people ask me, like, what are the units going to be? We're going to do the best we can, but it could be an order of magnitude either direction, and it ain't going to matter, you know? And so I am much more free now having a live stream and talking to people and spreading my ideas than being quiet and worried that someone might not like my ideas. Because that would be more safe, right? Because most people are good. And so most people you're going to work with, you know, like, communication is a force multiplier. And it usually works out for the better, which is why free and open societies with free and open communication and free speech laws tend to outperform those that don't have them. And if you don't avail yourself of these wonderful privileges, you won't get the outsized returns and superior outcomes that operating at scale through cooperation offers you. Yeah. So that's why I wrote a book. That's why I have a YouTube channel. That's why I have, 65,000 followers on Twitter, because I am spreading my ideas into the world, and people they're reading and participating in my narrative that I chose that is better for them. I am not playing a video game, following somebody else's narratives, absorbing someone else's ideas at the sacrifice of all my effectiveness in life. And I used to be addicted to games for years and years and years and blew a decade of my life. And now I'm letting other people play a game that's healthy for them, whereas I used to play a game that was unhealthy for me. Hey,
Richard, how did you overcome those addictions to the video games? I know I love video games, and I'm a killer for Candy Crush, Soda Saga, and also Burnout on the PlayStation. Like, I could sit there all day. How did you overcome those long hours of video games?
Sure. Well, what you got to do is you got to make a decision. So quitting something takes an instant. Waiting and fucking around for the years until you actually decide to really quit, that's what takes all the time. Actually quitting happens instantaneously. I don't play video games. I'm not a person that plays video games. I don't identify as a person that plays video games. I changed all my account passwords, broke all the disks, deleted everything, and made it as hard as possible to fall back into old habits. The harder it is for you to fall back into an old habit, the easier it is for you to fall into any other habit. And you prefer that those other habits meet the same needs at the same levels at higher with less negative consequences. So if you're used to smoking, what does smoking let you do? Smoking lets you have an excuse to go outside and meet people. Lets you have an excuse to talk to other people. Lets you have an excuse to stop working when you want.
You used to be a smoker, Richard.
Never.
True.
I never smoked. Never smoked a cigarette in my life. Never.
I read in your book.
But I understand. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. But
Really?
I understand the addiction. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a good human being.
I just listen to people, and they tell me what their experience is like, and I remember it, and then I reiterate it. And this is apparently what smoking is like. So, if you don't smoke, good luck having a reason to stand outside and just hang out with somebody. It's hard. It's like weird, it's easy to have a common thing you're both doing. So there's all these side benefits to smoking that have nothing to do with smoking. They're social, they're timing, they're ritualistic. So if you want to stop smoking, it really helps you to do that by replacing all of those other side benefits with something else, whatever it might be,
For sure.
So understanding all the side benefits you get from a behavior is super useful from interrupting the pattern. So I don't play video games anymore, but I tweet too much. But at least the tweets kind of have some lasting value, a little bit.
But
so I can tell you that
much. I mean,
being a social influencer is better than being a game player, and being a builder of systems is better than being a social influencer. And you just have these economies of scale. Like, one that you could learn from a guy named Penn Jillette from Penn and Teller, probably the most successful magic duo in Las Vegas history. He's a memorable statement that he has is that you should do only the things that only you can do. When you're hanging out with your mom and your dad, there's no one else that can do that like you can do it. So that's really useful. and you should try not to do the things that lots of people could do that aren't you. And so it's, you know, when you start to look at highest and best use and quality over quantity, you know, how many other people could give a good live stream about hacks? Tons, and they do all the time. Tons, and they do all the time. And it's smart of me to let them continue to do that while I work on some shit they couldn't do. So it's, you know, you want to operate at your highest and best use. You want to be your best self. And to tell you the truth, just building new crypto stuff, it's not actually my best self. It's not actually saving lives yet. Until lives get saved, I'm not really doing the dream. I'm on my way.
You are at it though, Richo. I mean, you're the coolest dude in the space. You know your shit, and
Thanks,
you're spot on the money. Like, really, I don't trust no one but you, because you don't speak shit and you know your game. You're good at your job, basically.
I tell people what I think and why I think it, and I give you the same data that I have. And then if you come to different conclusions, you know, that's the best I could do. I'm not one of those guys that just tells you a thing and then leaves you hanging on the data, and then you can't feed yourself. I'm teaching people to fish. I'm not just giving them fish, you know?
Absolutely.
I tell you why I think the things I think.
Hey, Richard, you've helped so many people in the space, and we've seen it. We've seen the testimonials and the people basically that love you so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is there a story you want to tell us about how touched you were about how someone that's contacted you and said how much you've helped them?
Well, David Feeder is by far the best one still.
Yeah, I love David. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's a beautiful human, a very intelligent man, true.
Yeah. That's still the all-time best thank you. But I mean, I receive a lot of very heartfelt, very serious thank yous from people, if not every day, every other day. And some of them are about getting them to stop, you know, doing something that wasn't healthy for them, like playing poker. Got a lot of guys that I helped stop playing poker just with a single video I did telling them how shitty poker was.
Yeah.
Just that one video saved hundreds or thousands of poker players from low quality lives, you know, just hurting other people's pocketbooks for a hobby, you know.
The guys love their poker, don't they?
Yeah.
They're just on it, online or at the table. And that's great that you could shed light on it.
Net negative games aren't great. You know, there's other net positive games you can play that are still competitive. You know, there's better and worse games, and that particular one isn't a good one. You know,
not when
business is a better game. Business is a better game. Build products and services people want, and they'll give you your money, and they'll want you to have it instead of taking it by force, trading or gambling. They don't want you to have their money. They wish they had won. Now they're in pain. You're hurting them.
Yeah,
it's not,
sure.
You're not helping them. You're hurting them. So it's net
the
negative because the guy in the middle makes all the money. The exchange makes all the money while these two users try and steal their money through their screens. Hey, look, their users are fighting each other. Haha, we're getting rich. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear your opinion on. Sorry, Sammy. On something that's important to me, Richard. So down here in Australia, I'm a psychologist, and I'm currently developing an app that's kind of an affordable, scalable, effective mental health solution. And one of the areas that we're thinking about focusing some of our attention on is on young men, because I've been looking through some of the data, and what I've noticed is that although it doesn't get that much attention, young men tend to be kind of quite poorly off in terms of mental health outcomes. So they're more prone to suicide, they're more prone to addictions, they're more likely to end up in prison, they're more likely to be the victim of a violent crime.
Yep.
And so I was just wondering if you have any particular thoughts as to kind of why that is and what's actually happening in young men socially and culturally at the moment, and if you see any solutions that might be helpful.
I think the Boys Club is an awesome thing. So when I was growing up, I went to the Boys Club of America, and idle hands are the devil's playground in regards to adolescence. And they just give you healthy ways to engage and have fun with other people, and they keep you off the streets from doing crime. So, I think the Boys Club of America was a good thing when I was growing up. And I played Little League football when I was growing up, and that was healthy. And if you can engage young men's minds in competitive, productive things that make them fit or happy or both, that's a hell of a lot better than getting addicted to trying to steal other people's money through a screen, which is gambling, or trading. Same thing. You're just trying to take another guy's money that wish you didn't have it. They're both gross. If you give people known good paths that they can use to follow, if everyone listens to rap songs and everything that's idolized in the rap song is violence and crime, what do you think kids are going to want to do? They're going to want to be violent and commit crime, because that is what they are told gets them to where they want to be, which is loved and respected. So if it's really it's unfortunate that as a young person these days, the most well advertised and popularized methods to become wealthy and powerful involve crime and violence. It's not good. It's not. It's just not. Now look, I love the music, I love the genres, I wear the jewelry, I listen to it, I grew up with it, but I know that it has, it's just a lot easier to think of that as a game and as not real when you know that the real path is this other thing. And so someone out there should be advertising known good solutions to the problems that young people have of wanting to be loved, wanting to be cared for, wanting to be a member of a group, wanting to feel respected, wanting to feel valuable. The more that you can give that to them, the healthier they'll be. Because once you put somebody on tilt, when these people treat me poorly, part of me wants to get vengeful with it. And I got people messaging me shit like, hey, you want to do this, you want to do that? I'm like, no, everything's cool, man. Just chill, man, And I just try and turn the cheek and take the higher path because I know that works out better. But if I weren't in these circumstances, that I didn't have so much opportunity, I could easily see myself going down the vengeance route. Because some part of us is programmed to operate as though we were in small societies of 50 people. And if you get revenge in a society of 50 people ain't going to fuck with you again. But now that we're in these giant societies, if you get revenge and some people know that you got it, you still can't spread that idea far enough to prevent the next guy from fucking you the same way over. He doesn't even know what you did to the last guy that fucked you. So my point is that no matter how high or no matter how high or how low someone is, if you take away their humanity and you make them feel unimportant and you fuck with them enough, they're going to tend to get violent and they're going to tend to get retributional and they're going to tend to do things that are disempowering for them and the society as a whole. And so if you can give people good feelings, you can make them feel important, you can advertise to them successful paths that meet their needs and reward them and fulfill them, then they are not going to domino effect, fuck the next guy, which fucks the next guy, which fucks the next guy. So I'm from Florida, and in Florida, it is criminal as fuck. Super duper criminal. If you want to see how fucked up Florida is, go to floridaman.reddit.com and you can read every single story where Florida man does this and Florida man does that. Florida man throws live alligator in Wendy's drive-thru window. Florida man goes to a police station to talk about the drugs that were stolen from him. Florida man, girl cuts off guy's dick because doesn't like how he looked at other girls. If you can think of some fucked up shit, it is going down in Florida. That creates an ecosystem that breeds violence. So when you get pulled over in Florida by a police officer, the police officer, as he comes up to you in your window, is going to unclip his firearm and is going to rest his hand on his firearm so that he can kill you quicker.
Yeah.
And you are sitting there like, oh, he just unsnapped the snap, so he's going to kill me now. Great. What did I do to deserve to get killed?
Yeah.
And a fair number of people get fucking killed by the police. And do you know why that is? Because so many police got killed by the fucking criminals. So if you get pulled over in a normal ass civilized country like Australia, they're not putting their hand on their fucking piece, unsnapping it and treating you like, you're going to fucking try and kill them, because you're not going to try and kill them. It's more chill.
It blows my mind to add gun violence into this already very complex and volatile situation. Just seems insane. I now would feel kind of afraid to visit America, and I used to love going, but it's kind of reached that point now where I'm like, man, like I don't know that I want to go there because of
it depends on where you're going. Maybe it's nice in the middle, but when you get to the edges near the water, that shit gets lively. Lively.
Yeah.
Because I mean, when I lived in Florida, you would see a car chase on TV and you'd see the helicopter with the light, and then you'd see the light outside your window and you'd be like, oh, that's here. The car chase is in my neighborhood. Interesting.
Yeah.
And then you would hear the helicopter shortly thereafter. In Miami, you get to hear and feel the car accidents happening around you. Most places in the world, you'll see a car accident after it happened, but you didn't get to hear the crunch, the smash. There's a certain noise that cars make when they ram into each other. You get to hear that shit all the time, Miami. And you even get to be participant in it, you know? Bunch of traffic comes to a stop. You stop, next guy, he don't stop. Rear-ended. You're like, oh, fuck. Didn't know I even had muscles here. Boy, these are real sore. Next day, you know? And you're playing Demolition Derby. You're playing Wild West with the firearms. The criminals want to fuck you up and the police want to fuck you up. You're like, if you could choose not to live there, I fully support choosing not to live there, because the middle of America ain't got that. You know, most countries don't have most of that shit. Most countries do not have these problems that as an American, you just think are normal.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, my friend got shot in the mouth, you know, probably was doing the wrong thing. Most people don't have that experience, you know, but the Americans just don't know that there is a better way, and most people are enjoying that better way, but America's not, you know. Free healthcare, free education, and not getting shot is something that most English-speaking countries enjoy, and it is not something that Americans enjoy.
No, and that's
is that something that you see like a solution to it all? Because from an outsider's perspective looking in, I know it's so complex. Like obviously I know right to bear arms is so wound up in your history and in everything that, you know, is seen as like significant in your birth story and constitution and all that sort of stuff. But like obviously there must be a point where it reaches like, okay, this is just illogical at this point to like continue down this path.
Australia used to have lots of guns, and then there was a big ass shootout with a dude that was wearing body armor and killed a whole shit ton of police. And then they said, all right, that's enough. And then they just made it illegal. And they're like, all right, no more guns.
You mean the one in Tasmania with that?
Can't remember the exact location.
Yeah, it would have been.
But you had one final shooting, and that was it. You're like, nope, none of this shit anymore. And then you fixed it, and that's fixed. Now, what I will say is that there is a hidden benefit, which I've identified, which isn't well popularized. And so gun nuts will appreciate that I found a benefit to gun nuttery. And I am also a gun nut, and I've done scenario shooting. And, you know, I love having power if it's available to me. I just don't like it when harmful people have power. Force multipliers are great when, like for instance, you're in Las Vegas, you're at a country music concert, and some guy has 20 machine guns hooked up to go full auto, firing down from a hotel into the crowd. You're a gun nut. You love guns. You've got your concealed carry piece with you, which is illegal at a music event, I might add, and illegal where they're serving alcohol, etc. But you're illegally carrying your concealed piece anyway. How are you going to return fire on the guy with 20 machine guns emptying into the crowd? You're not going to hit him with your handgun. You're going to hit all the windows around him and probably kill some civilians. So in the United States, there are threats that are being executed that you being armed does not solve. Does not solve. The only solution to that is that that guy didn't have a whole shitload of machine guns and didn't unload them into a concert. And no amount of personal carry fixes that. If you had a fucking rocket launcher personal carry, you couldn't safely take out that guy. You'd be more likely to hit something else. So, you know, there's this class of problems that, so that's one thing that the vast majority of fuckery that happens from guns being around, having your own gun doesn't solve, sadly. Like, oh, you're real good, you're carrying, you're real good, you're carrying. Or is your 8-year-old carrying? No. Are you with your 8-year-old all the time? No. Well, how are you going to prevent your 8-year-old getting shot by you having a gun? You're not. The better way to get him not shot is to have not so many guns around.
Yeah, well, at least in Australia, I know when I'm taking my kids to school that they're going to be safe, you know. And I know that Annette and Chloe, you're in the States. Rich, I don't know where you are, and I don't want to put it out there anyway. But do you guys have guns? Like just out I mean, you don't have to disclose it if you don't want. But I imagine that if I was an American, I would have a gun. Because
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, I can imagine
absolutely. I don't live alone. I have my gun. But that's for more, personal protection.
Sure.
If I'm in America, I got a shitload of guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like absolutely. Yeah.
The gun, Chloe?
I actually don't, but my family does. We're very gun driven people. I just don't have the money to go buy one.
It's pretty cheap. You can get a high power 9mm for real cheap.
Chloe is gonna go crazy. Gonna get that gun, girl. Richo, what are we gonna say?
I have a taser. That counts.
Oh, that counts.
Well, the other thing is you should always have non-lethal options. If you just carry a gun, you're stupid. You should carry a gun and mace always. You're going to much more often use the mace than the gun. Or do you enjoy going to court and losing all your money? Because like if you shoot someone rightfully, that don't mean you ain't going to go to court with a civil case and lose all your fucking money anyway. So you should have non-lethal options always. You're going to much more often use that mace than the gun. You and your girlfriend are walking down the beach. You and your girlfriend are walking home from a club, 2:30 a.m. Some dude grabs your girl's ass. Now what? You gonna shoot him? Keeps following you. Keeps trying to grab her ass. You gonna shoot him? You're not allowed to shoot him. But you want the ass grabbing to stop, right? So now you're gonna fuck up all your jewelry and lose some diamonds over it? Or you can spray the fucker with mace and just keep walking and be done and move on with your life. With no diamonds lost.
It shouldn't have to come to that though. Like, really? I mean, obviously this dude's up for a bit of fun. He's grabbing a chick's ass and the boyfriend doesn't like it. But should it turn to
sexual assault? let's not pretty it up. It is sexual assault.
But it is.
And that dude should get the living fuck kicked out of him.
But growing up,
you're not allowed to do that.
Grab me on the ass all the time. Like, it was just life. Like, you just deal with this shit. You don't fucking grab a gun and fucking blow someone's head off because they grabbed your ass.
Carry mace. I don't care where you live. If you can legally carry mace or bear spray or fucking depends on where you live.
Here in Australia,
if you can't carry mace, you can carry dog spray. If you can't carry dog spray, you can carry some other menthol based thing instead of a pepper spray thing.
And look, I agree with you, Richard. Like, it's not safe for girls. Like in Melbourne where I live, like 20 years ago, if there was a murder, it'd be front page headline. Like everyone would be like, "Oh my God, there's a murder," and now it's like there's a murder every day. Like, it's just because we've got much multiculturalism and so many immigrants that our society has grown to a point where the crime rate just has no shame anymore.
There was actually a race war in Surfers Paradise. It was the surfers versus the Lebanese.
That was Cronulla. That was in Sydney where Place is, Cronulla Beach.
They also did it in Queensland too, though. It wasn't just Sydney. They had race war shit in Queensland too.
Yeah. Because after 9/11, all the Muslims got their back up and started bullshit at Cronulla Beach with the surfers, and the surfers said, "Fuck you." And this is like the safest society out there. Like there isn't anything safer than Australia. It's the most edge-rounded society in the universe. True, Blaze. Is that how it went at Cronulla Beach? Yeah, the surfers were like, "Fuck you," and all the Muslims were out there in their fucking cars threatening all the white chicks. Yeah.
It's not good.
Like it was a pretty awkward situation. But I am gonna deviate for a second because we are starting to cop some flack from the community. I'm not gonna lie. Everybody is trying to get more info. So I mean, I'm loving the conversation. I love hearing.
If you guys listen, all you guys that want to help with the game theory and Pulse, which is should have a sacrifice phase very soon. Why don't you guys go to, as it is under my face right here, t.me/PulseChain.com, and you get to participate and spread your ideas and read the pinned messages, which probably answer all your questions. Because, there's not that many parameters left, right? So we've got in which method do you use to give people their freemium ETH? Is it by reducing the ETH? Is it by giving more free ETH Pulse to sacrificers? Is it to what does the liquidity farming thing look like, if there is one, which I kind of would like there to be? Is there a treasury? What does that look like? Because these are just a couple mechanics that I think have found great success in other projects, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but they're so successful in practice that if they can exist there, then perhaps they should. But other parameters are pretty well settled, right? Like the number of validators doesn't really matter. It's, probably going to be 20 to 50 just because I know those parameters work. The blockchain
I do have a few
timing,
questions, Richard.
Go ahead. Sure.
Yeah. So can you talk more about the sacrifice period and how similar it is to the Hex AA?
No similarity.
The differences and the similarities? None at all.
The problem with the Hex AA was that you could predict that the people that bought day one wouldn't do that well because it was very similar in mechanic to the EOS launch, and the people that bought day one on the EOS launch also didn't do that well compared to people that bought a month later. So,
right.
You can, and I published those charts. I published the EOS charts. I published the data. I published the source from the data. I told everyone they probably shouldn't FOMO day one. They didn't listen. So, to some degree that helped price because those guys, since they bought at a higher ratio or transformed at a higher ratio, they didn't buy because you can't buy something that doesn't exist. They minted their coins themselves. Mm-hmm. Therefore, they mined into existence their own coins at a ratio which didn't allow them to dump the price later very hard because they'd already valued it at a diluted value of like $1 billion at day one. And you're like, okay, maybe, so for this ratio to go up, someone's going to have to like start valuing it like 2 billion fully diluted and stuff. And you're just like, it's really hard on day one. When you take 2 years of pent up demand and release it on one day, you're very likely to get a dip with that type of mechanism where there's a standard amount coming out every day that can be minted. So the EOS had a dip from, day 30 to 60, and then Moon Hex had a dip like day 30 to 60, something like that. And then Moon, like you can see on the chart, check the dates. And if you use a bonding curve where the next guy has to get a worse ratio, and, then there ain't no dip. And if you can't sell because it doesn't exist and it's launching with no value, then you can't have a dip. And so this mechanic where the guys that get in the earliest can do better than the guys that get in after, it's kind of nice if you want to align with how most people tend to FOMO day one, so this I believe will be.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I've got some other mechanics in there where, I think in the real world, if you are willing to buy a lot more of a thing, you should get a better deal on the thing. That makes total sense. I mean, that works everywhere.
Yeah.
And we can tend to simulate some. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, is there going to be a fixed amount of X coins that can be claimed every day?
No, there's not going to be any daily anything. There's not going to be a daily anything. That's not going to happen. Because if you do the daily anything and you don't want to dip, you have to with perfect knowledge, know the shape of future demand, invert that future demand, and apply it to the supply. And you can't know that. You cannot know that. So I tried to account for extra demand on day one by doubling the supply day one. Wasn't enough. So I even tried to account for some of that shit, but it wasn't enough. So, and this was in the Hex launch. So in the Pulse launch, I think a bonding curve. So we don't want people to be able to front run and make more than someone else that got in a second earlier. That's stupid. We do believe that people that put in more should be rewarded for doing so. I do like the mechanic of competition, and therefore like a silver, gold, bronze to get the guys that are at the heavy end of the power law distribution where they're just whales and they have like a ton of the Hex price performance is a whale that just bought the hell out of it. It happens to have hundreds of millions of dollars ETH. Cool. wish we had more guys like that. It's awesome, you know? And I would imagine, I mean, looking at this distribution of other coins, including Ethereum, the vast majority of coins in cryptocurrency have in excess of 60% of their supply in like 20 wallets. It's just like crazy, you know? So this power law distribution means that if a project does well, numbers wise, it's usually because the whales liked it, usually because the whales have all the money. That's how it usually goes. There are exceptions to that, like Ponzi schemes are an exception to that because they're primarily retail driven. Unfortunately, they get scammed and lose all their money, but it is an example of, you know, actually, I might even be wrong about that. Maybe Ponzi schemes actually do have a power law distribution in them as well. You know, like you'd have to see plus tokens deposits and Forsages deposits and Safe Moon. These are all legitimate Ponzi schemes. And you could look at their distribution of depositors and try and get a shape out of it. But you don't need to do any of that if you just use a bonding curve. So examples of tokens that have used bonding curves, Bancor raised 150 million with a bonding curve at the end of 2017. Ton Network raised, I think, $1 billion or something. Like Telegram was going to launch their own network called TON, the Telegram Open Network. They chose not to do it because they got slapped by the United States Securities Exchange Commission, which we call the SEC. So they ceased their token launch and refunded their users some of the money. Interesting. Most of the money, but not all of it. And they used a bonding curve where, you know, each token you had to buy at 1 billionth more price than the last one. And so, you know, right now I just pulled out of my head and I'm like, you know, so I know bonding curves work. Tons of NFTs use bonding curves. And if you think about the way normal order books on exchanges work, the farther you go up, the thinner the order book gets. And so you do pay higher and higher prices the further you push into an order book. And so bonding curves tend to simulate rather normal pricing behavior, except you remove the counterparty that has to keep moving their asks and you just have an algorithm do it. Some bonding curves you can sell back into. I'm not really a fan of that, right? The network doesn't exist yet.
Okay.
The token, like you when you sacrifice, you're just sacrificing. And then if one day someone gives you something for free that happens to be exclusive to you, cool, lucky you. You know, and if there's really cool game mechanics into how you sacrificed and you got, you know, the society that you're in said that, oh, this person did more, so we value it more. Oh, this person did it earlier, so we value it more. Those are all completely reasonable and mirror the way that we value most things. You know, like first, the early bird gets the worm. We understand it. So
Right.
to give you specific numbers, go ahead.
I was just going to ask.
Okay, please.
Apologies if you've already answered by
Sure.
the X placeholder token after the sacrifice.
It may not even be a token. See, that's
Okay.
the thing, right? So
Yeah.
when the Uniswap airdrop occurred, did they airdrop it to people that held a specific token? No. They airdropped it to people that had provided liquidity or had used their system.
Okay.
That's it. Okay. When the Torn project, which was Tornado.cash, airdropped its users, did it airdrop someone that held a specific token? No. They just airdropped people that had this property. They airdropped addresses that had the property of doing something else in the network, which was use a specific contract, which happened to be their contract. When, you know, so this concept of giving free valueless tokens to a certain set of people has been done hundreds of times. You know, like it's standard that this is what happens. Free stuff gets given to people of a certain trait. If you go to the Academy Awards, you're getting free stuff. Is it because of the color of your skin? No. Is it because of your height? No. Is it because of your gender? No. It's because you went to the Academy Awards.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you go to Costco and you get a toothpick with some food on it, it's because you're in Costco. That you're a member of the set of people that went to Costco and walked by this vendor who's handing out free food. So giving free stuff to a specific set of people is legitimate and awesome and common. And in this case, I want the set of people to consist of those of the political belief that fees on blockchain should be affordable. And then to prove that you're serious about what you're saying, you're going to sacrifice. And you're going to sacrifice in a way that you're never going to benefit from. So the money that you lose, someone else might benefit from it, but you're not going to benefit from it because it's a sacrifice. So Bitcoin miners sacrificed money to hardware manufacturers and electricity companies so that they could get Bitcoin that they minted out of thin air, but they had to pay mining companies and electricity companies. Ethereum was brought into existence by people sacrificing their Bitcoin. Hex was brought into existence by people sacrificing their Ethereum. And now Pulse will be brought into existence by people sacrificing a lot of different stuff. So it's some of these mechanics aren't identical. So for instance, Ethereum had a common pool with an expectation of profit solely from the work of others. And the United States Securities and Exchange Commission deemed that it was a security. However, it transitioned into being not a security by having sufficient decentralization, to coin a term from James Clayton. So, to the end user, how important these nuances are, I'm not sure. But to me, the nuances are super important because this is the difference between lawful and awesome and well-designed and less. Now, by the way, the less lawful stuff has worked out for a lot of people. Yeah. So EOS was a security. ETH was a security. And they're doing just fine. Yeah. And there's a lot of other things I could quote you as well, that they were securities and they made all kinds of promises and sold you a lot of shit. And they told you how much work they were going to do and how much essential managerial effort they're going to put in and how much essential entrepreneurial effort they're going to put in. And the two were directly tied to each other, promise you a lot of shit and hope money comes in. And that was their business model. And that has worked for a lot of people. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think these nuances really are important to the Hexagon community as well. Because I think when we look at this, we see that we're kind of betting on you as the jockey, right? Because we know you've been successful.
Don't bet on me. I just sit around.
In your undies, Richard, like a babe.
I know
I sit around and buy expensive clothing.
But let's take you out of the equation then and say that as a community, we're all very, very certain about the success of these.
I do come up with good ideas. And if people execute the good ideas, bullshit usually happens.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We're basically trying to understand these nuances so that we can support this project as best as we possibly can.
If you want to, so I have this dilemma. Like I could explain this to you so easy. But then and tell you why I know this shit works, but I don't really like shilling other shit. So I know there are projects that have different components of this that are doing exceptionally well. And so it's like, okay, if you go to pitch somebody in an elevator, you could tell them 50 things they don't understand, or you could tell them it's Uber, but for construction delivery. It's, Airbnb, but for corporate space. It's eBay, but for only this vertical of stuff. And you can just really make super easy analogies like that. Like Hex is Bitcoin, but with a proof of work change. We do proof of weight instead of proof of work.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So I could tell you that Pulse is BSC, but probably more decentralized. There's a rumor that all of the Pulse validators are really just CZ himself. I saw a funny JPEG on the Twitter where it was like a CAPTCHA, like a Google CAPTCHA thing where you had to select the BSC validators and it was just 9 pictures of CZ in different outfits.
Yeah, I saw that.
Awesome.
So like I'll do this because we're so far into the stream. The people that are here are probably hardcore people. So I'll share these Easter eggs with you that I just wouldn't share with people normally.
Oh,
awesome. Yeah, we're pumped, man. Pumped.
All right.
BSC has more active addresses on it currently than Ethereum. A single fork of Uniswap that's enriching the forkers instead of the actual Uniswap founders, called PancakeSwap, is doing more transactions itself than the entire Ethereum network. The problem with So what's the problem with BNB or BSC, which is the Binance Smart Chain? it's not really decentralized. And they enriched a bunch of copycats instead of the original teams. So the people that copied Uniswap are getting rich on it instead of Uniswap. That sucks. That's not cool. They use a multi-chain format, which increases attack surface and reduces reliability. So in Binance Chain, you're staking Binance coin to be able to validate Binance Chain. And then they're not doing fee burning. But since Binance coin is like the native coin, they do their own centralized burning from their centralized company that will stop when they burn half the coins. So, you know, the mistakes that they made are multi-chain, not as good for security, no fee burning, not as good for price performance, but you'd have to measure how much they're burning on their other thing, which I don't have time to measure. Centralization's probably not legit. It's probably just CZ 9 times, you know.
That's so good.
I'm speaking out of my ass in regards to this, but you know, this is the common belief, is that it's just not truly decentralized, which, listen, if there's no attacks, truly decentralized isn't worth much. Decentralization is worth something if there's attacks, and then it's very useful. But if you're not attacked, less security is just better. They're using, so like a lot of the parameters we're using the BSC parameters because I know they work for billions of dollars now. So the maximum number of validators in BSC is 41, you know, so I know anything from a range of 21 that EOS uses to 41, which BSC uses. And this isn't the only fork of Ethereum. TRX is a fork of Ethereum. Maddox is a fork of Ethereum. XDAI is a fork of Ethereum. Something called Boro is a fork of Ethereum. There's a shitloads of forks of Ethereum, and some of them are doing volume, and I can see that the parameters work. So for instance, I think Matic has like half-second blocks. At least their white paper said they did. I haven't actually checked the block explorer to verify it. BSC is using 3-second blocks. Some of their reporting infrastructure is falling over a bit because it just can't handle the throughput. Like, I think there are like some of the scanning stats things are having trouble keeping up, but it's not mission critical, right?
Yeah.
So I know 3-second block works. I know forks of Ethereum works. I know proof of stake works. I know delegated proof of stake works. I know proof of authority works. I know like so many of these things are working now and for billions of dollars that I can choose known good parameters and improve things where we find them. And we do find things that we can improve. So for instance, Matic having a fake bullshit, they can steal all the money whenever the fuck they want, bridge system that's holding $500,000 of hex currently and $3 billion total of crypto. That is fucking garbage. That is disgusting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that's like the worst you can do in crypto. Like, oh, there's admin keys. All right, well, I hope you like the guy that's fucking in charge of all your money. That's not why I'm in crypto. So, you know, shit like that can be obviously improved. What else? Having single chain. So when we get all of our validator rotation and staking rewards on a single chain, you're not having to maintain 2 code bases with 2 executables with 2 chains and cross communication and relays and incentivizing the relays. It's a whole bunch of fuckery. Mm-hmm. So to do what BNB did with their BSC fork actually involved like a shitload of middleware and just clunky, very kludgy, very clunky.
Yeah,
but working.
It seems like a lot of like points of failure. Like
yeah,
a lot of things go wrong in that. It's
not ideal, but it is working for them. So you know, our system will be more secure. We'll have less points of failure. We'll have less attack surface. Does have fee burning directly in it. But you know, if you just said like BSC plus state, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's reward the original founders instead of the fucking copycats. That's a great idea. Let's save and make Ethereum more valuable by reducing the load on it, by letting those people that are getting destroyed with $20 fees to transact, $50 Uniswap fees, and $20 to send an ERC20. Let's get rid of that shit and save all the Ethereans and make Ethereum more valuable by reducing the load on that network and, you know, putting it on Pulse. So, I mean, so the shortcut, the Easter egg is you could just say like BSC plus state, but there's more to it. Like there's, but all that extra stuff is like nuance, you know, like if people don't understand software design and modularity and attack surface, then they're done. And you really have to know the inner workings of both chains. So there's not too many dual chain systems out there. Most are single chain, and it is better.
I think it's good having these like just simple things that we can talk to people about though. Like, okay, with Ethereans, we can talk about the fact that the fees are going to be lower. With anyone who's on Binance Smart Chain, we can talk about the fact that it's like,
I think we should freemium all the BSC guys. I think we should freemium the BSC guys. And I think I'd like to see a bridge to bridge value over to that ecosystem, because there's users there. So why wouldn't they want to take advantage of Pulse shares? Or why wouldn't they want to take advantage of all, like, if you're a guy and you're really hot looking, how do you say this? If you're not the hottest dude amongst your friends and you go out, the hot dude's going to outpull you and you're going to get pissed about it. That's how it usually goes. And if you're a girl and you go out with your friends and the hot chick is single, she's going to pull a dude and you're not, unless you're as hot as her. And that's usually how it goes. I think Hex and Pulse are the hot dudes and hot chicks. And I think that if you let other people know about them and they enter people's mind space by either hatred or likeness or freemium or however they get to hear about Hex and Pulse, I believe that these projects are so well designed and have such good throughput and such good price performance. At least, Pulse doesn't have price performance yet, but I believe in these designs so much that if people just discover they exist, they're going to switch to them. And, so
sure.
I see an advantage to letting other people interact with the ecosystem.
Absolutely. And I know as well that there are a lot of Hexicans who are really passionate and really serious about becoming Pulse whales. And so I guess for you, would there be anything else that you think? Oh,
here's the other thing, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Since the way that basically like our validator logic is the same as BSC's, except BSC they didn't have a sacrifice period. You had to be a BNB whale. Okay, who do you think the BNB whales are? Dun dun dun. Right. So it's like, that's the reason I think that we may have a more diverse group of validators, just because you don't already have like an entrenched whale class. You have like new people entering. We'll see. I mean, like a lot of stuff's hard to predict. Like how many ultra mega whales are going to participate in Pulse? I don't know. I'm going to participate.
I'm going to be a whale.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this is something that's like seriously being spoken about, but I guess, is there sort of just anything else that you would suggest that people be thinking through in their minds if they are serious about, capturing a significant market share of Pulse, or, becoming a Pulse whale? Is there sort of any factor that
I believe that the sacrifice phase is going to definitely be more advantageous and get you more goodwill for your sacrifice dollar, your dollar equivalent sacrifice, if you're in the first 3 or 7 day period, where I think we'll just round everybody into, the system parameters that I'm looking at don't have like gaps in them, so the daily thing, it tends to have that gap problem, and I'm not excited to see that again. So, to tell you the truth, when Hex launched, I thought that it would have trailed off quicker. I thought that every day someone claimed, it would greatly reduce the number of coins available that day. But then when you analyze the code, you're like, actually, that reduces the amount available across the whole rest of the phase. So it averages that out, and you're like, fuck. Well, that breaks the feedback loop. Like, you wanted people to feel like a good dopamine hit, that a big claim made less available that day. That would have been ideal, but that's not what happened. It's like,
so Rico, are you saying right now, just to clarify, that everyone should FOMO in the first 7 days, unlike Hex when you said not to buy day one?
I think the only way that you might be able, I don't know of any, with the systems that I'm looking at with bonding curves, if you just get a better ratio if you get in early. So I mean, the only because it's US dollar like equivalent, you could try and market time the stuff that you're sacrificing. But assuming that you can't market time the stuff that you're sacrificing and that its value is just what it is, you're going to get more bang for your buck earlier, or at least in that first rounding period. I mean, the only mechanism I can see where that wouldn't be true is if you did like a global. So I'm thinking of like a 30-day total sacrifice period. If you did a global reordering on the curve by size, then it could make irrelevant some of the time curve. So if you have a time curve which is every day is 4.1% more expensive for 30 days, that means there's 29 increases. That means there's an increase of 3.3x. You do that math by just doing 1.041 to the 29th power. If you then, so that's your time curve, right? That gives you like a 3.3x over 30 days. It seems reasonable to me. It seems okay. But you don't want to reward people for front running. So either the first 3 or 7 days, you kind of group everyone together, and then people that are in the know, they don't have to like ride that curve. And you might have to change some of those numbers. Like if you group the first 3 or 7 days and you still want a 3.3x, you're going to need to like up the amount per day because you've got less days to ramp it since you're grouping the first group. And then if you look at the volume side, right? I was just out of my head. I'm like, all right, if you put $1 million, then how much would you want the next guy to pay after you? Well, I don't know, 4%. Why not? And then if you do that compounding, if you compound a 4% increase every $1 million, you end up with a 59x or 49x at the 100th compounding or 99th compounding. Yeah. And then you're like, well, that's nice because the people that got in early are going to know that the next guy is going to get a lot less, and that may make people want to get in. And then the counterpoint is, at some point, do people go, well, this is just too high? And the thing is, like, I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that in crypto there is such a thing as too high.
It just doesn't seem to be the way that FOMO works.
Like the higher it is, the more people like it. I mean, Bitcoin's up 50 million X or 6 million X. Bitcoin's up 6 million X. Mm-hmm. Ethereum, and when Ethereum launched, you could buy with 1 Bitcoin, 2,000 Ethereum when it launched. That's how they launched.
Yeah.
Now 1 Bitcoin buys 20 Ethereum. People talk shit all the time. Oh, Bitcoin's the best. Bitcoin's the best. Shitcoins suck. You're like, oh, really? Because the charts say you're stupid. The charts say that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh. So explain how 1 Bitcoin used to buy 2,000 Ethereum and now it only buys 20. Explain it to me. Genius, maxi retard.
Absolutely.
It's just so fucking obvious. I show them the chart. I'm like, oh, look, Ethereum is up 3.2x versus Bitcoin over 600 days and making 3-year new all-time highs. Explain to me how Bitcoin is better than Ethereum. Let's count the transactions per day. Let's count the dollars in transactions per day. Let's count the fucking, you're like, there's no comparison. Bitcoin's getting the absolute shit kicked out of it, but people just won't look at the fucking chart. You're like, look, the chart says you're getting shit kicked in, man. All the metrics show you're getting your ass kicked. But they're too dumb to listen. I don't get it. If they'd taken my advice a year or two ago, when I told them Hex is probably going to outperform Ethereum, Ethereum's probably going to outperform Bitcoin, Bitcoin's probably going to outperform the dollar, guess who was right? I was right. Really, really right. People don't listen,
It's true. Hey, it's absolutely true.
So on the curve, I don't know what the perfect curve rate is. And and that project I told you that was a failed, horrible, terrible project. They got 600,000 Ethereum at 1.2 billion valuation. And fuck valuation. They got $1.2 billion ETH in. That's what they got. They did that on a ramp of only 2x.
Wow.
So, it's really hard to pick that ramp size.
Man, I'm psyched. I'm so pumped.
Yeah.
This is gonna be
same.
Like people don't even know. People don't know what's going to hit them. It's crazy.
It's gonna be cool.
We did have a super chat come through, and somebody was asking whether you believe that there's any way in which the gold, silver, bronze bonuses could outweigh like the day one FOMO where you end up.
Well, that's the one thing that I was saying. Like that's the one thing that might be able to counteract time, is if you could kind of turn back time by being placed earlier in the curve, or by getting some type of bonus multiplier by being a larger guy. Because like from my perspective, it's like, how much. It's obviously stupid to reward someone for being a second earlier than someone else. Because who did that benefit? Didn't benefit anybody.
Yeah.
And so you run into this issue where it's like, what are you trying to reward? Are you trying to reward speed? I don't think so. Are you trying to reward mass? I think so. I think rewarding mass is like super important. But you know, it's like, so let's do this as an experiment as a human. One guy gives you $1 and one guy gives you $1,000. Okay, now which guy do you like more?
The guy that gave me 1,000.
Probably like the 1,000. Like how much more? Like fucking lot more. Like a whole lot more. Like a lot. And then, you know, when you look at these, when you look at the emotional like feels behind, you know, two parties, like if someone sacrifices like, you know, 200 million and someone sacrifices like 1 million, I think the 200 million guy should get like a fucking hookup of some sort, you know? And the only, so in this instance, like a universal, so I'll give you another idea that I've had. You have a time curve, that's fine. And you have the early combine everyone to prevent like racing and front running garbage. It's like, you know, 3 or 7 day period before you start your time ramp. Fine. I think that's a cool idea. Never seen it done before. Yay me. Cool game theory. And then on the volume ramp, I mean, I think if you just reordered everybody on the volume ramp in order of their size, it could be really, really cool, because now there's always a reason to add more, to put yourself back in a better spot. And there's always a reason to outdo another guy. And so you have like permanent competition with the thing that you're really trying to reward, which is size. Because like, to me, the time doesn't fucking matter at all. Right. But like, so like, it may be the case that the sacrifice just reorders people on the volume. Like you could reduce the ramp to something that ain't no 60x. And then you could have people reorder themselves on that ramp based on their size. And then, you know, that could work too, because everyone's still going to be getting a fair shake. And then, I think that if you scale supply, so another thing is, I think if you scale supply with a reordering along a more shallow ramp, it could be a more fair launch. It really could be. Because like if someone buys 60x higher than the guy that bought 30 days earlier, yes, it is crypto. Yes, this shit happens all the time. Yes, I've seen it a million times. But I'm not exactly sure that it's as fair that that guy paid 60x more. And I'm not sure, you know? Hey, you're 30 days late. You just heard about it. Pay 60x. Yeah, it's crypto. It happens, you know? But like, does he, you see what I'm saying? This is a hard decision because I've seen both work. I've seen strong ramps work, and I've seen shallow ramps work.
Hey, Richard, I don't want to interrupt you, but did you want to take a break, go to the toilet, grab something to eat?
Fuck breaks. Nah.
No, bro, we're only 3 hours in. He's sweet. He's good to go.
I'm only being polite because I know I use the toilet a lot.
Hey,
water right here.
The community's loving this. The community's loving this chat right now. By the way, they're loving all the details. I guess something else I was wondering about was, yeah, I mean, I know there's definitely some speculation going around of, you know, communities banding together and deciding to buy in to a certain token, let's say Hex, before the sacrifice period. And like, I guess if hexagons were to do that, do you see any benefits to? You don't have to
collude at all.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I don't even know that there's any benefit to doing that.
Okay.
Unless, like if we do the group by size and reorder on the curve, then cooperation does have a benefit, but it also has a risk that whoever's managing the cooperation exit scams your ass.
Yeah.
So, it's
with Hex specifically, would you see any benefit to the fact that, say, if Hexicans did all decide to, buy Hex tokens prior to sacrifice, for example, removing the liquidity from the ETH Hex side and then sacrificing that, would you see a benefit to that, I guess, in the long run?
That's a hard one. Like, to do that math, you'd have to know what the value of your forked liquidity on the Pulse Uni pair would have been worth. And you'd have to, in order to know that, you'd have to know what the value of Pulse Hex is. And it's good luck. Good luck figuring that one out. I have no idea.
Okay.
I could try and figure it out, but I'm focused on more important shit. Because that'll all work out. Like, once it'll all shake out, some people are going to make some cool moves in the first few days. Cool. Great. But the system state is going to figure out these values in a reasonable time, I would assume. So, that's not going to make a difference in years. On-ramping new users, I'm focused on. Getting the curves right, I'm focused on. Adopting successful game mechanics such as maybe treasury, maybe liquidity farming, I'm super focused on. Some parameters we already know are successful. Validator set size, block seconds per block, things like that. I'm if you want more throughput, you can do it later. It's a community, it's a socially enforced blockchain. The people that run the validators can socially decide to make improvements to the parameters later. And we're going to get data from the testnet anyway. So, some of these technical decisions is going to come down to what you learn from the testnet.
Yeah.
So, we shoved these types of transaction and it fell over. So we're going to go to this instead of that kind of stuff, So can't do that until the testnet's done.
Yeah, cool.
I'm kind of excited to see how both chains are going to progress from here. I can see maybe with Hex on the Ethereum chain, maybe if the staking pool is less, the higher the APY goes.
Staking what? Pulse or Hex?
Hex.
Staking.
Hex. I was talking about.
My gut.
ETH.
I don't have a crystal ball, but my gut feeling is that there's a huge negative externality in overpaying for mining that the miners then dump on the Ethereum network. It's a huge negative externality that if you can get the same liquidity or better, the same price performance or better on the Pulse side, why would you overpay to hurt ETH's price, the ETH miners? So, I could easily see a world where PulseChain captures a very substantial part of Ethereum's transaction, which should make Ethereum more valuable because the fees will be more bearable. Ethereum has priced out a ton of use cases currently, and it's hurting its own price by overpaying the miners. Mm-hmm. The miners only sell. They don't buy. They sell. They buy electricity. They buy hardware. They sell the coin. So, I think we can help Ethereum's value, help the user experience of the Ethereum network by reducing its load and reintroducing good use cases with the same exact code on a new network. And it's
100%.
better and more wholesome than just everyone that forks Uniswap getting rich on yet another network. Oh, Matic forked Uniswap, so now QuickSwap's rich. Oh, BSC forked Uniswap, made PancakeSwap, so those fucks are rich. Now, everybody makes their fucking copy Uniswap, gets rich on it. The way that Pulse is doing it is a more honest, better way to do it. Now the Uniswap founders can get rich off of Uniswap instead of somebody that's not the Uniswap founders, and it also saves Hexicans and saves other ETH users.
Yeah.
If we launch this chain empty, Hexicans ain't going to save no fees, But now, if it is the case that you have a better user experience with Pulse, and it has the tokens that you want, and it has the liquidity that you want, and and it has the user experience you want, you don't have to overpay somewhere else. And that could be a much more efficient system. And then if it could, I mean, look, I don't know how it's going to work out, but you could have like a runaway effect where, you know, why am I overpaying here? And then people move, and then the Pulse hex could become more valuable, and then the ETH hex become less valuable. And then people go, oh shit, the Pulse hex is getting more valuable. Well, I better sell this shit now and then move over. You could have, I mean, look, I don't have a crystal ball. Like price discovery is a real motherfucker.
Right.
Hard to predict, but you know, if enough whales in hex decided that they thought Pulse was worth more, if Pulse hex was worth more than ETH hex, then the price is going to go up on the one they see more value in. It's going to go down on the one that they don't. Yeah. And then if the value goes low enough on the ETH side, then people might not feel bad about just letting their stakes burn instead of overpaying the miners to dump the ETH price, you know? And that's like, if you look at these systems from a closed ecosystem perspective, it is not useful for hexagons to be losing $25,000 a day for any reason, let alone overpaying miners to dump the ETH price. Which, I mean, 25 grand a day is no big fucking deal. But when you understand that there's thousands of other ERC20s in similar situations, and it's just bad for everyone that's involved. It's like there's a nightclub fire and everyone's trying to get out the same fucking door. It's bad for everyone involved. If you had slightly fewer people, everyone could get out safely. But as soon as you have too many people, it sucks for everybody involved. So we can make Ethereum better by launching PulseChain, and we can enrich the Ethereum users by launching PulseChain. We can enrich the hexagons by launching PulseChain. There's so many good things. I made a really cool, if you go to t.me/PulseChain.com, you're going to find a JPEG that I made, which is, you know, the outline that I'm working from about the features and benefits. And there's just a lot, man. You're going to save the environment. You're going to have less inflation. You're going to have there's just so much cool stuff, you know? So
yeah.
You know, I don't have a crystal ball, but I would like to see there be less negative externalities and less waste. And that means if the value of Hex on the Ethereum network was less and the value of Hex on the Pulse network was more, then it could save a lot of people a lot of user experience pain. Really sucks when you go to make an ETH a Uniswap transfer and it costs $50. Or I checked earlier and it was $25, and that's
killer.
That's too much money.
Cost, I have a lot of no coiners. Yeah, I have a lot of no coiner friends that I've talked to about Hex, and being a no coiner, they're kind of like, yeah, I kind of want to throw like a couple $100 in. And right now, I don't have an answer for them. You know, it's like, well, let me get back to you in a couple months. You know, like, so this news for the Pulse chain was very exciting for me in that regard. And I think, growth is.
I have to change a setting on my side. I'm afraid the stream will drop. Maybe it'll just fix. It looks like it just fixed. Okay.
Are you all right, Richard?
Yeah. I was dropping some packets, but we're all right again.
Sweet.
Good.
Yeah, we're all right.
I do sense there's a little bit of curiosity, maybe a little bit of confusion in the chat. There are a couple of people, and sorry if you've already gone over this, noticing that you may have said something about Pulse shares. Is there going to be some sort of staking of Pulse and receiving?
So Firebun. There's no Pulse shares.
Okay.
That's not a thing. You can issue shares of Hex stakes on different networks using the code that Firebun wrote that allows you to do that. So you might see Hex shares of mainnet Ethereum stakes for sale on Matic because he wrote the code to do it. So if you're a developer and you want to see that code that allows you to issue shares of Hex on other networks, Firebun wrote it. So cool. He's not the only guy to write it. Someone else wrote a different implementation. I think it's a great idea. You know, we want Hex to be everywhere it can be. So in addition to, so like on Pulse, you know, you can delegate your stake in Pulse to validators, and the validators can rebate you back money for doing so. and that helps maintain efficient validators, and it helps maintain rewarding the guys that it's hard to explain, so I'm not going to explain it, but
Okay.
basically, if you don't want a winner take all situation where the big gets bigger forever, there's a mechanic in the code, in the game theory, which rewards you for giving your stake to the guy that has less cost. So you reward like the not biggest guy because he can kick you back more money because he hasn't locked up more stake. And it gives you kind of a natural tendency to rotate through validators instead of just letting the bigger guy get bigger forever. It's kind of hard to explain to you the mechanic of how it works.
That's okay.
Maybe I'll get around to like explaining it better in the white paper, but
That's okay.
Yeah, the gas fees are killing everyone at the moment, especially for new hexagons, like you were saying, Annette. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, 30 to 40% ROI is fucking fantastic, and like, but getting people in and paying the gas fees is a whole different issue. You know, so yeah, we're just all
apparently I had like got you guys to drop off the stream somehow or something, but you're back, I think. So.
Where are my
people in chat are complaining? They're like, "Where are the girls?" They're back. You'll be able to see them again soon.
I can see you all on our
You just
stream.
lagged. Yeah, they're back.
We're here.
Yeah.
Hey,
Because I'm
Richard.
streaming at 4K, like there's latency. Go ahead.
So as a community, we show our faces and keep growing together, making friends and doing cool stuff together. And me and the Aussie guys, we've got a stream happening on Sunday, or Saturday night, Sunday. They wanted to know, do you watch their stream at all?
I used to watch everyone's streams all the time, and now I haven't been doing it because I have to focus on these really hard things.
Yeah, you got a lot of play.
Some of these, like, this is not grunt work that you can just grunt through. This is like creative manufacturing of things which haven't existed before. You know, like this kind of innovation it takes all of your concentration, really.
Yeah, for sure. You know you're busy, Richard, and you know how much I appreciate you coming on the stream today.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
It's great talking to you girls, you know? It's nice.
Good talking to you, Richard.
And you know, is there anything we can do as a community to assist you and
just help work out the game theory edge cases, you know, like, right? Like if there's these things where, okay, if you 10,000x the supply, whoever gets to trade first gets to wipe out the Uniswap pool, arbitraging it to the more reasonable rate. And do you want to reward that guy for getting the first transaction in, but nobody else? No, that seems like it sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. So now what are you going to auction off the ability to do that first transaction? That's a lot of extra clunkiness. You don't want to write all that code. Okay, so like what is another way to prevent the first person getting to trade on the Uniswap pairs from buying up all the cheap stuff? And you're like, do we reduce one side of the pair? You game theory figuring, and then like, okay, what happens to people that have loans out? So there's contracts where people have borrowed ETH, and now ETH is Pulse, and so do they get liquidated? Who liquidates them? Who profits? And then you really want to have, and look, we've got time to figure these things out, because even while the sacrifice phase is running, this particular of which way to change the level DB values in order to create a new state tree, which is everybody's like balances. That's how it's stored in the Ethereum network. You have to like, it's really useful to think out these game theory things, because we could inflate some things, we could deflate some things, we could change both sides, we could treat contracts different than non-contracts. We could auction off first mover advantage. We could introduce delays. We could disallow certain types of transactions during certain timeframes. We could give a period where only certain types of transactions go through. I really prefer the things that are the least fuckery. If things can occur without having to write a contract that needs to get audited, and it doesn't have to go through the EVM, stuff that can just happen by editing the balance state, I'm partial to those interventions because that's the least attack surface, most secure, most reliable. So, and it's, there's certain things that, like if you have a contract that, like for instance, I'll give you an example. Uniswap contracts cannot be emptied on one side by trading. It's impossible. So if you manually go and set one side to 0 for some reason, they should break and they should just be broken. And they might repair if someone adds a little extra liquidity to one side, maybe they fix, but there's no reason to just break them in the first place. And so you're looking at what contracts in general do and how important the size of their balances are to them. And, it's like contracts might break if there's just too much ETH in existence. I'm not sure. There might be a limit. We have to test it, So the game theory, the stuff that as a non-developer, the game theory things that you can think through are, okay, if we took Ethereum right now, and I tweeted this earlier today, if we took Ethereum right now and there was 10,000x more supply instantly, what would happen in that moment? And think about it. Who's going to get liquidated? Who's going to get rich? Who's going to get wrecked? And why? And then do it the other direction. You're like, okay, now there's 10,000 times less Ethereum now. Who wins? Who loses? Where are the edge cases? That type of like human game theory is very useful right now. And people that might have, opinion as to, is a 2x ramp better than a 60x ramp? Show me why. Why? FEI, a failed, very silly stablecoin project, got 600,000 ETH with a 2x ramp. Bancor got 150 million with a sharper ramp. I have to actually measure out Telegraph Open Networks, pay a billionth more for each extra coin's ramp, So if one ramp is better than another, why? And if we're gonna reorder them by size, we don't even really. If we're gonna reorder them by size, I'm not I think a more shallow ramp makes more sense.
So Richard,
these are very important parameters that I'm happy to hear people's input on.
For sure. And does a validator need to own a huge bag of Pulse? What if they don't have the technical skills?
Well, why don't you just delegate your stake to a validator that doesn't suck, and then you get what you're supposed to get?
Reap the rewards.
Yeah, like if you're the world has no use for a shitty validator. If you don't have good connectivity and good uptime, you will actually lose money trying to be a validator. Because if you lie about the network system state, you're slashed, you lose stake. If you fuck up and a cosmic ray causes a bit flip and you said something was valid that wasn't, you get slashed and you lose money. If you don't have liveness and your shit doesn't respond when it should, you lose some money, and that's how it works, right? So you don't want to be a shitty validator, you'll lose money. We only want the best. And so for you to be a validator, you've got to have the desire to be one and more stake delegated to you than, say, the 30 other people that want to be. So you've got to be top 30 or top 40 or, top 33 is where it's at now, but it could be 50. The number is not really that important. It changes. I already answered this earlier, but basically, like, the larger your set of validators, the more likely it is that someone's going to hit a shittier validator because there's a power law distribution in how good people are at computing and connectivity. So,
yeah.
And Richo, so who do you think the smartest women are in crypto? Being a woman, interesting to hear it. Who do you admire?
Well, I tend to care about people's utility and not their color or gender at all. So in general, like, I don't care if you're purple or a Smurf or human or imaginary. I really don't care. I care about what utility you have. So it's a weird question. I feel kind of bad answering it, but I'll do it anyway because it's popular. People care about genders.
Tell us, I want to know, Richard.
I mean, the smartest girls in crypto are actually transgender girls that stopped being girls. They started being guys. So there's a dude named I guess the hell is his name? I don't know. There's like an ETH core dev that just, I don't know, came out as gay or bi, but I guess he's not trans. There's a Zcash core dev that's trans. There's just a lot of effective trans devs, which is interesting. But some of these started out as guys and they flipped to girls. I don't know. It's hard to keep track of them all.
Do you like trans, Richo?
I ain't falling for that shit. Hey, I got a no-win question for you, homie. Would you rather kill Jews or babies? Well, thanks for that question. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
It doesn't matter.
What about Jewish babies?
We're all human beings, and you can say it if you want.
Fuck that shit.
Any way you
Any
are.
of these, like, declare your preference between two parties things is like pure risk. Not.
Well, I know a lot of guys that find transgender women very attractive, but there's nothing wrong with that. You know, we're free for you to express your sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious.
Cool.
Just to change the subject for a second.
Yeah.
I guess.
So who are they, Richard?
I mean, there's this, like, there ain't many girls in crypto. There's not. There's
what
fuck
about
all.
Crypto Finally, your best friend?
She's retarded. She sucks. Horrible.
True story, that one.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't actually seen a girl in crypto that's like building stuff. Like personally, like all I've really seen are like crypto like influencer chicks and nothing special there, right?
Usually, yeah, but there's some occasional outliers. Like you've got Caitlin Long, who's like a legislator that's working out of Wyoming, I think, that has a bank out there now. You've got this girl that works at the MIT Media Lab that does good blockchain work. You've got one of these girls that does security audit stuff that came down on the IOTA people really hard because they deserve it. You've got this Asian lady that does pretty good interviews called, I don't know, Unchained or some shit. She doesn't seem too dumb. She seems smart, I guess. You know, like but I mean, some of these people, I hate to even give them props because they don't show respect.
Yeah.
So like, even if that lady does get interviews, it's like, hey, bitch, I'm up in your thread saying hi. I'm a fucking serial entrepreneur, winner, badass motherfucker. Yeah, how about you respect and be like, oh, hi, Richard. Thank you for doing so many good things in the space. Like giving out millions of dollars of free advice and 8-hour-long live streams and free coins for fucking Bitcoiners only and free coins for Ethereum people and fucking telling people about admin key risk and security risk and liquidity risk and impermanent loss risk and calling out Satoshi in person and calling the $20,000 top. And you're like, hey, can I get some fucking respect over here?
I know, right? Yeah? Fuck them.
And so like,
fuck them. They're all like anyway, to be honest.
Do you want to know who's got me blocked on Tele?
Dude, not Layla, not your lover.
CoinDesk.
CoinDesk.
Cointelegraph. Samson Mao.
They're all
fucking like Zero Hedge. Fucking
I'm blocked.
The dude that wrote Black Swan, whatever that hard-headed dude's name is. Can't remember his name right now. Nicholas Taleb.
You're smarter than them.
Snowflake motherfuckers, like. Oh, I'm not.
You got a bigger dick than them, so fuck them. Hey, Richard, who's your Twitter crush? Any female that you think fucking is really smart and really pretty? Anyone?
No, like, Twitter. Who am I gonna simp for on Twitter?
There's not many, is there?
Like,
they're pretty fucking average, if you ask me.
I mean, crypto hoes? Like who? Like,
I know, right?
Okay, let's be nice. Let us build goodwill.
Chill,
let's build goodwill and on-ramp nice people. Let's rate crypto finally from 0 to 10. Okay.
What about BitFit Dance? What a fucking pisser she is.
I don't know. Her dancing is a 6.8.
It's fucking not a 6.8. It's a fucking.
But her like ability to like just have balls and rap is probably like an 8.5. I couldn't do it.
I couldn't.
Her rapping is so like I couldn't do it.
Sucking up to those bastards on fucking crypto Twitter wiggling my ass. No,
that's fine. Hey, look, if she did that shit for me, I'd be like, cool, thanks. You know?
I know you would. I know you would.
I would support it.
She can't sing for shit. Like, why do it?
Yeah, but at least it takes balls. Do you know how balls it takes to do bad rapping on the internet? It is. I got balls, and I'm not bad rapping on the internet.
She probably made a lot of money doing it too. So
sure. I mean, it's like, look, if a girl wants to dance and support the coin of her choice and make funny raps and shit, I support that. Like, I support what she's doing, and she's putting creative effort into it, and she's not shelling shit coins, and she's not fucking, I think BritFit Dance is a cooler person than a lot of the shit I see out there. I don't think she's shilling margin trading, so good for her, like, now let's take crypto finally. Back to ragging on this bitch.
Okay, let's go.
Now, usually I'm trying to be nice to people, usually. Well, am I? I'm trying to be. I'm trying. I don't know if I'm succeeding, but I'm trying. On a scale of 0 to 10, if you try to rank her like in hotness compared to other crypto influencers, I don't know, maybe she's like top 5 or some shit. That's how bad the competition is. Because if you rank her versus normal humans, she's like high 6. God, but she's top 5 crypto. Like, you're like, that's how bad crypto influences is usually. Like, so we do not have a good selection of hot girl crypto influencers, or I just don't look at that shit, and maybe there's a ton of them and I just don't fucking know, because I don't give a shit about that shit. I mean, I think we've got prettier hexagons than we've got like general crypto sluts.
100%, Richo. 100%. Look at all these beautiful women here. Can't go wrong. Beautiful babes and best personalities in the space. I'm telling you right now.
And then we've got other hotties that like aren't on the stream. Like, there's a chick that does all the nudes. Can't remember her name is. The girl that paints.
Pollyanny.
Yeah. And there's like a model one.
Today.
Can't remember. And
Savannah. There's heaps of them, and there's more coming on stream, Richard. We're going to have them on stream after you. We've got them coming on stream to meet them and greet them, and and
we'll get more over time.
For sure. And
I still remember. I think Serena was the first girl hexagon. Yeah. Serena with her crypto, her hex nails story. Serena's down in the middle bottom there.
Go on, Serena.
Yeah. So when I first started like searching hex videos on YouTube, there was nothing but Richard's videos. So I started making my hex videos, and I did the hex nails, and
I like the hex nails.
Yeah.
I think hex nails look cool.
Nice. They were kind of messy.
You need to use like a template. Like, painting the hexagon is rough. You need to
it's very hard.
Use a stencil.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on nails, but so like, I don't understand, like, girls and guys are so different. Girls do not give a fuck about guns. Girls do not give a fuck about cars. Girls do not give a fuck about custom computers.
Yeah, we do.
Rarely.
It depends. It's a broad statistical reality.
If a policeman is pulling over some hoons in their fucking Ford XKR or their Ute, it ain't a girl driving. It's not. It is not.
I think it's just biological realities to deal with, right? And differing like evolutionary progressions that we've been through. I think this is like part of the reason.
I think it's better. Specialization is strength. Let guys be guys. Let girls be girls.
Absolutely.
Stop trying to make everyone gray goo. Everyone's got to like the same music, same food, the same stuff.
It's
no,
how attraction
let people be different
as well.
That's
like,
right.
Yeah.
Like,
how attraction functions.
same, it'd be boring. Like, I appreciate guys are from Venus and women are from Mars.
Yeah.
We're all different.
Yeah.
I mean, I like cars because I work for Ford and I have an interest in them at the moment. But, you know, I'm into a lot of guy shit. I'm into crypto, and so are the Hexicans here. Like,
I like that you can buy an XR6 and chuck a chip on it and get like 20% more horsepower. But if you get like a V8 Holden, you're not getting a bunch of horsepower out of like your headers. Like you're basically going to change your exhaust system a little bit, and you're not getting 20% out of that. And it's going to cost you
you even
more
have
than the
Holden
chip.
wherever you live, Richard. I mean, Holden's fucking
Can't tell you.
Nobody
Nobody knows where I live. I don't know. I'm just a car enthusiast.
You know, Holden actually closed down here in Australia.
Really?
Because of the declining economy.
Wow.
And even Ford closed down. I mean, we're an American company, and all our bosses are American. But like we don't produce here in Australia anymore, but we produce overseas because it's cheaper.
That's crazy.
Still produce a fucking awesome vehicles, which I don't drive a Ford, but I do love some of their vehicles. And there's a lot of Ford like lovers. Like I meet people all the time who are Ford fucking men. Like they don't buy any other vehicles, or Holden men.
I used to be a Ford guy.
Did you, Richard?
Yeah,
oh,
that's how I grew up.
What was your favorite model, bro?
I mean, it's like happenstance. So I used to do air conditioning with my dad, and we would just have a bunch of Ford vans with Windsor 351 motors in them.
Yeah.
Like 3/4 ton Ford vans. And then they just, I don't know. I like the interior better. I like the way the doors shut better. I like the way they looked better versus the Chevys. I eventually ended up with like a Cadillac, and it was okay, but the interior was garbage. But these are, you know, I'm driving beat up vehicles, like beat.
You know,
up.
Hexologist is also a Ford man. But you know, the States have the fucking best Fords, like the big F-150s. They're rough. Like they're big and they're fucking rough and tough.
Yeah.
Here in Australia, our modifications don't allow that kind of power.
Right.
But you know, the Ranger is the best seller in the Ford brand.
Right.
We've got a whole team dedicated to Ranger. And the Mustangs, like I know in the States they consider Mustangs
great bang for buck. They got those new flat plane cranks that rev better and sound better. Like they've got Mustangs that have some cool stuff going for them now. But I mean, everything's like the Corvettes are badass now with rear engine. There's a lot of like American cars have really improved quite a bit.
Fuck yeah. The in 2017, Ford made a $17 million profit just on their Mustang range in Australia. Because here in Australia, Mustangs are like, oh, fuck, I've got to have a Mustang.
You know, it's weird that they made an ugly as hell sport utility electric vehicle called a Mustang. And you're like, you're just going to do the brand like that. You're just going to fuck the brand like that. You don't have any good brands left. You're just going to stab that one right in the head.
They fucking love them here. They fucking love them. And you know what? Being like working for Ford, I've never seen so many fucking problems with them, to be honest. Like, I don't know if I'd buy one. I mean, I'd probably buy one.
The thing is, like, if you have the opportunity to do Japanese, like, they didn't make Japanese vans when I was growing up, so I couldn't use them for air conditioning. But once you have the opportunity to, like, own a Japanese vehicle, they don't break. You're just like, what's this? It starts every morning, and it just never breaks?
Yeah,
what is this shit?
That's why I drive a Hyundai, man. Like,
yeah. I had to change so many water pumps on fucking American vehicles. You're like, they can't make a water pump or an alternator that lasts. How many of these do I have to change? There's nothing I can do different. I can't do anything different to make these things stop breaking. Like they're just absolute garbage.
But you know, it's
thermostat. I've changed so many. I've changed like every fucking part you can change.
Have you? And it's not fucking cheap. It's not cheap to run any car. Like all cars are fucking expensive, and the more high going brand, the more it's going to cost you. But you know what I noticed about Fords? Like even though they have their fucking problems, like they'll keep going and going and going.
Yeah.
Like they just keep going. And here in Australia, they're the only probably brand that bring out the V8. So we've got the V8 Mustang over here that in 2007 they made a $17 million profit.
Yeah.
And they love them. Like the Aussies fucking love them. You can pay up to $100,000 for a decent V8 Mustang GT, fucking all the bells and whistles and.
Well, it sucks because you're gonna have to overpay to get the right to left-hand conversion.
Oh, you do.
Making them.
Ford love it. They don't give a shit, man. They'll convert it. Ford men, they don't give a shit. They love it.
Hey guys, I thought I'd just jump in. There is apparently a super chat that's been sent like 3 times now, so just wanted to.
Oh shit, that's probably.
So I believe it was Toby one, and he was asking about the Lex Friedman interview. I believe
Lex will only interview. So Lex and the altcoin guy, I can't remember his name, some altcoin dude. These two dudes only want to do interviews in person, which I think is truly dumb in the year 2021. When we're supposed to have flying cars and robots and only shiny clothes and all this shit, to require a face-to-face meeting during a quote pandemic in the year 2021, it is silly to me. But hey, I do my best work in person. So if someone wants to have the full Richard experience and wants to smell my cologne, sure, I can understand, wanting to see me in person. But it
what
sure
kind
does
of
slow
cologne
things
do you
down.
wear?
Yeah. What is it?
I mean, they make a. So the one I'm wearing the most is a Louis Vuitton one, which is called. God, I'm gonna have to get up to go grab it. Or I don't feel like getting up to go get it. They make it's like. I'll Google it real quick. I should get up. Let's go grab this fucking thing. BRB. Since you asked me a hard question, damn it. Ah! All right, be right back.
You smell really sexy, Richard. Have you got it on right now?
Yeah. I'm entrapped.
Oh,
I
nice.
don't think my headphones want me to leave. I think my headphones have gone
I made this for the stream.
Really attached. I bought these headphones too many times and used the word love too often.
Are you all right, Richard?
Oh, fuck you, headphones. Fine, be like that. You can come with me. You want it that bad?
Guys, if you've got any other like super chats, feel free to like send them through. I'll try to make sure we get to them. If there's anything important anyone's thinking about, we'd love to hear from you.
Cool.
What about any of the other ladies? Do you guys have any other Pulse questions, Richard questions? Anything else going on?
I'm about to hop off.
I got closets and closets full of this stuff, so this could be a long show, but these ones I wear more often. So
that's all right, Richo. We want to have you. It's early days.
Headphones.
Early days. Chloe, did you want to say anything to Richard? Because I know it's late there in the States.
I'm just
I just wanted to
distracting myself.
Thank him for coming on stream with us tonight and joining us, and it was nice to chat because I know the guys had a chance to chat with him before. So
I'm back. I can hear you again.
Richard, Chloe's from the States, and she's a young Mexican, and she's beautiful. And she just wants to say a few words. Go for it, Chloe.
Oh, I'm about to get off, but I just wanted to thank you for coming on stream with us and treating us the same as the guys. And
why would I treat you any different? You guys are awesome.
I mean, Richard, stop. It's just the first time we've had our stream with you, so I'm sure we'll get to stream again.
Yeah, I don't like. I am a unique person. I call it like it is. Girls and guys are different. They're supposed to be different. And that makes them more useful in different situations. Yeah. Our differences make us stronger. That slogan that you hear about diversity is strength, it's actually true. It's why you don't have 11 quarterbacks on a football team, American football team. It's why you have, 20 different shapes of cars. Your school bus is not supposed to be shaped like your sports car, is not supposed to be shaped like your golf cart. They all do their jobs way better by having a different size and a different shape. And human beings are the same. So, I appreciate you girls. I appreciate the Hexagon guys. I appreciate the Hexagon girls. You all are awesome. You're my favorite people.
Love
my
you.
favorite people.
Yeah. Thanks, man. We really appreciate it. We love it.
So this is what I'm wearing most often.
Goodbye.
See you, sweetheart.
Hi, Chloe.
Bye, Richard.
Bye, Chloe.
See you. So this is what I'm wearing most of the time. Perfumes and colognes are like a unique thing, because do you want to choose what most other people think smells the best, or do you want to wear what you think smells the best, even though you're going to forget you're wearing it in like 10 minutes?
What are you wearing?
My opinion is that it's better to choose what everyone else likes the most. So I like this. It's okay. But everyone else likes it a lot more than I do. So I wear this the most. This is Louis Vuitton Les Immensités. Cool.
Beautiful, Richo. I bet you smell absolutely wonderful.
This one used to be my go-to, and still occasionally is, because like certain people, they get addicted to this, and then when you want to have a certain effect, you just hit with this again. So this is my go-to. Like,
you wear what you want to wear. Like if you love the smell, you wear that.
No, fuck that. I'm gonna wear what other people like. I want to be liked more than I want to smell something for 5 minutes and then forget I'm wearing it.
Fair enough. Hey, Richard, you like my hat? I made it for the stream, but I didn't wear it at the start because we were all gonna wear top hats today, but we just, because of schedule, we got bummed out. But
okay, we look good without top hats too. This one is awesome. Now the thing all these have in common is they're like expensive. So this one, I don't know, maybe this is like $150 or something. This one's probably like $225 or something. This one's retarded money. This one's like $500. This is Baccarat Rouge 540. Since you're asking, I'll like tell you what they smell like.
Fancy.
Go on, tell
it. Oh God, this is good. This is so good. This has like an ambergris kick to it. Yeah, this is really, really good. I like this one a lot.
I love it. I love it when a guy smells nice. It really turns me on. It just brings a whole new atmosphere to the situation.
This one's fruitier. It's like a citrus kick to this one.
What about you, Annette? Do you like when a guy wears cologne?
Oh, this has got like a candy cane, like a burnt candy apple cotton candy kick to it.
Oh, that's unique.
This is pretty cool. This is a lot. These were popular like a year or two ago. These ones that smell like cotton candy. I've got like a few variations of that. No, this one, I wear a lot of Thomas Sabo stuff, and they just make an okay perfume too.
Beautiful.
I'm wearing this one. When you first put on perfumes, you're just going to smell alcohol. So you really have to let them chill and let the alcohol go away before you're going to know what they really smell like. Like when I go to the store, I'll smell every single perfume they have. You can use a coffee bean to reset your nose so that it refreshes. I usually don't even have to use the coffee beans. As long as it's been good throughput through the store, you can just smell the lids usually.
But it's nice that a guy will actually go to the effort to smell nice, because I think it's lovely. It just puts a whole new atmosphere when a guy smells nice. It's
super important. When you test people, the sense that brings back memory the strongest is the olfactory sense, which is a fancy word for smell. So if you care about memory and experience, smell is the most important sense.
Absolutely.
It's also one of the biggest tells of whether somebody is hallucinating or not. So somebody who is smelling an odor that doesn't exist, it's quite rare. So you know that something pretty interesting is going on with their perception at that time.
It's also a way to tell if you've got COVID if you can't smell anything anymore. Like literally no sense of smell.
If you can't, no sense of smell? Yeah, definitely.
You didn't get COVID though, did you, Richard?
I didn't what?
You didn't get COVID though.
I don't know. I can't tell.
Well,
I wouldn't know if I had it or not.
I
don't think I've had it.
Richie Rich got COVID. Hexo got COVID. And a few of the other Hexicans family members got COVID. So that's
you guys should stop licking door handles. Don't know what you're doing out there. No. I mean, if you leave the house, I mean, you can tell by my sick tan that I'm not getting out so much. So, yeah.
Richard, bullshit. We know you got all your girlfriends. We know that you go to the
but you don't have to go out. You only need to go out if you're trying to replace or replenish, or if you're good, you're good. You don't got to go out.
Hey, so, Richard.
I'm good.
Who takes your bins out when on bin night?
I'm not telling you that. Too obsec-y. Too obsec.
Bin night. Does that even exist where you are? Hey, to derail once more, I had a question come through from our friend Markable Thoughts. And he was wondering if you see any other ERC20s that may have value within the Pulse ecosystem.
I kind of answered. Ooh, Well, I kind of answered this one earlier, but I'm happy to answer it again.
Okay.
I think that the tokens that aren't fake DeFi, the tokens that aren't bullshit DeFi,
Yeah.
they will work. Like, so for instance, Uniswap.
Yeah.
Uniswap
Real.
doesn't have any fucking admin keys. They have a light on Uniswap v2, a light admin key that can turn on a fee if they want to. But they probably will never turn it on because, well, one, Uni v3 is coming out in like a week, I think. And two, everyone will just switch to a fork of Uni. So, and there's shitloads of forks all over the place. So Uniswap is something that, you know, if you go to ethhex.com, you're going to find a Uniswap v2 front end. And they're very easy to host, and people host hundreds of them. And so with 100% certainty, you're going to have a front end for Uniswap that works when Pulse launches, for sure. And that's an amazingly useful, amazingly powerful tool that also consumes currently 20% of all Ethereum gas. So 20% of all the transactions on Ethereum gas-wise are Uniswap transactions, and it's actually a pretty gas-efficient contract as well. To be able to execute a trade for like 3x the cost of a send, it's very good. Uniswap v1 is actually even more efficient because you don't route through multiple ERC20s. You can only pair against ETH. You know, you could even, if you really were gas sensitive, you could put some liquidity on Uniswap v1 and people could transact for basically half the gas cost as Uniswap v2. But, you know, Uniswap v3 is coming out, and I'm curious to see how gas efficient it is. It'll be interesting. So cool. I think that the real decentralized finance coins and the real decentralized finance products and projects like Uniswap are going to do the best on Pulse because they don't require some fucking middlemen to let you use the project or the product. That is bullshit. If you have to beg a middleman to do something for you, it is horrible. It's like an exchange. Can I have my money? Can I have my money? Can I have my money? Can I please have my money? Please, please. You want some selfies? Can I have my money now? No. You want some notarized shit? Okay. How about now? Now can I have my money? Exchanges are the fucking worst. The worst. I know people that are still waiting for money for Binance for like a fucking year. For a fucking year.
That's a joke, man.
You're like, how about you just give them their fucking money? There ain't nothing else you can ask for. You got everything. You got fucking selfies and videos and fucking pictures, and there ain't nothing else. Give them their fucking money. It ain't your money. It ain't your money. It's their money. Give them their fucking money. It's just disgusting. It's truly, truly disgusting. I pray for a world where people don't have to deal with exchanges anymore. I really do.
And that's the kind of person you are, Richo. You want the best for everyone, but the crypto space is fucked. They're all fucked in the head. They're scammers. They sit there and fucking think about ways to scam people, and you got to be so cautious about where you put your money, you know? Yeah, and you're the person warning people about them. You're telling them, don't do this, don't do this. And it's up to them to listen. It's not your job. It's their job.
You know, I do the best I can. I really do. And someone's got to, like, I will make more impact in the world by getting people to do the right things instead of trying to advertise against the wrong things. Because you'll always make a larger impact by making people play your narrative. And if you're a source for truth and justice and performance and excellence, people have to fight your narrative, and then you win either way. But if you're in the anti-sect and you're like, oh, we're going to fight this and fight that, the fighting of things isn't that effective because you first have to go to their field. And if you wrestle a pig in mud, the pig loves it, but you won't. Yeah. Pig likes to get dirty. You're not going to like it. Okay. So if you can be positive and spread good messages into the world, it scales better and you reach more people and you get more done than the counter narrative. The don't do this, don't do that. That shit doesn't really scale, man. People don't fucking listen. So it's building new cool stuff is more effective than begging people to stop doing things.
For sure.
They don't listen.
But you know what? At least you're putting it out there, Richard. You know, I mean, anyone new in the crypto space is a fucking big fucking deal out there. Like, there's so many scams, and you're putting it out there saying, you know, be careful. You know, watch where you put your money because you could really lose a lot.
But the thing is, like, if you're, I saw a funny video, funny movie. Some guy was teaching a class. Billy Bob Thornton was teaching a class in this movie. And he said, okay, yeah, you guys are reading self-help books. That's great. But you know the biggest problem with these self-help books? You're the people fucking reading them, and you guys suck. So that's the reason you can't help yourselves is because you suck. And you're like, it's basically like this self-referential, like reflexive thing where when you tell people to do their own research, of what use or merit is that if they are stupid? Okay, a stupid person does their own research and then comes to stupid conclusions and does the wrong thing, as you would expect, because you told them to do their own research.
Yeah.
So just telling people to, like, don't use unaudited contracts, don't use projects with admin keys and oracles. They don't know what the fucking oracle is. They have no idea.
Way, not when they're fucking new.
So, like,
bro,
if you really want to save the dum-dums, you got to speak in very specific anti-dum-dum language. Do not do this or this or this or this or this. As a matter of fact, don't do anything.
Yeah.
Just do this.
Just
and then you're less likely to fuck up. And like, it's just like, it doesn't scale, you know? Building cool shit that has product market fit and gets viral scales. That fucking scales. A billionaire decided as a joke to pump Dogecoin.
I know,
so
right?
Now it's worth like $40 billion.
Yeah.
As a joke. Haha.
And he did. He invested for his kid too, his toddler. Like, for fuck's sake. I mean, good on him. But you know what? I reckon Elon was trying to make the poor people get rich. Like, poor people invest in Dogecoin.
I definitely don't think that's what he was trying to do.
Like,
he was trying to distract people while he bought Bitcoin. That's what he was doing.
There's this other thing you can do called write poor people checks.
He bought Bitcoin years ago. He's not fucking stupid. He's a very, very smart man.
Who? Musk?
Elon Musk, yes.
Musk has not held any. The only publicly known holdings that Musk has is less than a single Bitcoin. Because people care.
He bought it years ago. And then he got Tesla in, he pumped his own bags, and he fucked off.
Didn't. He might have bought before Tesla got in. Maybe.
He's a smart man.
It's not. It's hearsay. We don't have any evidence to support that.
We don't, right? But you know what? As a business,
I mean, we heard him. We heard him crying on Twitter about how it wasn't cool that the wallet that he used wouldn't let him get his own private keys. That's how smart he is at crypto. He's retarded. He doesn't know shit about crypto.
He doesn't know shit.
He's a genius, rocket genius, computer genius, business genius. Doesn't know shit about crypto. Nothing.
Doesn't know shit, bro.
How you gonna beg a motherfucker for your private keys on Twitter?
Well, he's gonna learn the hard way.
Most broke, wrecked club motherfucker I know.
Like we all learned, fucking the hard way, mate.
This shit was like 6 months ago. This was like maybe not even a fucking year. He was begging for the software wallet to give him his private keys.
The Doge bags, bro. Like, fuck. He's pumping those Doge bags.
I mean, I'll give you a quote, bro. I call everybody bro. Don't take it seriously.
I don't mind.
Bitcoin, Elon Musk. Yeah, his Tesla shit's gonna fuck up on our results here. He publicly said not so long ago that he ain't owned no shit of Bitcoin, like nothing.
Yeah, bullshit.
May have changed, but he didn't buy at 30 when I bought. He bought maybe at like 15,000.
Yeah, minimum.
Don't you think that people are kind of like willfully ignorant about this stuff though? Like I was talking to Maddie about this on a stream a couple of weeks ago, and like I was talking about this experience I had like trying to talk to some of my friends about crypto and inflation and how basically they're getting kind of wrecked day to day just due to these like facts of reality. And I would just see this like, you know, no matter how like interesting or engaging or exciting I would see this kind of just disengagement of people just like not caring and just choosing to focus their attention elsewhere. Like I just think there's a choice that people are making to not see sometimes. I don't know. What do you think about that?
But if you tried to tell them how to like use their phone, you'd get the same response. People do that shit across a wide. Okay. If you try and get someone to put a screen protector on your phone, you're going to run into that. People just zone out. They have like a lot of people have low curiosity and low ability to like give a shit. A lot of people are that way.
Yeah.
So, in general, rocket scientists, they tend to be pretty curious fuckers in general. So I don't understand why Elon Musk understands so little about cryptocurrency, really. I don't understand.
I have a question,
he would have bought
Richard.
Ethereum instead of Bitcoin, and he would have bought Hex instead of Ethereum. So like, he's obviously like, if you're begging for your private keys from a wallet in public on Twitter, you are a noob, and you have fucked up. Go ahead.
I actually saw it pop up on here. Somebody asked, but it's a good question. If somebody misses the sacrifice period, how would they go about buying Pulse? Is it just dependent upon what
you could find
exchanges?
Someone else that bought it and buy it from them, or you could take something else. You could acquire something else of value and trade it on the Uniswap pair on Pulse. Or you could acquire something else of value and trade it on the Uniswap pair on Ethereum. Or if it's bridged to other networks like BSC, you could trade it there. So, when Pulse launches, it launches with all of the ERC20 pairs on Uniswap already there. So if you may have already got some ERC20 airdrop to you for free, and you may already have had some ETH, which got you Fermium Pulse. And then you could basically, as soon as the network launches, trade one thing for another thing at will. And as soon as any of these things acquires a value, since everything's interchangeable with everything else because of the way Uniswap works, you very likely can find a route to a value somewhere as soon as one thing starts having value. So like, So let's say for fun, Pulse supply is 10,000x the ETH supply. The ETH guys get freemium, their original balances. This is just a thought experiment. One way to do it. Now, the first guy that has his giant stack of Pulse, because he was airdropped it for free, he can go buy up any of the ERC20s he wants. And now those ERC20 pairs will be, much more expensive after he bought. So it's going to take a lot more Pulse after he bought. But since he got to go first, he got to suck up all the supply. And then anyone else can come along that may have got their ERC20 for free and sell it down to get the Pulse. And you're going to have value discovery across thousands of pairs that exist at launch. And whether even if you don't have front ends for some of these dApps, that doesn't affect their ability to trade on Uniswap whatsoever. So you're going to have thousands of tokens trading versus each other the moment that the Pulse chain launches. And then if you have any one of those things, you can trade for other things and find a route. So like, and the software does that automatically. It's going to route you to do what it needs to do to get you where you want to go. So like, maybe after it exists, Exchange lists it. Maybe you're going to bridge it somewhere else, and you're going to get ePulse on the Ethereum network, or you're going to get PETH on the Pulse network, and then there's a million different ways to do it. Like this particular thing doesn't require any effort for anyone to like fix it. It's the easiest of the things, I think. Does that answer your question? Like, what you want to buy something on the Pulse network, you buy it from someone that already has it, and it's already on all of the Uniswap pairs. So,
hey Richo, are you going to buy into all the ERC20 pairs on Pulse?
I have no idea. I really have no idea. I mean, first, I never talk about anything I may or may not do because that's good policy.
I know, right?
But like, I have no idea what the pot, like, I do not know, and I'm not capable of knowing, nor do I believe anyone else is capable of knowing what the value discovery of this new and diverse ecosystem will be. Yeah. I don't know what USDC versus USDT is going to trade at. I don't know what DAI versus USDC is going to trade at. I don't know what DAI versus PETH is going to trade at. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
That's why I say, Richo, like back in the field, if you back the field, you're basically going to win at some point.
I mean, I'll put it to you this way: if you like the play of acquiring ERC20s, currently there's about a 10,000x stronger ability to acquire said ERC20s by being airdropped or minting yourself or whatever the verb is. The existing ETH holders are going to have a 1/10,000th the ability as other people to acquire the ERC20s that are on ETH ERC20 pairs in the Pulse fork. So I can tell you ways that I don't think will be effective. I don't think it is intelligent to accumulate ETH before the fork. You're getting reduced by 10,000x, or someone else is getting increased by 10,000x. That's like the target ratio. You're going to have enough to transact, but you are not going to hold a big part, and that's freemium, and it's getting removed after 30 days. So if you want to keep it, you better move it. So, and probably to a new address. If you moved it to another address that, if you spent from one address and then replaced it with another, that one's going to get subtracted from. So you probably, if you want to keep it, you move it to a new address. Or at least an address that wasn't given freemium. So I think if your play is to acquire ERC20s, then you're going to want to get Pulse, because the Pulse is where you're going to have the most force to be able to do that. On the ERC, on the Hex side, I mean, you're only going to have that opportunity to suck up, quote, cheap ERC20s if one, we haven't figured out a way that the first guy doesn't just get to do it all, which we would like to do. But we still do we do like the concept of Pulse being the premier token.
Absolutely. Cheap gas fees, fucking Richard Hart here. Gonna be fucking awesome.
So
hey, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just Matty Allen, who's a valuable member of our community. He's a psychologist, counselor. He just wanted to add that there's 1.25 hours until the deadline of sign up for the Hex meetup in Vegas. Us Aussies won't be able to attend because obviously our borders are closed. But you're gonna have a fucking awesome time, bro. And I wish I was there. You're awesome, Richard. I always can count on you. You're fucking awesome.
Yeah. So Maddie, just DM me on Telegram and I'll tweet you out, bro.
And Maddie also asked a question. Thanks for helping people to let people know that today is the last day of sign up for the first mass Hexagon meetup. For the
should be cool.
So it's hexagon.vegas.
Okay. Hexagon.vegas, got it.
Yep. And he says, what cryptos logos should we put on the car that we smash with the tank flying a black hex flag?
I don't support that. None. You shouldn't do that.
Go fucking Maddie, let's fucking go, man.
I'm trying to bridge communities together into a new better thing. I'm not trying to alienate them.
Nerd Girl's doing a fucking excellent job. If you've noticed her, she's really, really good at that. But Maddie, we're gonna smash up some cars over there in Vegas, and they want to know what sort of logos they want to put on their cars to smash up. Richo, you got any ideas, mate?
No, I'm not. I don't support demonizing other communities when we're trying to on-ramp them. Like, let's save these people. Let's not alienate them before we can save them, you know?
All right. How about my idea, Maddie? Put a picture of Peter McCormack on the car or Yarvin and fucking smash the shit out of it.
You could do the greatest haters, you know?
And scream it.
Peter.
Yeah. Fucking awesome.
Hey, I've got another question about Pulse. Richard, do you see any particular aspects of Pulse that might lend it to being censorship resistant? And do you see any, future effects of government regulation?
Sure. Let's talk about failure of censorship resistance in currencies. Okay. Which cryptocurrency has the government shut down? None of them. Okay. Which cryptocurrency has the government made illegal? None of them. All right. Which cryptocurrency your government's 51% attacking? None of them. Okay. Which proof of stake cryptocurrencies has failed? I don't know of any. Okay. Which delegated proof of stake? Proof of authority? Okay. Which Ethereum forks have failed? Okay. Only one that I can think of, and it's still worth billions and billions and billions of dollars, called Ethereum Classic, that gets 51% attacked all the time. Still worth billions and billions and billions of dollars. Okay, so when does the parade of imaginary horribles happen? Like, the people that are getting fucked up are VeChain, that got huge multi-month reorg transaction troll back. Wow, that's insane. Ethereum Classic, which gets 51% attacked all the time. Inflation bugs. Monero got caught before it was executed. Bytecoin got executed. XLM got executed. Ravencoin got executed. You're like, yeah, they all had inflation bugs where people minted a bunch of free coins. Bitcoin private, stealth fucking snuck in some UTXO that shouldn't have been there. Minted free coins that shouldn't have existed. Dumbass proof of work coins get fucked up all the time. Proof of stake shit, haven't heard any problems with it. So when I hear stuff like, oh, it's gonna be censorship resistant, even the totally not censorship resistant shit is working just fine. Apparently there's all this collusion amongst EOS miners. Anyone getting their fucking EOS stolen? No. Anyone getting their shit shut down? I don't think so. I might have heard something about China having a task force shutting down a bunch of EOS gambling dApps last week, maybe.
Fuck China.
But the network is working fine. So totally centralized, totally collusional, all that shit, it works fine. The only time it doesn't work fine is if there's a tax. And if there's a tax, do you know what the community does? It just changes things so the attacks don't work. Oh, look, the Chinese government jacked a bunch of coins from Plus Token, the Ponzi. Guess what? None of those fucking coins are going to get free Pulse. None of them. Not if I can find them. So I just move a little thing and do. They don't get anything. Right? Just like Mt. Gox. Mt. Gox couldn't claim free hex. Fuck them. Bitcoin Cash guys gave Mt. Gox guy free Bitcoin Cash. You know what he did? He sold 40,000 of them. And he's still sitting on 140,000 of them.
Is he
the boss? Good for the Bitcoin Cash people? No. Is that good for anybody? No. It's garbage. It's horrible.
When do you reckon he'll jump, Richard? The Mt. Gox bastard.
I'm not sure. I know the Bitcoin price is going to get ass fucked when that happens. Hey, we got 140,000 BTC at 55,000 each. That's like 8 billion. We're just going to drop 8 billion on you. Ooh.
Far out, man.
Shit.
Yeah.
So, that's like, and guess what? Mt. Gox ain't holding no Ethereum, and Mt. Gox ain't holding no Hex. So they can dump all the Bitcoin they want, but they ain't dumping Hex and they ain't dumping ETH. So that's nice. But they are dumping Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin because they just, both of those entities fucked up and had a bad time. Bitcoin Cash more recent than Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash did not need to give that guy 180,000 BCH.
I can't believe the cops haven't even pulled him up for it. Like, seriously, it was the fucking biggest fraud in history. Like, he's guilty as fuck. Like, pull him up on it. And
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not a Mark Karpeles fan. So, so interesting things. I don't know how the value discovery is going to go. I don't know which ERC20s are going to like fucking 10x or 100x. It's going to be really, really interesting and exciting. And
absolutely.
it's the biggest airdrop in history.
It's going to be so good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, man. I'm excited.
Great.
So you guys want to
Guys,
check
I
chat
gotta
real quick, see if
bounce.
there's anything.
Oh, there's
Yeah, I got to bounce, but I did want to say thank you, Richard, for streaming with us. I appreciate
My
it
pleasure.
and just
Thank you for
everything
having me.
you've done for crypto. I appreciate it.
I'll keep doing my best.
Bye, girls.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll see you guys. Bye.
beautiful today. Thanks for coming, babe.
Thanks.
Bye.
So, our there's so much potential. There's so much opportunity. There's so many hundreds of millions and billions of dollars made by terrible ideas all the time. You're just like, why would anyone ever buy this? This is insane to me. This obviously won't work. They do it all the time. So the potential is just fucking gigantic. It's so good. It's really going to be cool. And everybody gets to win. Ethereum gets to win. Hex gets to win. Pulse gets to win. It's win-win for everybody. Like, it's really good.
Doubling our coins. It's going to be fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And
so let's look at chat real quick. Does this chat have anything like interesting?
Yeah, have a chat. Hey, I'm going to run to the ladies' room. I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Just gonna look through.
Richard, I have a question about
Sure.
the game theory.
Yeah.
So is compounding going to be part of that?
Don't think so. I mean, unless you consider the bonding curve during the sacrifice period some form of compounding, but I mean, it's not really. So no, I don't think. I mean, I would have to check the code. Like in theory, if you're a staker and you're earning rebates or rewards for delegating your stake, I am not sure whether you need to perform a new action to like stake and choose a delegator for your rewards or not. I think the code would be more efficient if you didn't have to do that, because you're just going to log a bunch of extra transactions and database entries for like, I mean, I'd have to check how the existing code is. I would much rather prefer have minimal complexity and minimal changes on known good working systems, of which that particular component is already known to work well. I'd rather not edit or screw with it, regardless of whether it already compounds or not. And then we could address that later. And it's not that big a deal either way. But like ideally, I think that you would prefer that to be like auto staked, but things are tricky in computing. Writing to the database takes time. The more you write to it, the less other people can write to it. And so you prefer to do things in an artful way. So that's one of those things we got to dive in and get specific with it. But I mean, it's irrelevant to your question anyway. Like, the compounding question that you're asking, I don't think had to do with that. So there's no compounding that I'm aware of in Pulse.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, there's not too much I can see in the chat. I had maybe one more question just about whether there is any like specific aspect you're most excited about seeing play out, or you're most curious about seeing how it unfolds with the whole launch.
I think that, well, one, it would be really cool if people sacrificed billions of dollars. I think that would be really cool.
That'd be pretty sick. Yeah.
I'd be like, yeah, this is awesome. Yeah. And then two, I would love to see the Pulse ERC20s outperform Ethereum ERC20s on a price and performance basis. I think that would just be amazing. And I don't really know of a reason why that wouldn't happen. If you have one system that has giant negative externalities for a community, such as Hexicans paying $25,000 a day in fees, and it's the same code, and it's launched to the same people, and they have the same balances, with no dilution that I'm aware of. And currently, the ERC20 guys are getting the ERC20 balances. It's currently how it is. Why wouldn't they want the faster, higher throughput, lower fee, Same exact stuff. Why wouldn't they want that? I mean, it seems like it would be like having two cars that are identical, but one just uses no gas and the other one costs a hell of a lot. Same car.
Yeah.
Fuck the expensive gas car. Fuck that car. I'll take the same car that doesn't use gas. Fuck yeah. Like easy, no brainer. Right.
Of course.
So
it's
to me,
literally a no brainer.
Yeah.
It just strikes me as like supremely logical. I mean, I remember that was like the moment for me when I, went all in with Hex and, did my 555 stake and all that stuff. Was just like that simple realization, like, oh, T-share rate only go up. Like it's just a logical premise. We know that like the outcome is locked.
And it's not only like the T-share rate only going up. One makes this beautiful looking T-share price chart, even against USD. It's even if you love the 488x that Hex has done versus the dollar, the T-share rate has done even more. I think the T-share rate is like 600x versus the dollar or something. It's just amazing. And it doesn't have as big dips because it accounts for like the inflation rewards. So like BPD on the price chart doesn't look that fabulous, but everyone got 30 to 100% more coins for being staked that day. So the chart doesn't show that, but the share price chart does. So the share price chart is a more accurate reflection of how well stakers are doing. And it's not just an amazing chart. It's also extending the length that people are staking for because they want to maintain the number of T-shares, but the price keeps going up. The only way they can make up the difference is to stake more Hex or to stake it for longer. And so to maintain people's earning power with T-shares, they're making their stakes longer and longer every time that they restake. And that's just beautiful. I mean, that's like amazing design. Hex is an absolutely amazing design. I'm really, really proud of it. It keeps impressing me.
I'm so
it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Richard, it's fucking awesome. Like I've earned such mad gains on Hex and getting in early, and knew it would be just as good as what you said it was. Because I trust you, the smartest guy in the space, and you're the coolest guy in the space. And
thank you.
From 100%, I trusted you, and that's paid off for me. I'm doing really well in my Hex, and I'm staked like up to 15 years out. And I'm loving it. I'm loving the community. Like, Hexos every day contributing.
Hexologist is awesome. Everyone should watch his twitch.tv/Hexologist or the Hexologist. I'm not sure which.
He's such a good
His
man.
stuff is absolutely fabulous. Yeah.
And he's a good daddy. He's a good husband. And he does so much. And he's just a lovely person. And RG3, he dedicates so much time to Discourse. And you know what? He really, really cares. Like, he's old school American. And, he goes on his rants and he cares so much about you and about the space and how you're the only one that saved him from crypto. Like, he doesn't hold back telling the truth. And he's legit, he's a surfer, he's old school, he's Californian, and he's straight to the point. And, we love you so much, Richo. And that's why I wanted to invite you on the stream today, just to let you know that, we love you so much. It doesn't matter if we're guy, girl. We love you either way. And, you're doing so much for us. And we're so sorry that you're receiving the flack off everyone on Twitter, but they're all fucked up.
As you say this, there's a bot literally spamming profanity in our live stream chat. And so all the mods are just deleting it as quickly as it appears.
Oh, no.
The mods will continue to delete it until the guy runs out of accounts.
He suffers mostly for that. And even this week's Discourse, Big Pep is a lovely guy and he's really smart and he puts a lot of time into the Hex crypto space. And his wife unfortunately passed away, and this bot knows that his wife passed away, and he continually says things about his wife. Your wife died, blah, blah, blah. And it's a bot. Internet. And it's so sad. And Big Pep, if you're watching, we love you, bro. Continue good work. Ignore these bastards that they don't have a right to be here, and just they're fucked in the head. Like,
well, in this case, I think it's just funny. It's like, I think this is funny. Continue, spammer. Fuck that chat up, baby.
That's right.
Go teach YouTube what a bad system it is. I too don't like YouTube. Go get them.
That's right. That's right. And Big Pep is such a lovely human being. And I don't know if you saw his tweet, his rant. He got upset and he said, you know, fuck
I saw
you.
it.
And it was so funny.
Funny.
Like, it was so funny for him to get upset.
You come on here with your cat picture profile photo, and I thought it was hilarious.
True, like, you know, fuck you, fuck all you motherfuckers. Like,
but here's the thing, right? So
you
have to be targeted in your outrage. So, you know, even though I talk a lot of shit, people know that they can get respect from me. If you do respectful shit, I'm gonna respect you.
Exactly.
So there's an art to the carrot and the stick. And if people do the right thing, you reward them. If Peter McCormick wants to stop being a dickhead and start to listen to reason and logic, welcome back to reality, bud. Do I not destroy my enemies when I make them my friends? Great Abraham Lincoln quote. So when you see people that are trolls, you usually do best by just ignoring their existence. Because what they're trying to do is they want to feel important. They can't be important through doing things of merit, building, being attractive, being funny. So instead, what they do is try to become important through pain and hurting other people.
Yeah.
And then by causing enough damage and enough pain, then they are important. It does generate importance. It's just the wrong kind. So what you want to do, the most painful thing to do to trolls is to just ghost them. Like they don't exist. Like the fact that I actually enjoy what this troll is doing, it bothers them because that's not what they want. They want everyone to get angry so that they matter. And you're like, no, this is just like a non-funny joke. And you're like a non-funny comedian that couldn't make it.
It's disgusting. So. Like, it's disgusting that it was so low to say, you know, to point out that someone's, you know, wise bereaved.
Sure.
And, you know, like, I think it's absolutely fucking disgusting.
But you know what? Like, if you're on the internet, you're going to get that. And if you're a girl, you're going to get it worse. Like, being a girl on the internet is fucking terrible. So being a girl on the internet is totally terrible. Being a live streamer is pretty bad too, you know, because people want an audience for their acts of fucking stupidity, right? And they figure, oh, well, you know, here's 1,000 people watching Richard Hart talk. Let's go be stupid in there. And it's so like, if a person has high social value and high utility, then you want to engage with them and is an equal and try and convert them. If a person is a troll and low utility, broke basement troll, there's nothing you could ever, that person could be your biggest fan and you wouldn't derive much utility from it. With that person, you just want to ghost. And you change your behavior based on who you're interacting with, you know?
Yeah, for sure. But you know what? Like, time is so valuable. And even Richard, with you, like, I don't understand why you give these fucking Peter McCormacks and Yarvins and, you know.
Well, I'm blocked, so I don't really interact much.
And, you know, you do a really good job. Like, you really stand up for yourself and stand. You don't need any help. You're like, fuck you, arsehole. Yeah. But you know what? Like, I wouldn't fucking give them the time of day. Like,
but here's the thing. With the 75 to 80% degree certainty, a lot of this Twitter bullshit beef, when you're in person, it just ain't there. It's like those videos you see of two dogs barking at each other across from a gate, and then the gate slides open, and the two dogs are like, oh, never mind. They walk away. They just want to talk shit. That's usually how these things go, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, I met Tone Vase in person in Singapore. Little dude. He, you know, we talked our shit. He's been calling me a scammer forever. We talked our shit. And I'm like, you know, hey, if you want to make some money instead of shilling referral links, this is better than that. Why don't you shill this? And I tried to pitch him, you know, and there was no fist fighting. There was no, like, you know, and this is a guy that's just called me a scammer a million times when actually he's a scammer. He makes people think they can make money trading. He knows they all lose their fucking money. Yeah. He knows that. But, you know, like.
How funny was that interview? Fucking duh. Like, how dumb. Fucking idiot. Like, seriously. And even Peter McCormack, like, oh, I used to like you, Richard. Like, what a fucking dumb idiot. Like, to come on.
Whatever. But, you know.
That interview where he just kept saying scam is probably the most, like, painful thing I've ever watched.
You know, Richard.
I was, like, simultaneously, like, laughing at how stupid he was and just angered viscerally by the sound of his voice, like, all at the same moment. Like,
it's hard to pick a worst. Like, Owen Yavin is really bad.
Oh,
Peter McCormack is really bad. I'm not sure whether the first Peter McCormack was worse than the second one or not.
Oh,
I was mean to him in the second one.
I'm like
know
nauseated
what,
just thinking about it.
They've got no right to speak to you like that. Full stop. You're a human being. You're a lovely human being, and you're a beautiful human being. And they've got no right to speak to you like that. And that's what's really fucking sad. And you know what? If they were in the room with you or in the room with me, I'd punch them in the nose. Like they just wouldn't. They're
Please
cowards.
do not punch anybody in the nose, please. No violence. We're a friendly community.
Hilarious.
But they're cowards. Full stop. Because they wouldn't say it to your face, mate.
Yo, I mean, Hexicans are primarily like military guys. Primarily.
Yeah,
Don't know why, but it's just how it is. So we have like tons of ex-military Hexicans. Tons and tons and tons.
Yeah, I know.
These are probably the like least people you want to fuck with in person. Because they have killed people. Like they've literally killed people. So if you're into fucking with people that have killed like quite a few people, probably not smart, you know, like unwise. So I try and stay calm, Hexicans. Just chill. It's okay. We're gonna win in the end. You don't gotta be exciting, you know? Like it's gonna be okay.
You get treated like that. Like it's not fair. It's not right. And
you know what? Just wear the price chart t-shirt and that drives the pain right into their soul. If you wear a price chart t-shirt, when they see it, there's nothing that hurts more. When those fuckers see that their coin of choice is getting stomped on, boy, they don't like it. So that's where you get them.
Being a decent human being, like no matter how much money you got, like it doesn't take much to be a decent human being, and these guys are super low and low, and it's not acceptable, really. And especially to our favorite boy Richard, like you've done so much for us.
Well, you know, they harm a lot of their users. Peter's out there promoting centralized services that separate your keys from you. And he's promoted services that just exit scam their users.
Yeah.
Why? Because they got their users' keys. All gone. So and I told him on the live stream that he did that and told him he was a scumbag for doing it.
He is a scumbag.
And he didn't listen and he fucked his users. And I'm sure he's still fucking his users because in general, the only people that can afford to pay for ads in general are people that are fucking their users. Some exceptions, but usually people that have ad spend budgets are fucking their users. Usually. Yeah,
but full stop. They got no right to speak to you like that, Richard. My heart goes out to you because if they spoke to me like that, I'd be swinging punches, mate.
I believe you. I do believe you.
I won't accept that. It's awful. And you know, to see you go through that has been heart wrenching, to be honest.
But it's fun. Like if I look back at it with funny though, like it's like performance art.
Yeah.
It's so absurd that you're like, is this really happening?
Yeah.
Like I'm on a live stream at the Anon conference and some guy offers a $10,000 reward for my address. I'm like, what is this? And then tries to share my screen. I'm like, what is happening? What the fuck is going on here? This is a quote. I was invited as a quote friendly fireside chat. Emphasis on the word friendly. What the fuck is happening here? Like, I don't feel like I'm being befriended.
But you are a friendly guy, and that's what hurts about it. Like these people have taken, you know, they've basically targeted you.
Yeah.
So absolutely not. And it's hurtful to see the way they speak about you and threaten you.
How much you want to bet at some point it changes?
I know it will.
At some point they're going to be like, yeah, he was right.
And I can't wait. I can't wait to see your glory and say, you know, fuck you.
Nice.
You know, I'm, you know, backing you 100%, bro. Like you're gonna fucking keep gold.
If you have Hexicans at a conference and I'm at a conference, I guarantee our peeps is having a lot more fun and a lot more love and a lot more respect than any other community I've seen. So
hell yeah!
These conferences. So.
I wish we could make the next one because all our borders are closed. We're gonna make fucking next year's. Hey Blaze, we're gonna be at one, but not in the July one because our borders are closed.
As soon as I can fly, absolutely, I'm partying with the Hexicans. But I just want to. There's just another couple of super chats that have come through and a couple of big dollars here, so just want to make sure people are taken care of. So there's one on the screen right now. Do you think people will tend to hold the Pulse coin long term since it'll be deflationary? And if it'll be 0% inflation and fee burning, will there eventually one day be 0 Pulse tokens in existence? Thanks, Richard, for saving crypto.
My pleasure. My pleasure. It's an excellent question. When you start off with fees so cheap that they're nearly free, how many transactions will it take at full throughput to exhaust the total supply of the currency? Probably exceeds the human lifespan. Okay. So then, is there some point where even though, so if there was no coins left because they were used so much, what might the price of that be? And for that price, don't you think you could get someone to part with a coin? And it's like saying, I cannot conceptualize a situation where you could exhaust the free market supply of a cryptocurrency in a manner where you could not pay fees. I just can't think of a situation where that could possibly exist. Like, I can't think of one. But if you did somehow magically run into that situation where the network could no longer function because the coins were so hard to get, because they were so valuable, or like you just fix it socially. You're like, hey, the network's going to fail. Do you guys want it to fail? No, you don't want it to fail? Okay, well, there we're going to move a decimal place. And now, the supply is 10x or 100x, and everybody still has the same ratios, but we have a higher supply, which allows there to be cheap transactions again with units. And then, I mean, not effectively cheap in US dollars, but you'll have the units necessary to pay for fees again. Like, it's just one of these like thought experiments that just isn't worth doing. It's like, what if everyone sold all the real estate at once? Well, real estate would be worth less, but it's not happening. What if all the teapots turned on at once, which actually in the UK kind of happens during in breaks during soccer games, and then they have huge electrical lead problems because of it. But I mean, the majority of these, like, they're just silly brain teaser questions that will never happen, and if they did, you just socially fix them. It doesn't matter. So this is equivalent. So his statement is, if you burn 25% of the fees and there's no inflation, can you eventually run out of coins? Well, you're going to also, in addition to like burning a lot of coins, so like if you can only do 4,000 transactions a day or 4 million transactions a day, which is like kind of the throughput limit at 3-second blocks with, I don't know, a 12 million gas limit, but the gas limit just got increased to 15 million. So we'll see what it's like on the main net. It's like, it ain't going to happen. You ain't going to run out of coins. If you do start running out of coins, you mint new ones to everyone, and then there's new coins. And let me tell you how many fold the Ethereum costs have gone up. They raised the S-load cost 12x, and they raised the GUI price from under a penny to like, it used to be like 1 GUI to now 350 GUI, sometimes 500 GUI. So the gas bid that you have to pay to get a transaction went up 500x. The price in gas for loading data from disk went up 12x. Those two multiply by each other. And then the price of Ethereum went up like 1,000x. So it's like 1,000 times 500 times 12. That's how many multiple the fee went up. And the network is still working pretty okay. Like, yeah, you're going to pay, $2 to $12 to send something, but it's still going to get there and it's still going to be really fast. You get 30-second transactions. You can't get a 30-second transaction in Bitcoin. It's not even for sale. I don't care how much money you have. You can't buy a 30-second transaction. It's not there, right? Not if you want confirmations anyway. Your average confirmation in Bitcoin's 9.9 minutes. So, like, if you look at the thousands of X, like 20,000 X higher gas cost, you're not gonna. And at what point is Ethereum going to run out of resolution? And was it inflating the supply that saved it from that case? Like, no, it's just not there's no way you're running out of coins. It's not happening. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
Because the throughput on the network isn't high enough and the fees bid aren't high enough. And you would have seen this problem in other blockchains that have deflationary economics, which that's what all these things that go up 10 and 100 and 1,000x are. They're economically deflationary. It gets harder and harder to find the coins because people won't sell them to you unless you pay more, So I don't consider it a valid risk, a valid attack vector.
Hey, Richard, I've got a question.
So I was going to just do a super chat from Maddie. Is that all right, Sammy?
You're right.
So there's a super chat from Maddie Allen. He's asked, how will code updates work if ERC20 tokens update their code after the fork? How will PulseChain update and make sure there is no malicious code?
Same question, Blaze. Same question.
Were we? That's what.
Yeah. So open source software is well understood and well executed for decades now. And this is the issue of all forks. And all forks choose which commits are useful and which ones they're going to merge and which ones they're going to do pull requests and say, hey, you guys should pull this upstream. And this is an issue for all open source projects, including the ones that you would consider tier 1. Let me explain. You think Bitcoin is Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is not actually Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a piece of software that has what are called dependencies. And dependencies are code bases that have nothing to do with Bitcoin at all, that do super duper 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 vital important stuff without which Bitcoin would fail entirely. So originally, Bitcoin's cryptography was handled by a package called OpenSSL. OpenSSL was buggy. People didn't realize it. So eventually, someone wrote a custom implementation for verifying cryptographic functions that previously used to be done by the OpenSSL library, which made verifying things in Bitcoin much quicker. It was called libsec. I don't fucking remember what it was called. Libsec P256K, I think it was. So it was a bunch of, it was an open source cryptographic package to replace OpenSSL that allowed you to do things faster and more efficiently by having it do less stuff, but do the stuff it did better. It still uses tons of other open source dependencies. So if you use the Qt client, the GUI version of Bitcoin that comes from Bitcoin Core, that relies on an open source framework called Qt for its graphical user interface. The database, which actually stores all of the transactions that we care about so much, is actually another open source project called LevelDB. And it wasn't always that way. They used to use Berkeley Open Database. So they used to use Berkeley DB, but then they switched to LevelDB. And so the thing that you think is tier 1 and the core main upstream bullshit, Bitcoin, is actually a bitch to a bunch of other repositories. And they suck down the useful stuff from those other repositories. So your tier 1 Bitcoin, your tier 1 Ethereum is sucking down dependencies from the other open source software that it needs to do what it does. So for instance, Geth also uses LevelDB, just like Bitcoin does, but other implementations of the Ethereum protocol, for instance, Open Ethereum, which used to be called Parity, uses a database called RocksDB. You need a DB if you're going to be running yourself a blockchain. It's going to make life a lot easier. So the core ETH and Bitcoin devs need to suck the balls of the LevelDB people and pull into their projects important LevelDB updates. If there's an update to a Qt vulnerability, the Bitcoin core GUI needs to suck the balls of those people that made that fix and be thank you for fixing that. And that's how open source works. So tier 1, Ethereum and Bitcoin suck the balls of all the dependencies upstream of them, such as LevelDB, RocksDB, different cryptographic packages, and the developers that maintain this. And they're often different people. And then forks of Bitcoin and forks of, in this case, Geth, the premier Ethereum client, which is 90% of the nodes, and like nearly 100% of the nodes that matter, that like mine blocks and such. they have dependencies they have to suck the balls of, and we have dependencies we have to suck the balls of. And everyone needs to pull in the things that are useful and pull in the updates that make things more secure and pull in the updates that make things more performant. And it is the maintainers of these various projects that decide what's going to make it into what is considered the authoritative repository. And you don't have to run the authoritative repository. This is open source. You can run whatever you want. You can make the changes you want to your code and compile it and run it and be a node, and you could have a faster node. I mean, I can tell you that some Hex developers have customized the Open Ethereum client to have fixes that aren't in the main upstream Ethereum client, because it's a hassle to write up the fix in a way that they'll adopt it and use it. And so it's just easier sometimes to just use your own fixes locally and then re-execute them when like new upstream versions need to come out. Like we just had the Berlin fork. And, you know, guess what happened on the Berlin fork? The Open Ethereum client failed. It failed. It stopped producing blocks. Oops. So people look at like these tier one upstream providers like they really know their shit. And you're like, how could you really know your shit if your shit just stopped making blocks? You had time to test it, right? Like, what is this weird edge case that just caused your mainnet 10% of nodes Open Ethereum client to just stop making blocks? Oops.
It's kind of like you had one job here. You've got to.
Well, yeah, it's a hard job. It's a hard job,
but still.
Because they like the guys that originally developed the parity client kind of left to go do their own ETH killer, and then they said, "Here, community, have this shit," and the community's like, "Ah, fuck, all right, I guess we'll have it." And then, you know, you just have less guys working on it. And so everyone uses Geth. Geth is built in Golang and Parity's, which is now called Open Ethereum, but if you run it, it's still Parity EXE, uses Rust. So different programming languages. The thing that I'm trying to point out is I would put the guys that I have versus a lot of guys that they have. My guys are really smart. I know they're really smart. And I've seen those guys fuck up a lot. So this ain't the first, you know, problem the upstream tier one Ethereum guys have had, right? Like Infura went down because the main Geth maintainer decided to like kind of stealth push a certain fix without warning people about it, which may have been the right thing to do. But that stealth fix just happened to break down all of Infura. And then Infura was like, fuck, we're offline. And, you know, they had to hurry up and make their own patch to bring their older clients, which they've done custom things to. That's the thing, is like the more you diverge and customize a certain thing from that which it came from, it increases the amount of work that you need to do to massage upstream useful things to work with what you've done, depending on what part of the stack it's in, right? Like a networking fix may not have anything to do with your database, and your database may not have anything to do with your GUI if you're doing, you know, GUI wallet things, which in general Ethereum doesn't really do. So I know what I'm doing. My devs know what they're doing. Believe it or not, the ETH and Bitcoin guys fuck up rather often, and they could use the help. And it's very likely that we will improve the core Geth implementation by my devs just finding things they fucked up and saying, hey, you guys fucked this up. Here's a fix for it. Here's a pull request, merge it so that everyone can be happier with the fixed stuff. And that's what open source is. I mean, I've just described to you how open source works. Everyone is supposed to make everything else better so that it's better for the next guy, and then he can make it better. And it works. Like open source, it ain't perfect, but it in certain instances, it works really, really well. The vast majority of web servers are open source. The vast majority of desktops are not. The vast majority of Bitcoin nodes are open source. That, you know, so like there are places where open source is done very well, but I mean, I could point to you places where open source hasn't, right? So for instance, Uniswap v3 no longer uses a standard go ahead, do whatever you want with it license. They said, fuck that. It's ours. We do what we want with it for 2 years, and you can watch. And then after 2 years, then you can do whatever you want. And that's the license they use for Uniswap v3. And I can tell you that in Pulse, the stuff that can be made closed source to prevent people copying some of the really cool ideas, I will make closed source. The stuff that has to be open for some reason, whether it be inheriting certain license parameters from other projects upstream, the stuff that has to be open, fine, it has to be open. But like, I don't see how the Uniswap founders did any better because they got ripped off and copied. No, hold on. Like, it's an inflammatory language. Open source is designed to be copied. That is the reason why you license something as open source. If you just write some code and you don't specifically license it as open source, no one is allowed to copy it. No one. If you write it, no one's allowed to copy it. It inherently, just by writing it, has copyright protection. Just like you write a book. You write a book, it's already copyrighted. You don't got to do shit. You don't got to mail it to yourself in the mail or anything. The second you wrote it, it's copyrighted. The second you use a mark in trade, it's trademarked, depending on where you live, right? You can still register it to make it easier for people to find. But, you know, you create a thing, in general, people go, that's their thing. You wrote a book, it's your book. You don't got to file some paperwork to say, hey, this is my book. Patents are different a little bit. And certain countries have different laws. Like America just switched to a first to file instead of a first to, anyway, it's really complex. So
cool.
I think the Uniswap guys figured out the right play for this business model, which was Pancake Swap and Sushi Swap and Quick Swap and all this other shit is not enriching our ecosystem and is not generating commits and code development or innovative anything and passing it upstream. They're just copycatting and taking all this fucking money and fractioning and spreading out the liquidity, which makes everyone have worse trades and enriches the arbitrage bots.
Yeah.
So, you know, when I can create a moat, and if you want to make things better, you make them better here. You want to make them better? Cool. You make them better here. Then and it's just more honest and it's better, and it helps centralize price performance, centralize liquidity, give better user experiences to people. You know, fractionizing of communities is often of limited benefit.
It's not good, and I can imagine it would also really affect like the kind of incentive structure and the motivational aspect of developing something as well. When you kind of create something and you know that, look, it could just be stolen and the community can be fractioned at any moment.
I know a developer that wrote a piece on his blog called Bear Market Development, Bull Market Stagnation. He's afraid to launch ideas that he has as contracts on the Ethereum network because he knows people will instantly copy them, duct tape a token on, and get rich off of his work.
Yeah.
And it disgusts him. And he says, basically, if you don't have a token, you're just 100% fucked. You're not going to attract money, and then you're not going to attract community, and then you're not going to attract developers, and you just basically have to duct tape a token onto everything. And he's right. He's right about that.
Yeah.
So, you know, tokenomics is super important. Value accrual is super important. And without it, you're fucking dead in the water. So if you can lock in the accrual of value to a community, people are more happy to join that community. And Hex was a great example of this. People have tried to knock Hex off, and they have failed again and again and again to the detriment of everyone that fell for their bullshit. And the fact that you have to write all the code from scratch because it's not open source contract.
Yes.
It's not open source. It's open for verifying. It's open for auditing. It's not open for your ass to copy. You didn't write it. Fuck off. Go write your own.
Yeah.
That has saved a lot of people a lot of horror.
Yeah.
So, you know, you see, a few days ago, somebody lost, or a group of people lost $51 million on a fork of Uniswap where they actually changed some code using an admin key and took all the money. You're like, okay. And then if it wasn't so easy to fork Uniswap, that shit wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
So now with Uniswap v3, I think you're going to see less people getting scammed by Uniswap forks, or the Uniswap scams will just keep using v2, I guess.
Yeah.
But like letting people do evil shit with your code doesn't help anybody. It's garbage. So there's a right place for open source, and it's for things that everyone can benefit from, but there's some things not everyone can benefit from. And there's some things that, like, having a bunch of extra hexes that people could just copy and paste, and then everyone getting the living shit scammed out of them by all the fake hexes would make a worse world. And it is currently making a worse world for the people that just lost 51 million bucks in a Uniswap fork. And I can't tell you how many people have lost money that way. Forking Uniswap and duct taping a token to it and just exit scamming people, that has got to be like the most common scam next to getting people to give you their seed words. Oh, we got to verify your transaction. We're going to need your seed words, shit like that. So
it certainly, seems to me as though like there are some people who just seem so religious about the open source thing, like to a point where it is kind of like a religious belief system. It's like no longer rational to be.
Well, they don't even most of those zealots that think they understand what open source is, they don't even fucking know what open source is. So if you haven't read Richard Stallman, you don't know what open source really is.
Yeah.
There's a difference between free software and open software.
Okay.
Open software can restrict your ass. So for instance, Uniswap, they're going to have 2 years to do whatever they want so low. You can't copy their shit. After 2 years, you can do what you want. It's not exactly free. It's restricted for 2 years. And then, if you, just because, like, free software means that you can do whatever you want with it, but it must remain free. And if you make changes to it, that those changes must also remain free. And you must give the next guy the same deal that you got. And that's not how open source works. That's how free works. Yeah. Open source is you get it for free, but then you can do whatever you want and lock the next guy down so that it ain't free for him. Hey, I made some changes, and now these changes are unique to me, and the next guy can't. Mm-hmm. And so that's not free. That's not free software. That's open software. And they're wildly different. And that license was so restrictive that they had to come up with another exception for software as a service companies that were running services primarily. So for instance, I think, God, what is that reporting software that Hex.Vision uses? Kibana. I think Kibana just changed their licensing regime from a more permissive to a less permissive license because people just discover it doesn't work as good. When you let everyone else just copy your shit and knock it off, and then they don't kick back the improvements they're supposed to make, it just fucks the people that originally made it, and they just do worse. But if you make it more restrictive, and then everyone has to use the same thing and improve the same thing, I would say that the open source ecosystem is becoming more closed, and that probably is actually better for the world because they're figuring out what works and what doesn't work. How many people in this call have improved the Bitcoin core code? Nobody.
Yeah.
So what is the use of we're just not, how many of the Uniswap forks have contributed, actually hexagons have contributed code that improved the front end of Uniswap because they did shit wrong. I mean, you can go back and there's shit that they had to fix because it was broken as fuck. You go to swap, go look at the history and you'll be like, oh, look, you went to swap this, but really this swapped instead. Oops. There's some fuck ups that have been there, and they need to get fixed by people, and hexagons have fixed some of those things.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So when people ask, who's going to maintain all these updates? The community. The community is going to maintain them. Who do you think maintains the Ethereum? Who do you think maintains all these open source softwares out there in the world? People that have a vested interest in seeing it do better.
Yeah.
Think about all the things that are in Hex that I had nothing to do with. Hex.Vision, Hex.Live, which is now Staker.app, Hexinfo.io, Hex-data.com. Some of those two I think are deprecated. The contracts that Firebud just wrote to allow people to trade Hex shares on L2 and other chains, and even on the Layer 1 chain, I believe. I have nothing to do with any of this stuff. Absolutely nothing at all. AppHex.win, HexMob.win, I have nothing to do with any of those. What's another one? It's the stats one that shows you real-time share price. It's got the worst domain name ever.
The share price.
Graphx.rocks with one H.
Yeah.
Which is really pronounced Graphex or like it's the worst domain name. I didn't even know .rocks was a top level domain. Didn't even know. What the fuck is that? But if you go to graphx.rocks, it's actually a really cool site. The horrible domain name. Yeah, like hexagons build and build and build and build, and I don't have fuck all to do with it. So it's the community, and I imagine the Pulse community is going to be just as cool.
It must be quite a surprising. This is actually a question I have for you. I think a lot of us notice, like when we get involved with Hex, our behaviors will change, right? Like I've noticed in my own personal thinking, I've gone from short-term thinking to long-term thinking. I'm much more methodical about, regularly staking and all that sort of stuff. I used to be, kind of trading crypto back in the day and doing all that sort of stuff. And now it's just, that's such an illogical thing for me to think about now. So anyway, I've noticed all these different behavior changes in myself. Have you noticed any behavioral changes in yourself as the designer of these tools?
Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. I don't look at charts as much. Thank God for that.
Yeah.
Because looking at charts is not evergreen content. The market will change. Did you think that we would go from 3,000 to like 40 or 50,000 with no fucking dips over 20%? None.
No way.
None.
Way.
What? What's this shit?
Yeah.
Couldn't have predicted that.
Crazy. Absolutely.
So like anybody that sold like a local top to try and buy back lower, a lot of those people got left the fuck behind. And then, the chart, it just changes. Like you think you understand the chart and the chart changes. And I still get a lot of shit right, but it's much easier to be right when history repeats itself. But when history starts doing new shit, I don't have enough data sources. Like I'm not sitting on a bank account looking at exchange deposits and being like, oh, exchange deposits are a little light this week. Maybe this is the start of the bear. I don't have that shit. Somebody else has it. I don't have it. So, when you have limited data inputs by which to like make heuristics to try and predict what's going to happen, it's a shitty game. And in the end, what are you doing? You're jacking some other guy of his money. The money that you're taking from him, he wish you didn't have. Instead of doing that trading bullshit, why not just make something amazing? The people that get rich in cryptocurrency are holders and founders. Sadly, a lot of founders are shit that fucks people up. Margin trading shit, scams, shit coins. They make a lot of money. It just does a lot of harm. Even Uniswap, right? Think about what Uniswap really does. Gets people fucked up and chopped up, getting in and out and getting in and out and getting in on the wrong side. Even Uniswap, as cool as it is actually enabling very shit behavior from people. How many extra people got rug pulled because Uniswap exists? A lot. So even though it's a very cool technical innovation and it's one of the best things to come out of crypto, it actually enables totally fucking horrible outcomes for people. And that's the thing I don't think most people get. I'm supporting the shit that's healthy for the humans. Buying and holding something with product market fit in crypto has done wonderfully, wonderfully, wonderfully well. Trading gets everybody the fuck wrecked. It's just extra friction. And then the more things you have to trade against each other, that's just worse as well. What if everyone just bought the one right thing? Imagine where the price would be. But they get all of their consciousness sucked into all of these stupid bullshit things that shouldn't even exist, these terrible ideas. And it's worse for everybody. And then the people that make money on those dumb scams, they go and use that money they made on the scam to go make more fucking scams. So it's like self-reinforcingly bad. And I don't think most people realize that if you run an exchange or you invent an automated market maker, you are helping people get wrecked. You are helping people do what doesn't work in crypto. You are helping them trade versus things they should have never seen and should have never fucking made the light of market. And now they're getting fucking wrecked. And they're not socially aware enough to like know what it is that they've actually built. They don't like, I'm one of the few guys in crypto that's going to tell you, don't trade. If you are going to trade, you're going to lose all your money. But if you can't take my good advice, go short Hex and get fucking wrecked. And then you're going to buy higher than you thought possible. And you're going to end up helping all the people that believed. Because if you're going to lose your money, you might as well lose it to something that's cool instead of some fucking scam.
It's so true because there is literally no one else saying don't trade. Like
because that's the only way they make money.
Exactly.
All those guys that you see on YouTube, how do you think they make their money? By you getting wrecked
little
trading.
Affiliate Bybit links,
yes.
And then they take your money.
No, I think Bybit is a good company. I think as they have always done their users right. And I think the founder is a cool dude and works hard. You know, some scamwick comes and fucks everybody up. They make it right, you know, add new features and shit. I think they run a good business. And I think that it is something that should exist. But like, if you are trading, you're going to lose all your fucking money. And if you're listening to YouTube influencers or Twitter influencers telling you how to trade, you're going to lose all your money.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've seen someone that's made a lot of money on Wall Street open up their fucking Twitch stream and be like, hey, homies, here's how I'm getting rich on fucking Microsoft today? No, they just shut the fuck up, sit at home in their underwear and bank because they're the only 1% of people that could do it. They don't want to talk to your broke pleb ass and they ain't got no fucking ref link for you. They don't give a fuck about none of this shit, man. They're already balling. If you can sit at home and make billions in your underwear, you ain't like trying to teach people your secret so they could reduce your profit. Hey guys, come fuck up my entries and my exits by front running all my stops and all my entries. Go ahead, buy up that price before I get in, sell it down before I get out. No one's doing that. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
Hey guys, here's this thing that if you understand it is actually so simple a monkey could do it. It's the only thing I found that works. Let me teach you how to do it to fuck it up. It doesn't make any sense, but people fall for this shit over and over and over and over again.
And I'm not sure whether I'm more annoyed at those guys or the guys that load up their bags with these crappy like micro gem shit coins and then tell you to buy it and then just sell it. Like I always feel so bad whenever I see those recommendations being made because I just know there's some new little crypto person who has no idea how all this works, who's going to come in and like just buy that top and just get these influencers bags just dumped on them, and it just sucks. Like it.
And if you feel bad about those guys in the bull market, wait till the bear market when everybody gets fucked. Because what happens is everybody trades their coins versus everybody else. So Bitcoin pumps, therefore Ethereum pumps, therefore everything paired to Ethereum pumps. But then one day Bitcoin dumps hard enough, that Ethereum dumps hard enough, that the shitcoins dump hard enough, and then you get a strong enough punch in the nose where everything contracts for a year or two.
Hey,
Hex is designed for that to happen. When that shit finally happens, people are going to be like, wait a second, Hex is primary pair versus USDC. So when ETH takes a shit, Hex doesn't really care. If you want the Hex price to come down, you're going to have to actually sell Hex. But everything else that's all reflexive, everything gets fucked by everything else because they're all reflexive with each other. Hex's primary liquidity pair switched from ETH to USDC maybe a month or two ago. Maybe 2 months ago. I don't know. Time flies.
The other really interesting thing I find about that is the fact that people are always so suspicious of, like, as you've spoken about, like the centralized ownership of a coin.
Which is hilarious because like everything that pumps is centralized as fuck.
That, but also they've also got the most integrity in the system as well. If you know that there is someone with a large bag who is really invested in this thing, has never sold a token ever, and you know that they stand the most to gain, they're the least likely to dump on your head, but people are the most suspicious of them, let's
exactly. Hey, the guy that has the most to lose must be obviously the stupidest and do the dumbest shit.
Yeah. So
first of all, if you think decentralized ownership prevents dips, what's the most decentralized cryptocurrency in theory? Bitcoin. Okay, how are the dips? 85% every 3 years. Oopsie. And the shitcoins just do 95. So what exactly is the big difference between 85 and 95? There's a difference, but it's not as big as you wish it was. Yeah. So you emergent bunch of plebs dumping. Order book don't care who the dumper is. So Godwhale and Hex locked up millions of dollars, 5555 days. 15 years. goddamn.
Yep.
That's awesome. That's perfect.
Yep.
He couldn't do better.
Huge.
That's the best thing he could do as a hexagon. So anytime I see the price move up, often it's a whale sitting on a huge stack. Anytime I see a giant long stake, it's a whale. So I tend to like whales because they're not the ones selling the price down. The God whale ain't selling the price down. He's, from what I've seen, pushing the price up. But these broke club motherfuckers want to buy stuff. Boy, they pushing that price down.
Yeah.
And and you're like, hey, why is the price going down? Go look on Uniswap and you can see each individual that pushed it down. And then you could see if they took the coins to an exchange. You can see it. It's on chain. It's awesome. So, and when I've looked, the people selling, usually they're not the whales. Usually, sometimes you'll see a whale sell some. Sometimes, but like I'm not eye fucking it hard because I don't care right now. Price goes up, price goes down. I'm in this for the long haul. What am I selling? I'm not selling.
Exactly.
So price goes up, price goes down, whatever the fuck. Like, it does that. It's dipped 75% like 3 or 4 times and made new all-time highs. It's in the game. It's part of what it's supposed to do.
Absolutely. Hey, Richard, I've got maybe like one or two more questions from the community about Pulse, if that's all right.
Yeah, good.
From Papa Boner, he asks, so with the Pulse launch, we have this mechanism to basically prevent like a taxable event. But he was asking about the ERC20 duplicates on the Pulse chain and whether they'll have like a zero value when they start as well.
The fuck is this shit? I Googled Hex USDC and the first result I got was fucking TradingView.
Oh. That's a bit new.
I guess.
That's okay.
Haven't fucking... All right. Well, I like that. More eyeballs. I cannot force the world to not trade things. No one can. I cannot force things to have zero value. No one can. I can try to create zero value things by giving them away for free. So I can't guarantee you that everything will have no value. I don't fucking know. It would be preferential for everyone to acquire their tokens at zero value and then they can accrue value. That's ideal. But if you don't get ideal, hey, fuck it. That's life. Sorry. So we do the best we can, but it's only lightly inside our control, Yeah. So there's timing, there's isolation, separation. We're doing the best we can, but hey, if somebody out there decides that thing's worth the thing and fucking, like, what am I going to do?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a free token on an awesome chain. So,
Right.
Not getting too many complaints about that, I can imagine.
Yeah. And I mean, in theory, we have, I can't force the whole universe to choose something to have not a value if they decide the other way. So we'll do the best we can.
And another,
because you're just timing the value, right? You want the value later instead of earlier.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, that's right. Which, like you said, you can't fully control that.
No.
Yeah. So will we have any advanced warning before the sacrifice period begins?
I would like there to be. I would like there to be. I mean, a lot of people have financial encumbrances in regards to time. So I would prefer there to be a 10-day heads up, a 14-day heads up. I mean, I also am not even sure that it's wise to start the sacrifice phase without, say, a website. I know, crazy, right?
Help just a little bit,
crazy.
Yeah. It makes a little bit of sense.
But the whole have a website thing seems like it could be cool.
Just a little bit there, just a little bit.
I know. I'm breaking through this glass ceiling here, guys. Text
we can always rely on you for that. Yeah. Amazing.
I call it TOIT, text on internet.
That's awesome. Hey, I'm just trying to see if there's any more. Guys, if you got any more like super chats or anything else that you want to ask?
Yeah, see, I will run my interviewers into the ground. You'll see them literally age and die in front of you.
Yeah, like
that's how I do my
I'm
live
starting
streams.
to wrinkle like right now before my.
I don't fuck around. I'll live stream until death. Bathroom,
No.
no. Food,
I know.
no.
I know, man. I know. Like huge respect. Like, I mean, what I am saying in the chat is like just, tons of thanks. Like, I think you know that already. How grateful everybody is.
I appreciate the thanks, guys. I really do, man. People say a lot of mean shit. It's nice to get the respect because I care what people think. I do, and I prefer to be liked. So when people like me, it makes me feel good.
Absolutely.
That's why I dress like a clown.
Hey, it looks good. We all love it.
Hope you like my outfit. I'm getting another retardedly expensive watch, and I'm gonna wear them both at the same time just to make people angry.
On two different arms or the same arm?
Yeah, it's gonna look so stupid. I wonder if this. I'm not sure that there's enough extra links to do two on the same arm. We'll see.
Oh yeah. You'd have
two different arms is gonna be funny. I gotta find a funny catchphrase. Chat's gonna be like, is he wearing two watches? Gotta be like, to teach the haters what time it is. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm sure the memes will be provided.
Troll.
They will be overflowing.
Try-harding.
I'm sure within minutes.
This is what people want. They want this shit.
For sure. And like, again, I think that makes like a big difference.
It's
is
fun.
Like the fact that we get to know you. Like you come and hang out with us. Like we get to have a chat. Like, like I'm probably not gonna too easily chat to another billionaire, in a small setting like this. It's it's wild. It's kind of a trip. So like we all love it. And like the fact that, like you can just kind of chat about anything. Like, I think sometimes when when dudes are chatting about like pulsing and like their dicks and like all this sort of stuff. Like,
somebody's asking about the watch. Let's hit them with the facts. You ready?
Oh,
I'm gonna hit you with the watch facts real quick. This
Let's hear
is a stainless steel Patek Philippe 5726. You can buy one of these quite affordably for $100,000. Hope that you buy it in a state that doesn't charge sales tax. It has day, date, month, moon phase, 24-hour indicator. Doesn't have hacking seconds though. So that means that like when you pull the crown all the way out, the seconds hands will stop. It doesn't have that, which is really useful if you want to set the time. So kind of sucks. This is rated to 120 meters underwater, by the way. This is a Rolex Submariner two-tone. I love two-tones. Stainless steel is actually the best metal. It's the most durable. It's the most badass. All this gold shit is so soft. You have to alloy it with other stuff to make it not suck and just like fall apart and just bend by hand. So stainless steel is actually fucking great. And if this were platinum or stainless or white gold, you can't tell. It's like hard as hell to tell. And then they charge you a ton more for white gold and a ton more for platinum. So this is neat because it's up to 1,000 feet underwater. You can go with this, and I go underwater 1,000 feet all the time. I have to tell you. And while I'm nearly drowning,
water right now.
Yeah, while I'm nearly drowning, I love to use this mechanical watch, which helps me die easier because it's less exact and you can't see it. And there's no light, and it's a great way to die. Then when I'm not using my watch, I put a finger monkey in here, little finger monkey in there. It's my little bracelet, little backpack bracelet.
That thing is
put
hilarious.
That wherever you want it. And then, so I love two-tone. I love contrast. I love blue and gold. They look great. And then this one. So this is good for going underwater and telling the date. That's the only complication it has is date. This one has a total insane amount of complications as far as mechanical watches go. These are all powered by movement. So when you move your hand, you can hear them winding.
Oh, yep. It's coming through.
Yeah. So this one only winds counterclockwise. This winds bidirectionally. This is a Daytona, and this is actually an older Daytona. This is a movement, the Rolex 4030 movement, which is based on the Zenith El Primero. And you can tell it's this zenith one because there's a perfect alignment between the center of these two circles and the crown. Whereas in the newer 4130 movement, which is, more efficient, less moving parts, longer reserve, the circles are higher, which a lot of people consider to be not as pretty. I think it's bearable. I think they're both very nice. And this one has a chronograph, which means that basically it's a stopwatch. So you press this, the stopwatch starts. If you press that, it stops. If you want to go back to 0, you press this one. They make fancy chronographs called flyback chronographs where you can just restart them over and over again without having to stop them. This isn't a flyback chronograph. The newer Rolexes, the 4130s, use a vertical clutch, which allows you to run the chrono all the time without as much wear. Whereas this one uses a horizontal clutch. So the wear is a little bit more if you leave this chrono hand moving all the time. Also on the 4130, the seconds hands, constant seconds is on this side, and the minutes indicator is on that side. So those are the ways you can tell the El Primero zenith movement from the 4130 movement. This one, I think this is rated to maybe 100 meters as well, I think. But the problem with this is if you have these crown guards unscrewed here, if you press this pusher, you're going to let water into the watch, and then you're fucked. So if you're kind of just walking around or if you're swimming or whatever, you really need to leave these screwed in. What else? Yeah. So you could pick up one of these for maybe like 17 grand, 20 grand, something around there, US. You could pick up this for 100 grand US. I'm quoting you like kind of the bottom range of the price.
Yeah.
You can pay more if you want it easily. And then this one I put in here, the Submariner, this is actually the cheapest one. You could probably get this for like 14, 13,
That's
14,
tiny.
Something like that. Yeah.
That tiny little bag is amazing. I love it. And
I think this bag's $1,000, by the way.
Really?
I thought it was cheaper,
Wow.
but I think it's actually $1,000. Yeah.
There you go.
This is called a party bag. It's named after a city, the Louis Vuitton some city party bag or something. I like it. They make an uglier shaped one. This is my favorite shaped one. I've got a backpack identical to this. Large actual backpack, the same exact shape.
I was about to make a comment about how like gender differences are real because there isn't a woman alive who would spend so much time talking about a watch. But then you started talking about a bag. So now I'm unsure.
I know a lot about bags. I bought a lot of bags. I bought a lot of Dior bags, a lot of girls like bags. So
absolutely they do. So I have one final question to you, Richard, from myself. If someone, could be me, who knows, were to make a song, like an awesome tune about you.
Right.
And they were, trying to figure out what aspects of your personality or your story to emphasize. What would you theoretically want to be portrayed in said song?
God, I don't know. I mean, recently, like, we've been just talking about telling the truth and being the best you can be and doing the best you can. Highest and best use, efficiency, good habits. It's kind of like what I'm feeling currently, but I don't know. It's really, cool. It's like trying to pick your own nickname, like your friends pick your nickname. You don't get to pick it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a hard question. I'm not really the guy to answer it. It would take thought.
That's okay.
You guys know me maybe better than I know me. So
I wasn't expecting a comprehensive answer. I might take it to the community and see what they have to say about it. I'm sure.
Let me see how long is our live stream been going here? We've been live 6 hours. 6 hours. Well, let's go over 6 hours. Like we can go over 6 hours and 30 seconds at least. But I think we covered everything. Like for you guys that are watching, go to twitter.com/RichardHartWin, youtube.com/RichardHart, t.me/PulseChain.com, t.me/HexCrypto. I mean, free books. If you want free books, t.me/Civive, CIVIVE. We got a world of really cool stuff here for you guys. And we're changing the future of finance. Hex is worth $10 million, $10 billion with a B on nomics.com currently. Maybe it's worth more now. Let's take a look. For you guys that are looking for, a way to on-ramp to the sacrifice period, think to yourself, if you had $1 million and you had to buy something outright, what might the price move up more when you buy that? If you buy $1 million of Hex, price is going to move up. If you buy $1 million of a lot of other things, it may not. So if your sacrifice is logged in close proximity to when you may have moved the price up, then there may be advantage to using less liquid on-ramps. Something to think about.
For sure. I guess any closing thoughts about Pulse, any visions that you have for Pulse?
Everything's going good. We're ahead of schedule. I mean, it's it's really cool. I'd love to get more input on the game theory regarding maybe treasury, maybe liquidity mining. And by maybe, I mean, I probably would really like those things because they've worked so well for other systems.
Amazing. Serena, any closing thoughts? Questions?
Serena's like, I finally can get the fuck out of here. Serena's literally sitting on the what's the name of that couch? Backroom couch or casting couch? Serena's sitting on the casting couch from some popular websites there.
Sure.
You're hired, Serena. You're gonna make $5,000 a day.
She's like, I don't think I signed up for this.
She's an early Hexagon. 5,000 a day isn't shit to her. She's like, yeah, you're gonna need to pay more, buddy. It was really nice chatting with you guys, and I look forward to doing it again. And
for sure.
We're lucky to be where we are. The world's really changing right now. The open source peer-to-peer value transfer stuff is really making an impact in the real world, and it's really awesome to be part of it.
Yeah,
it's great talking to you guys. See you soon.
The world really is our oyster. Thanks, Richard.
I'll let you do your sign off. Everybody go, if you wanted to sign up for the Hexagon meetup in Las Vegas, go immediately because it's timing out now probably.
This is actually really embarrassing because Sammy was the host of the meeting and she appears to have disappeared, and so
you don't know how to end it.
Idea how to
well, good luck. I know how to end my end. Hey, everything in the world comes to an end except the sausage. It comes to 2. See you later, guys. Bye.
See you, man. Bye. Well,
are we backstage?
Thanks everybody for watching. Are we backstage? No, we're still live. I have no idea how to end this thing, but big shout out to the community. Big shout out to Richard. Thank you so much for all the questions that came through. I hope we got some important stuff out and people are happy with the conversation that happened. Mm-hmm. I'm going to try to sign out of this thing and we'll see you guys on the flip side.
Okay.
Bye.
Three, two, one.